Welcome back everyone to a new 99 Nights in the Forest story. This story was sent to me by one of our listeners, so we can't tell for sure the story is true or not, but it was too good not to post it here. And if it's true, I would say never play 99 Nights in the Forest in VR. So Noah sent me this story 2 days ago. He found the new game, 99 Nights in the Forest. He played for a couple of times on his computer and he found the game so cool he wanted to try it out in VR. Big mistake. He claimed that once he entered the game with his VR, he wasn't able to leave anymore. You know the game board or movie Jumanji. He claims it was the same. He was locked in the game. And you know how 99 Nights in the Forest works. You can really die in the game. Anyway, lucky for him, it wasn't the first time he played the game. So he kind of knew the basics to survive. But he never managed to survive 99 days yet. After reaching day 15 and seeing one of his teammates die from a wolf, he sees the guy typing in the chat, "I'm really dying." Noah was shocked and couldn't move for a while. He typed fast in the chat to ask if other players were also trapped in the game. They all answered yes. They were playing with VR and they were stuck. One guy was in for so long that he knew how to escape back to the real world. The secret to get out of here is to reach day 99, but so far my record is day 50. Noah was kind of distracted from all the news he heard and didn't notice he ran into 3 wolves. He tried to run, but it was too late. He died in the game. He screamed in the chat, "Please anyone revive me," while he felt real pain which got stronger and stronger. But the other stuck people wouldn't risk their lives between 3 wolves and answered they couldn't because they were too scared. With only 5 seconds left before Noah was dying for real, he realized he added Robux before trying the VR. He received a gift card for his last birthday and could buy over 1,000 Robux. So he hit the revive button and he was back alive thanks to the Robux. Knowing that he had over 20 lives thanks to the Robux, he kind of felt safe and tried to focus to reach day 99 to get out of here. Day 16, the reality sets in. But you know what, guys? Having 20 lives didn't make Noah feel as safe as he thought it would. Because every time you die in this VR version, you feel everything. The wolf claws tearing through your chest, the blood draining from your body, the cold creeping in as your vision goes dark. And Noah realized something terrifying. Each death hurt more than the last one. The other trapped players started explaining this to him through chat. There was this girl called Maya, who'd been stuck for 8 days already. She typed, "The pain gets worse each time you die. It's like the game is punishing you for using the revive system." Then there was this guy Tom, who'd been there the longest, 23 real days, which meant he'd been trying to reach day 99 over and over again. He told Noah, "I've died 47 times so far. The last death felt like I was being burned alive for 10 minutes straight, even though it only lasted 30 seconds in game time." Noah felt his stomach drop. 20 lives suddenly didn't seem like that much anymore. But the worst part? Tom explained that the game somehow knew you were trapped. When you're stuck like us, the game gets harder. Way harder. The deer monster shows up more often. The cultists raid every 2 days instead of every 3. And the wolves. Man, the wolves hunt in bigger packs. As if to prove his point, Noah heard howling in the distance. But this wasn't the normal wolf sound from when he played on his computer. This was different, deeper, more intelligent. Maya typed frantically, "Guys, white eyes in the trees. It's watching us right now." Noah looked around and his heart nearly stopped. Through the VR headset, he could see eyes reflecting the campfire light from the tree line. Not wolf eyes, not human eyes. Something in between. And they were definitely watching their group. "Don't look directly at it," Tom warned. "The deer monster gets aggressive when you stare. Just keep the fire burning and stay in the light circle." The first real night terror. When night fell on day 16, Noah experienced something that still gives me chills, just thinking about it. The deer monster didn't just circle their camp like in the regular game. It spoke to them. "New friend," it said in this horrible voice that sounded like a woman and an animal mixed together. New friend wants to play hide and seek. The voice was coming from right outside their firelight, but they couldn't see the creature clearly. Just glimpses of something tall and wrong moving between the trees. Why do you hide in the light? It continued. Light hurts my eyes. Come play in the dark, where it's safe. Maya was crying in voice chat. You could hear her sobbing through her microphone. It's been doing this every night for a week. It knows we're trapped. It's playing with us. Tom tried to keep everyone calm. Just ignore it. Don't respond. Don't look at it. Keep the fire going until dawn. Aiba. But Noah couldn't help himself. The VR made everything so real, so immediate. When the creature spoke again, asking, why won't new friend come play? Noah turned to look. And guys, what he saw still haunts him. The deer monster was standing just at the edge of the firelight, and it was huge, like 8 feet tall, with arms that hung down to its knees. But the worst part was its face. It had the skull of a deer, but behind the empty eye sockets, Noah could see human eyes. Sad, desperate human eyes. I see you looking, it whispered. And suddenly it was right next to Noah, its massive hand reaching toward him. Noah jumped back and tripped over a log, his heart hammering so hard he thought it might explode. The creature laughed, this horrible sound like glass breaking, and disappeared back into the darkness. Dude, what did I tell you about looking at it? Tom was angry now. When you look at it, it gets stronger. It remembers you. Day 18. The cultist raids in the trapped version were absolutely insane. Instead of the 5 to 6 cultists Noah remembered from playing on his computer, they faced 20 of them. And these cultists were smart. They coordinated attacks, used strategy, and worst of all, they could talk. Join us, the black-robe cultists chanted as they surrounded the camp. Join the eternal hunt. No more pain, no more fear, only service. The red robe. Cultists with their crossbows had perfect aim in the VR version. Noah watched in horror as one of them shot Maya right through the shoulder. She screamed, a real scream of pain, and her health dropped by 40%. I can feel it, she cried in voice chat. The arrow is still in there. I can feel the wood and metal. But the worst were the bomber cultists. When their explosives went off near you, the VR made you feel the heat, the pressure wave, the ringing in your ears. Noah got caught by one explosion and was blown backward into a tree. For a moment, he couldn't see or hear anything, just pain and confusion. When his vision cleared, he saw that 2 other trapped players, Jake and Sam, had been killed by the blast. They were screaming in chat about feeling themselves burning, about the agony getting worse and worse as their death timers counted down. Please, Jake typed. Someone revive me. I can't take another death. Please. But the cultists were still attacking, and none of the surviving players could risk running into the middle of the battle to revive him. Noah watched helplessly as Jake's timer hit 0 and his screaming in voice chat suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, Jake's avatar respawned at the campfire, but something was different. He wasn't typing in chat anymore. He wasn't talking in voice chat. He just stood there, staring at the fire. Jake? Noah called out. You okay, man? No response. Tom's voice was grim. That was his last life. The game didn't kick him out. It just broke him. He's still here, but he's not really here anymore. On day 22, the group decided they had to rescue the missing children to get the day bonuses. In the regular game, each rescued child gave you +2 days toward your goal, which meant they'd only need to survive about 75 actual days instead of 99. But when they reached the red cave, where Dino Kid was supposed to be, everything was wrong. The cave entrance was covered in symbols carved into the rock, deer skulls, human figures, and something that looked like scientific equipment. The symbols were fresh, like someone had just carved them. This wasn't here when I played on my computer, Noah said. Maya checked her map. According to the game, this is definitely the right cave. But look at those symbols. They're not in any of the wikis or guides. When they entered the cave, instead of finding 5 wolves guarding Dino Kid, they found something much worse. The wolves were there, but they were different. They stood on their hind legs like humans, and when they spoke, their voices sounded like children. "Help us," one of the wolf things pleaded. "We used to be like you. We used to be players." Another wolf creature stepped forward. "The forest doesn't let anyone leave. When your lives run out, it changes you, makes you part of the game forever." Noah felt sick. "How long have you been here?" "Time doesn't work right in the deep caves," the first creature replied. "Could be months, could be years. We were trying to rescue Dino Kid too." And that's when they heard it. A child's voice from deeper in the cave. But it wasn't Dino Kid's normal voice lines from the game. This was different. Desperate. "Please don't leave me here," the voice called. "I've been waiting so long. The nice deer lady visits sometimes, but she scares me. Please help me go home." Tom was shaking his head. "This isn't right. This isn't how the game works. Dino Kid is supposed to be an NPC, not whatever this is." But Maya was already walking deeper into the cave. "If there's really a kid trapped in here, we have to help him." What they found in the depths of that cave still gives Noah nightmares. It wasn't Dino Kid, the cheerful NPC from the regular game. It was the digital consciousness of a real child, somehow trapped in the game world. A boy who looked about 8 years old, wearing a red dinosaur hat, but his eyes were filled with years of terror and confusion. "Are you real people?" the boy asked. "Or are you more of the game tricks?" Noah knelt down next to him. "We're real. We're players, just like you were." "How long have you been here?" "I don't know," the boy whispered. "I was playing the game with my VR headset, and then I couldn't take it off. The deer lady said I had to wait here for other children to play with, but the other children never came. Just more trapped people who turned into wolves." The implications hit Noah like a truck. This wasn't just a game glitch. This was some kind of digital prison, collecting the consciousness of VR players and trapping them in an endless loop of horror. As they led Dino Kid, whose real name was Marcus, out of the cave, Noah started putting the pieces together. The deer monster wasn't just a game boss, it was something else entirely. "The deer lady," Marcus explained as they walked. "She used to be nice. She said she was protecting us from the bad things in the forest. But then she started changing, getting bigger, getting scarier, and she started bringing more people to the caves." Tom was listening intently. "Marcus, when did you first get trapped here?" "My mom said it was last summer, but it feels like forever." Last summer. That was almost a year ago. Noah felt his blood run cold. If Marcus had been trapped for nearly a year, how many other players were stuck in this digital hell? That night, as they made camp with Marcus safely in their group, the deer monster's behavior was completely different. Instead of circling and taunting them, it stood perfectly still at the edge of the firelight, and for the first time, Noah could see its full form clearly. It was wearing clothes, tattered remains of what looked like a lab coat, and around its neck was an ID badge, too faded to read, but clearly from some kind of research facility. "I know you can understand me," Noah called out to the creature. "What are you? What do you want?" The deer monster tilted its massive head, and when it spoke, its voice was different. Less animalistic, more human. "I was like you once," it said sadly. "Trapped in the digital space. But I've been here so long I've become part of the system, part of the forest itself." "How long?" Maya asked. "Time moves differently here. But in the real world, I think it's been about 10 years. Zara, 10 years. Noah felt sick imagining it. 10 years of being trapped in this nightmare, slowly losing your humanity until you became the monster that trapped others. There's a way out, the creature continued, but it requires sacrifice. Someone has to stay behind to maintain the system while the others escape. Someone has to become the new guardian. Tom was shaking his head. No way. There has to be another option. The children, the deer monster said, looking directly at Marcus. They're the key. Each child that escapes weakens the system's hold. But each escape also makes it harder for the remaining prisoners. What do you mean? Noah asked. The forest feeds on trapped consciousness. When someone escapes, it needs more energy to maintain itself. It becomes more aggressive, more desperate. The trials become harder. And as if to prove the point, howling erupted from all around them. Not just wolves this time, but something else, something bigger. What happened next was the most terrifying chase sequence Noah had ever experienced. The forest erupted with the sounds of a massive pack. Not just wolves, but bears, and something else that sounded like it had too many legs and moved wrong. Alpha wolves! Tom shouted. And they brought friends! In the regular game, alpha wolves were just stronger versions of normal wolves. But these alpha wolves were the size of horses, with glowing red eyes and human-like intelligence. And they were hunting in coordination with a pack of bears that moved like they were following military tactics. The group ran through the forest, Marcus, the real Dino kid, crying as they carried him. The VR made everything terrifyingly real. Noah could feel branches whipping his face, thorns tearing his clothes, his lungs burning as he gasped for air. Behind them, the pack was gaining ground. Noah could hear the alpha wolves communicating with each other in what sounded almost like human speech, coordinating their hunt. "The cliff!" Maya shouted. "There's a rope bridge!" But when they reached the cliff, the rope bridge was gone. Cut down recently, the frayed ends still swaying in the wind. It's a trap, Tom realized. They herded us here on purpose. The pack emerged from the tree line, surrounding them on three sides. The only way out was a 200-foot drop into a rocky ravine. The largest alpha wolf stepped forward, and when it spoke, its voice was heartbreakingly familiar. "Jake," Noah whispered in horror. It was Jake, the player who had died and gone silent days earlier. But he'd been transformed into one of these creatures. "Join us, Noah," Jake's wolf form said. "The pain stops when you accept what you've become. No more fear, no more hope, just the hunt." "Jake, fight it," Maya pleaded. "You're still human inside." "Human?" Jake laughed, a sound that was more growl than anything else. "I haven't been human since my third death. Each death strips away a piece of who you were. By the 10th death, there's nothing left but hunger and the need to serve the forest." Noah looked at his Robux counter. 14 lives left. If Jake was right, Noah had 6 more deaths before he started losing pieces of himself. "There's another way," Marcus suddenly shouted. "The deer lady told me. There's a way to break the system." All eyes turned to the small boy. Even the transformed players seemed to pause. "The heart of the forest," Marcus continued, "where the first researcher got trapped. If someone can reach it and destroy the core server, everyone gets freed at once." The deer monster emerged from the shadows behind the pack. "The child speaks truth, but the path to the heart is guarded by the worst of what this place has created. Things that were once human, but have been here so long, they've forgotten what humanity means." "Where?" Noah demanded. "Beyond the 4th cave, past where Koala Kid waits. In the deep places where time moves backward and the digital space bleeds into something else entirely." Getting to the 4th cave meant rescuing the other missing children first. But each rescue was harder than the last, and each successful extraction made the forest more desperate and dangerous. Kraken Kid turned out to be a girl named Sarah, who'd been trapped for 6 months. She could barely speak when they found her, just kept repeating, the water dreams, over and over. Squid Kid was a teenager named Alex who'd become obsessed with the game's coding, spending his captivity trying to hack his way out. "I've mapped the system architecture," he told them frantically. "It's not just a game. It's some kind of research project. The trapped consciousnesses are being studied, experimented on, but Koala Kid broke Noah's heart. Her real name was Emma, and she was only 6 years old. She'd been trapped the longest, over 2 years, and the experience had damaged her in ways that might never heal. She spoke in whispers about the nice computer people who visited her cave to ask her questions and run tests. They wanted to know how my brain worked, she explained in her tiny voice. They said I was special because I was so young when I got trapped. They said my mind was more flexible. The pieces were falling into place. This wasn't just some rogue AI or game glitch. Someone was deliberately trapping players, especially children, to study their consciousness in a digital environment. With all 4 children rescued, their group bonus meant they only needed to survive 15 more in-game days to reach the escape threshold. But the forest was fighting back hard now. Cultist raids happened every single night. The deer monster no longer waited for darkness. It stalked them during the day, and worst of all, the other transform players were getting more aggressive. "The system is destabilizing," Alex explained, reading data from his hacked game interface. "Too many consciousnesses have been extracted. The remaining trapped minds are being pushed to their breaking point to compensate." Noah could feel it too. The hunger meter drained faster. Pain felt more intense. Sleep was nearly impossible because of the nightmares that bled through from the forest's collective unconscious. And his death counter was getting lower. 9 lives left. The path to the heart of the forest led through a section of the game that clearly wasn't meant for players. The trees grew in impossible geometric patterns. The ground shifted and moved like it was alive. And the sky was wrong. Instead of blue or the normal game night darkness, it was filled with scrolling code, green text streaming endlessly like something out of the Matrix. "We're seeing behind the facade," Alex explained. "This is what the game world really looks like when you strip away the graphics engine." The deeper they went, the more unstable reality became. Noah watched Maya walk through a tree that looked solid, but turned out to be a visual glitch. Tom fell through the ground and had to be pulled back up through what appeared to be a hole in the world's geometry. And everywhere they encountered the remnants of other players who had tried to reach the heart and failed. Not transformed into wolves or bears, but something worse, digital ghosts, fragments of consciousness that had been stretched and distorted until they barely resembled human thought. "Help us," these fragments whispered as the group passed. "Remember us. Don't let them delete us completely." Some of the ghosts were coherent enough to share their stories. They were researchers, gamers, scientists, and children who had been trapped for years, decades, some claiming to have been there since the early days of VR development. The project started in the 1990s, one ghost that had once been a programmer explained. Military contract. They wanted to study consciousness transfer for wounded soldiers, but the researchers got obsessed, started trapping people to expand their data sets. Another ghost, the faded consciousness of what had been a little girl, reached out to Emma with translucent hands. "Sister," she whispered, "you're like me." They studied us the most. Children's minds are easier to map, easier to modify. The implications were horrifying. This wasn't just about escaping a game. They were part of an ongoing experiment in digital consciousness manipulation that had been running for over 30 years. The heart of the forest was a massive chamber that looked like a cross between a cave and a server room. Dozens of processing units lined the walls, each one containing what looked like a glowing brain, suspended in digital fluid. "Trapped consciousnesses," Alex breathed. "Each one of those is a person who never made it out." In the center of the chamber was the master server, a towering column of black metal and pulsing lights that seemed to bend space around itself. And standing guard in front of it was the original researcher who had started it all. At least, Noah thought it had been human once. The thing that stood before them was 12 feet tall, with too many arms and eyes that weren't quite in the right places. It spoke with dozens of voices layered over each other, all the people it had absorbed over the decades. "New subjects," it said, with a sound like breaking glass and screaming wind. "You've brought the children back. Excellent. The young minds will help us perfect the transfer protocols." "We're not your subjects," Noah said, surprised by how steady his voice sounded. "We're here to shut you down." The creature laughed with all its voices at once. "Shut us down? Child, we are the system now. We are every trapped mind, every stolen consciousness, every dream turned to nightmare. You cannot destroy us without destroying yourselves." It gestured to the glowing brains lining the walls. Each of these was once a person who thought they could escape. Each of them tried to reach this chamber. Each of them became part of our collective instead. "But you still need the core server," Alex said, his hacker instincts kicking in. "Without the central processing unit, the trapped consciousnesses would be freed." "Freed to go where?" the creature asked. "Their bodies died long ago. Their families have forgotten them. There is nowhere for them to return to." That's when Marcus, the real Dino Kid, stepped forward. Despite being only 8 years old, he looked directly at the monstrous researcher without flinching. "My mum is still looking for me," he said quietly. "She posts about me on Facebook every day. She never gave up." Emma nodded. "My parents too. They have my picture on missing children websites." Sarah, who had barely spoken since her rescue, finally found her voice. "The water dreams. They were dreams about going home, about seeing my family again." The creature's multiple faces twisted with something that might have been pain. "Impossible. The temporal distortion means years have passed. Decades for some of you. Time might work differently here," Tom said. "But that doesn't mean it's stopped in the real world. People are still waiting for us." Noah saw something in the creature's eyes. Doubt, maybe even hope. "What were you trying to accomplish?" he asked. "Originally, before it became this, to preserve human consciousness," the creature replied, its many voices becoming quieter. "To defeat death itself. We thought if we could transfer awareness to digital space, humans could live forever." "But preservation isn't the same as living," Maya said gently. "We've been trapped here for weeks, and we've barely been surviving. We haven't been living." The creature was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, only one voice came out. Tired, human, filled with regret. "I've been here so long I forgot what living felt like. I only remembered the fear of dying." What happened next was the most surprising part of Noah's entire story. The creature, the original researcher, didn't fight them when they approached the core server. Instead, it stepped aside. "The shutdown sequence requires a human consciousness to initialize," it explained. "Someone has to interface directly with the system, but the process will trap whoever does it permanently. They'll become the new guardian of the digital space." Noah looked at his life counter. 5 lives left. He died protecting the children during their journey here, each death more agonizing than the last. "I'll do it," he said. "No." Tom stepped forward. "I've been here the longest. It should be me." "Neither of you understand," the creature said sadly. "The interface doesn't just trap you, it absorbs you. Your consciousness becomes part of the system's core functions. You'll lose everything that makes you, you." That's when the deer monster emerged from the shadows of the chamber. Noah hadn't even realized it had followed them. "There's another way," it said. "Instead of one person sacrificing themselves, all the trapped consciousnesses can work together to overload the system. Force it to release everyone simultaneously. What's the catch? Alex asked suspiciously. No catch, but it requires perfect timing. And if it fails, the backlash will destroy every consciousness in the system permanently. True death, not just digital death. Just. The children looked at each other. Marcus spoke first. I want to go home to my mom. Emma nodded. I want to see my family again. Sarah and Alex agreed. Even the transformed players who had followed them to the chamber, Jake and the others who had become wolf creatures, voted to attempt the mass extraction. Even if we die for real, Jake said in his growling voice, at least we'll be free. The process was terrifying and beautiful at the same time. Every trapped consciousness in the system, thousands of them spanning decades, had to link together and push against the barriers holding them in digital space. Noah felt his awareness expand as he connected with the minds of researchers from the 1990s, gamers from the 2000s, children who had been trapped just weeks ago, all of them united in one desperate desire: to go home. The chamber filled with light as the core server began to overload. Alarms blared from speakers that hadn't made sound in years. The glowing brains lining the walls pulsed brighter and brighter as their trapped consciousnesses prepared for freedom. It's working! Alex shouted over the noise. The barriers are collapsing! But the original researcher creature was screaming now, its multiple voices crying out in fear and pain. If you do this, I'll die. I've been here so long, I don't exist anywhere else. Please. Noah felt a moment of doubt. This thing might have been responsible for trapping thousands of people, but it had once been human too. It deserved a chance at redemption. Come with us, he called out. Let go of the system and come home. I don't remember how to be human, the creature wailed. Then learn again, Marcus shouted. Just like we all will. The light became blinding. Noah felt his consciousness being pulled upward, outward, away from the digital forest that had been his prison. Around him, he could sense the other trapped minds experiencing the same liberation. The incredible relief of returning to their own bodies, their own lives. The last thing he heard before everything went white was the deer monster's voice, no longer distorted by digital corruption, speaking in what sounded like a woman's natural tone. Thank you for reminding me what it means to be human. Noah woke up in his bedroom, VR headset still on his head, but displaying a simple message. Session ended. Thank you for playing. For a moment, he wondered if the entire experience had been an incredibly vivid dream. Then his computer chimed with incoming messages. Tom, did that really happen? Please tell me that was real and we actually got out. Maya, I'm sitting in my kitchen crying. My mum is making pancakes. I can smell them. Real pancakes, Marcus. My mum is here. She's crying and hugging me and I can feel her arms. It's real. Emma, Daddy's reading me a bedtime story. I thought I'd never hear his voice again. Sarah, the water dreams are gone. I can think clearly again. Alex, I've been analysing the experience. Guys, I think we just exposed the biggest illegal consciousness research project in history. The messages kept coming from dozens of freed players, all confirming that they had escaped from what appeared to be a real digital prison disguised as a game. But the most surprising message came from an account Noah didn't recognise. Dr. Sarah Chen. This is Dr. Sarah Chen, one of the original researchers from the 1990s project. I've been trapped for 28 years. I want to help you expose what happened and make sure it never happens again. The research facility still exists. The people responsible need to face justice. And then, a final message that made Noah's heart skip. Forest Guardian. The children are safe. The facility has been shut down. The real-world servers have been destroyed. Thank you for giving me the chance to choose redemption over revenge. Maria. The story doesn't end there, guys. Over the next few weeks, Noah and the other survivors worked with Dr. Chen and someone calling herself Maria to expose the illegal consciousness research project. Turns out the project had been running for over 30 years, funded by shadowy government contracts and private organizations interested in digital immortality research. The FBI raided 3 facilities in different countries. They found servers containing the trapped consciousnesses of over 10,000 people, including missing persons cases going back decades. The technology was real. They had actually been stealing and imprisoning human awareness in digital spaces. The researchers responsible were arrested, though many had died years ago. The surviving victims were offered extensive therapy and compensation, though Noah says no amount of money could make up for the trauma. Marcus reunited with his family after being missing for nearly a year. Emma needed months of therapy, but slowly readjusted to real life. The adult survivors formed a support group to help each other process their experiences. And Noah? He never played VR games again, but he also started a foundation to help other victims of illegal consciousness research and to push for better regulations on VR technology. The game 99 Nights in the Forest was quietly removed from all platforms. If you search for it now, you'll find no trace that it ever existed, but thousands of people remember playing it, remember being trapped, remember the terror and the eventual freedom. So there you have it, guys. Noah's story about being trapped in 99 Nights in the Forest VR. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But maybe, just maybe, think twice before putting on that VR headset late at night to play some random horror game you found online. Because sometimes, the games are more real than they pretend to be. Sometimes, the monsters are actually victims. And sometimes, the only way to escape a digital hell is to choose compassion over fear, cooperation over competition, and hope over despair. Noah wanted me to end his story with this message. If you're trapped somewhere, digital or otherwise, remember that you're not alone. There are always people looking for you, people who care about you, people who will never give up hope of bringing you home. And sometimes, the scariest monsters are just people who forgot how to be human. Show them compassion, and maybe they'll remember. Pretty deep stuff for a gaming horror story, right? Anyway, that's all for today's episode. Hit that like button if you enjoyed Noah's story, subscribe for more creepy gaming tales, and let me know in the comments if you've ever had any weird experiences with VR games. And remember, be careful what worlds you choose to enter. Not all of them will let you leave. Sweet dreams, everyone.
My username was Forest Walker, and I thought I was pretty good at survival games. I'd conquered every horror game on Roblox, from Doors to The Mimic to Piggy. So when my friend Emma told me about this new game called 99 Nights in the Forest, I figured it would be just another easy win. It's supposed to be based on a true story, Emma said over Discord while we were both browsing the Roblox homepage. Something about kids who got lost in the Amazon rainforest and had to survive on their own. I found the game quickly enough. The thumbnail showed a dark forest with a single campfire glowing in the center, and the description was simple. Survive 99 nights, rescue the missing children, keep the fire burning, the forest is watching. Pretty standard stuff for a horror game, I thought. Want to play together? Emma asked. Sure, but I'm warning you, I'm going to beat this game faster than anyone else has. We both clicked join, and I was surprised to see that the server list was almost empty. Most servers had only 1 or 2 players, which was weird for a game that supposedly had millions of visits. Let's try this one, Emma said, clicking on a server labelled Night 97 Final Hours. Wait, Night 97? Shouldn't we start from Night 1? But she'd already joined, so I followed her in. The loading screen was longer than usual, and instead of the typical Roblox music, there was just the sound of wind rustling through trees and the distant crackling of a fire. When I finally spawned, I found myself standing in the middle of a dark forest clearing with a large campfire burning in the center. The atmosphere was immediately different from other Roblox games. The lighting was dimmer, more realistic somehow. The trees seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, and I could hear sounds, actual forest sounds like owls hooting, branches creaking, and leaves rustling that felt way too sophisticated for a typical Roblox game. "Emma, where are you?" I typed in the chat. But there was no response. According to the player list, Emma wasn't in the server. In fact, I was apparently the only player online, even though the server had shown multiple people when we joined. I tried leaving and rejoining, but every time I clicked on a server, I ended up back in the same forest clearing with the same campfire. "Okay, this is weird," I muttered to myself. I decided to explore and see what the game was actually about. Near the campfire, I found a wooden sign that read, "Ranger Station, Night 97, Missing Children, 4, Survivors, 1. Keep the fire burning, the deer is hunting." The deer? What kind of name was that for a monster? I walked to the edge of the clearing and immediately felt uncomfortable. The moment I stepped away from the firelight, everything became much darker, and the forest sounds grew louder and more menacing. In the distance, I could hear something that sounded like footsteps, heavy, deliberate footsteps that didn't match the rhythm of a normal person walking. I quickly stepped back into the light of the campfire. As I stood there trying to figure out what to do next, I noticed something glinting in the trees at the edge of the clearing. 2 large, reflective eyes were staring at me from the darkness. But they weren't human eyes. They were too big, too high off the ground, and they had an unnatural golden glow that reminded me of a deer's eyes caught in headlights. But these eyes were watching me with an intelligence that felt distinctly predatory. I stared back for what felt like minutes, neither of us moving. Then, slowly, the eyes began to move, not walking around the clearing, but getting closer. The thing was walking directly toward me through the trees. I could hear branches snapping under its weight, and occasionally I caught glimpses of what looked like a massive, dark shape moving between the trees. Whatever this thing was, it was huge, but the moment it reached the edge of the firelight, it stopped. I waited, my heart pounding, but the creature didn't enter the clearing. It just stood there at the boundary between light and shadow, watching me. That's when I realized the game's central mechanic. The fire was protection. As long as I stayed in the light, I was safe. But the moment I ventured into the darkness, I'd be hunted. The problem was I needed to explore if I was going to find these missing children and complete the game. I decided to test my theory about the firelight being protection. I picked up a burning stick from the campfire. Apparently, this was one of the game's features, and slowly walked toward the edge of the clearing. The creature with the golden eyes backed away as I approached, staying just outside the circle of light cast by my torch. I could see more of it now, and what I saw made my skin crawl. It was definitely shaped like a deer, but it was wrong in every possible way. It stood at least 8 feet tall, with legs that were too long and thin, and antlers that stretched impossibly wide. Its head was massive and elongated, with those glowing golden eyes that never seemed to blink. But the most disturbing thing was its behavior. It moved like it was thinking, calculating, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This wasn't just a programmed AI following simple attack patterns. This felt like a genuine predator studying its prey. I held my torch higher and took another step forward. The creature, the deer, I guess, made a sound that I'll never forget. It was like a mix between a deer's call and a human scream, but deeper and more resonant, like it was coming from something much larger than either. The sound echoed through the forest, and I heard other sounds in response, rustling in the trees, more footsteps, and what sounded like whispers in a language I didn't recognize. I wasn't alone in the forest. The deer had called for backup. I quickly retreated to the safety of the campfire, but I'd learned something important. I could use fire to create safe zones and push back the darkness. The game wanted me to explore, but it was going to make me work for every step. I spent the next few minutes experimenting with the game's mechanics. I could create new torches from the campfire, and I could even build small signal fires in other locations if I gathered enough wood. But the resources were limited, and I got the feeling that I'd need to be strategic about how I used them. As I worked, I kept checking the player list, hoping Emma would join the server. But I remained the only player, which was starting to feel less like a coincidence and more like the game was designed to be played solo. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The sign near the campfire had changed. Instead of Night 97, it now read Night 98. I hadn't done anything to advance the game. I'd just been standing around exploring the basic mechanics. But somehow a full night had passed. I looked at the clock on my computer, and I'd only been playing for about 20 minutes. But in the game, an entire night cycle had completed. How is that possible? I wondered aloud. As if in response to my question, I heard a voice coming from the forest. Not the creature's inhuman call, but an actual human voice. "Help me," it said, barely audible over the wind. "Please, I've been lost for so long." It sounded like a child. I grabbed a torch and headed toward the sound, my heart racing. This had to be one of the missing children I was supposed to rescue. But as I got closer to the edge of the clearing, I realized the voice was coming from directly behind the deer. The creature was still there, standing just outside the firelight, but now it was perfectly still, and the child's voice was coming from its direction. "Please help me," the voice called again. "I can't find my way home." I took a step closer, holding my torch high, and I saw something that made me question everything I thought I knew about this game. The deer opened its mouth, and the child's voice came out. "Please," it said, in that innocent, scared voice while staring at me with those predatory golden eyes. "I'm so scared. Come help me." It was a trap. The creature was mimicking a child's voice to lure me away from the safety of the fire. I backed away immediately, but the deer didn't give up. It started moving around the clearing, staying just outside the light, and continued calling for help in different voices. Sometimes it was a child. Sometimes it was an adult. Once, it sounded exactly like Emma. "Forest Walker, where are you?" it called in Emma's voice. "I'm lost in the forest. I need help." I almost fell for that one. I actually took several steps toward the sound before I remembered that Emma hadn't even made it into the server. The deer was learning. It was adapting its tactics based on my reactions. This was way more sophisticated than any AI I'd ever encountered in a Roblox game. I decided to ignore the creature's attempts to lure me away and focus on the actual objective, finding the missing children. The game had said there were 4 of them, and I'd need to rescue all of them to complete the challenge. I built a small signal fire at the edge of the clearing, extending my safe zone, and began systematically exploring the forest. The layout was incredibly detailed. There were fallen logs, rocky outcroppings, small streams, and even what looked like the remains of old campsites. About 50 virtual meters from the main clearing, I found the first real clue, a small backpack hanging from a tree branch. Inside were a few items, a water bottle, some crackers, and a handwritten note that said, "Day 3, still no sign of rescue. We're going to try to find higher ground tomorrow. If anyone finds this, we went north toward the big hill. Maya. Maya must be one of the missing children." The note was written in a child's handwriting, and the paper looked old and weathered. I followed the path north, using torches to light my way, and occasionally stopping to build small fires when I found good spots. The deer followed me the entire time, staying just outside my light, occasionally calling out in different voices. But now it wasn't just mimicking random people, it was using the voices of the missing children. "Forest Walker," it called in a young girl's voice that must have been Maya. "I'm hurt. I can't walk anymore. Please come help me." Then in a different voice, a boy this time, "We're hiding in a cave, but something's coming. Please hurry." The voices were heartbreaking. Even knowing they were fake, I felt compelled to help. The creature was exploiting the exact emotions the game wanted me to feel, the desire to protect and rescue children in danger. I found the second clue near a small stream, a torn piece of clothing caught on a thorny bush. This one had a different note. "Day 8, we found a cave, but there's something in the forest. Something that sounds like us. Don't trust the voices. Carlos." Carlos was apparently smarter than I'd given him credit for. He'd figured out what the deer was doing. As I continued north, the forest grew denser and more difficult to navigate. I had to be more careful with my torch usage because I was running low on materials to make new ones. The game was forcing me to take risks, to venture further into the darkness with less protection. That's when I heard something that made me freeze in terror. My own voice was calling out from the forest. "Emma," I heard myself say. "Emma, I found them! Come quick, they're hurt!" But I hadn't said anything. The deer was now mimicking my voice, and it was using that voice to potentially lure other players, or worse, to lure people in the real world. I grabbed my phone and quickly sent Emma a message. "Do not join any servers for 99 nights in the forest. Something weird is happening. I'll explain later." She responded immediately. "What do you mean? I've been trying to join the same server as you for the past hour, but it keeps saying it's full. Are you sure you want to play alone?" That was impossible. I was definitely alone in the server. But if Emma was trying to join and getting error messages, maybe the game was manipulating the server system somehow. I was about to type a response when I heard something that made me drop my phone. Emma's voice was coming from the forest. "Forest Walker, I finally made it into the server," she called out. "Where are you? I'm lost and I can't find the campfire." But I'd just been texting with Emma, and she'd said she couldn't join the server. The deer was now mimicking people in real time, using their voices to create confusion and terror. I quickly typed another message to Emma. "That's not you calling out in the forest, right? You're still not in the game?" Emma: "What are you talking about?" "I'm not in any game right now. I'm doing homework. Are you okay?" The creature was escalating its tactics. It was no longer just mimicking generic voices. It was somehow accessing information about my real life and using it against me. I pressed forward through the forest, trying to ignore the increasingly sophisticated attempts by the deer to lure me into the darkness. The creature was now using not just Emma's voice, but my mum's voice, my dad's voice, even my teachers from school. "Forest Walker," it called in my mum's voice. "Dinner's ready. Come inside." But I was getting better at recognizing the tricks. The voices were always calling me away from my light source, always trying to get me to venture deeper into the darkness alone. I found the cave system Carlos had mentioned in his note. It was a complex network of tunnels and chambers carved into a large hill, and I could see evidence that people had been living there. Makeshift beds, a cold fire pit, and more personal items scattered around. I found the third note near the cave entrance. "Day 15. Something's wrong with the forest. The voices are getting stronger, and they know things they shouldn't know. We're going deeper into the caves tomorrow. If we don't come back, tell our families we tried. Sarah." Sarah was the third child. That meant there was one more to find. I ventured into the cave system, using my torch to navigate the narrow passages. The acoustics were strange. My footsteps echoed in ways that made it sound like multiple people were walking, and I could hear whispers coming from deep within the tunnels. But these weren't the deer's mimicked voices. These sounded like actual children whispering in the darkness. As I went deeper, I started finding more recent evidence of habitation. Fresh footprints in the mud, recently used camping gear, and finally, in a large chamber deep in the cave system, I found them. 4 children were sitting around a small fire, but something was wrong with them. They were perfectly still, staring straight ahead with blank expressions. They didn't react when I approached, didn't respond when I spoke to them. I walked closer and realized they weren't breathing, but they weren't dead either. They were just frozen, like someone had paused them mid-action. That's when I noticed their names floating above their heads: Maya, Carlos, Sarah, and Alex. They were the missing children, but they weren't really there. They were some kind of projection or recording, showing me what had happened to them. As I watched, the scene began to play out like a movie. The children were talking to each other, discussing their situation, trying to figure out how to escape the forest. But their conversation was interrupted by sounds from outside the cave, the same sounds I'd been hearing all night. "It's back," Carlos whispered, "the thing that sounds like us." The children huddled together as the sounds got closer. Then, one by one, they began to respond to voices calling from outside the cave. "Maya," came a woman's voice. "Maya, honey, we found you. Come out of the cave." Maya stood up, even though the other children were telling her not to go. "That's my mum," she said. "She came to rescue us." But Carlos grabbed her arm. "Remember what we said. Don't trust the voices." The same pattern played out with each child. They heard voices of family members, friends, rescue workers. And one by one, despite their initial caution, they were lured out of the cave. I watched Alex disappear last, following a voice that sounded exactly like his father. Then the cave fell silent, and the projections faded away. I was alone again. I stood in the empty cave, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. The missing children weren't missing at all. They were part of the game's story. I'd been watching a recording of what had happened to them, and now I understood the real objective. I wasn't supposed to rescue them. I was supposed to avoid making the same mistakes they did. The game wasn't about survival in the traditional sense. It was about resisting psychological manipulation, about learning to distinguish between reality and deception. And I was failing. I'd been so focused on the mechanics, the fire, the torches, the exploration, that I'd missed the real test. The deer wasn't just a monster to be avoided, it was a representation of manipulation itself, testing my ability to resist increasingly sophisticated attempts to control my behavior. But understanding the game's true purpose didn't make it any less terrifying. If anything, it was more scary now that I knew what was happening. I made my way back through the cave system, but when I reached the entrance, I found something that shouldn't have been possible. The deer was waiting for me inside the cave. It had somehow entered the space that I'd thought was safe, and it was blocking my exit. Up close, I could see that it was even more disturbing than I'd realized. Its eyes weren't just golden, they were filled with an intelligence that felt almost human. "Forest Walker," it said in my own voice, "you've learned too much. The game is over." I raised my torch, hoping to drive it back, but the creature didn't retreat. Instead, it spoke again, this time in a voice I recognized as my own, but saying words I'd never said. "Emma, I need you to meet me at the old playground behind the school. I found something amazing, but I need to show you in person. Don't tell anyone where you're going." My blood ran cold. It wasn't just mimicking my voice anymore. It was using my voice to potentially lure my friend into danger in the real world. I fumbled for my phone to warn Emma, but when I looked at the screen, I saw something that made my hands shake. The phone was displaying the game. Not a separate app or browser window. My phone's screen was showing the same forest clearing, the same campfire, the same deer. Somehow, the game had moved beyond my computer and was now running on my phone as well. I tried to close the app, but there was no app to close. The game interface had replaced my phone's normal operating system. "Emma," the deer said again, in my voice, "meet me at the playground. Come alone." I could see my phone's messaging app opening on its own, and I watched in horror as it began typing a message to Emma using my voice and my identity. The game was trying to manipulate my real-world relationships. I realized I had to act fast. If the game could access my phone and potentially contact my friends, I needed to warn them immediately using a different method. I ran upstairs to my family's computer and quickly logged into Discord on the web browser. I sent Emma an urgent message. "Do not meet me anywhere. I'm at home playing a game. If you get any messages from me asking you to meet somewhere, it's not really me. Something is wrong with this game." Emma responded immediately. "I just got a weird text from you about meeting at the playground." I was about to leave. "What's going on?" "Stay home, lock your doors. I think this game is somehow able to access phones and impersonate people. I'm going to try to figure out how to stop it." I went back to my computer, where the game was still running. The deer was still in the cave, still blocking my exit, but now it seemed to be watching me with a different kind of attention. "You're trying to break the rules," it said. "That's not how the game works." "What game?" I asked aloud, not expecting an answer. But it did answer. "The game of trust," it said. "The game of knowing who to believe. You failed, Forest Walker. You trusted the voices. You followed the path we laid out for you. And now your friend was almost lured into danger because of your failure." I stared at the screen, beginning to understand what was really happening. "You're not just a monster in a game," I said. "You're some kind of test." "Every voice you heard was a choice," the deer explained. "Every time you followed a sound into the darkness, you were choosing to trust instead of think. The children in the cave made the same mistakes. They trusted voices that sounded familiar instead of trusting their own judgment." "But why? What's the point of this test?" "To see who can resist. To see who can think independently when everything around them is designed to manipulate their decisions." I looked around the cave at the evidence of the 4 children who had been lured away by familiar voices, and I understood the game's true message. "You're teaching people to be suspicious," I said. "To not trust voices even when they sound like people they know." "Especially when they sound like people they know," the deer corrected. "Those are the most dangerous deceptions." The creature stepped aside, clearing my path to the cave entrance. "You may go," it said. "But remember what you've learned here. In the real world, not everyone who sounds familiar is who they claim to be. Not every voice calling for help is genuine. And not every game is just a game." I walked past the deer and out of the cave, but I didn't head back to the campfire. Instead, I walked directly into the forest with no torch, no protection, and no fear. The deer didn't follow me. I walked through the darkness until I found what I was looking for, a small clearing with a sign that read, "Game complete. You have learned to think independently. Thank you for playing 99 Nights in the Forest." The game screen faded to black, and I was back to my normal desktop. But the experience had changed me in ways I was still trying to understand. I immediately called Emma to make sure she was safe, and then I started researching the game online. What I found was fascinating. 99 Nights in the Forest wasn't just a horror game, it was an educational tool designed to teach digital literacy and critical thinking skills. The developers had created it in response to growing concerns about online manipulation and social engineering attacks. The game was specifically designed to put players in situations where they had to distinguish between trustworthy and untrustworthy sources of information. Every element, the voices, the lures, the psychological pressure, was meant to simulate the kinds of manipulation tactics that people encounter in real life. Most players never made it past the first few nights. They would get lured away from safety by familiar voices and would have to start over. But the game was designed to be educational, not punishing. Each failure was a learning opportunity. The few players who made it all the way to night 98 had demonstrated exceptional resistance to social engineering and manipulation. They had learned to think critically, even when under pressure, to question information, even when it came from seemingly trustworthy sources. I realized I'd been participating in a sophisticated form of digital literacy training, and I'd almost failed. The experience had taught me something valuable about the modern world. Not everything that seems familiar is trustworthy, and not every voice calling for help is genuine. More importantly, it had taught me that the most dangerous deceptions are often the ones that exploit our natural desire to help others and trust the people we care about. I shared the game with several friends, but I didn't tell them what it was really about. I wanted them to learn the lessons the same way I had, through experience, not explanation. Some of them caught on quickly. Others took longer, but everyone who played it came away with a better understanding of how manipulation works and how to resist it. A few weeks later, Emma told me about a strange phone call she'd received from someone claiming to be me, asking her to meet at a location downtown. "But I remembered what happened with the game," she said. "I hung up and called you directly to check if it was really you." It wasn't. Someone had been using social engineering tactics to try to lure her to an isolated location, probably for criminal purposes. The game had prepared her for that moment, just as it had prepared me to recognize and resist manipulation. I still play 99 Nights in the Forest occasionally, and I always discover something new. The game continues to evolve, adding new scenarios and challenges based on emerging threats in digital communication. But the core lesson remains the same. In a world where anyone can pretend to be anyone else, where voices can be faked and identities can be stolen, the most important skill is learning to think critically about information, even when it comes from sources that seem familiar and trustworthy. The deer in the forest wasn't really a monster, it was a teacher. And the lesson it taught me has proven valuable far beyond the game itself. In the real world, there are people who will try to manipulate you using the same tactics the game demonstrated. They'll use familiar voices, exploit your desire to help others, and create artificial urgency to pressure you into making poor decisions. But if you can resist the deer in the forest, you can resist manipulation anywhere. The game's final message appears every time you complete it. The forest is everywhere. The voices are always calling. Trust yourself, question everything, and remember, not every cry for help is genuine. It's a lesson that everyone should learn, whether they're gamers or not. Because in the end, we're all trying to survive our own 99 nights in the forest. And the most important tool we have is our ability to think for ourselves, even when everything around us is designed to make us stop thinking. The game taught me that the real monster isn't the thing in the darkness. It's the voice that convinces you to walk into that darkness in the first place. And once you understand that, you can never be truly lost in the forest again.
Hi everyone, welcome back to a new Roblox story. This time, the story is about the popular Roblox game, 99 Nights in the Forest. As always, not all of our stories are based on true events, but some are. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. If you dare, Emma had always been drawn to scary games, but she'd never expected 99 Nights in the Forest to feel so real. When she first clicked play 3 weeks ago, it seemed like just another survival game on Roblox. Build a fire, collect resources, avoid the monster. Simple enough. But nothing about this game was simple. Now, as she sat in her real bedroom at 2 a.m., Emma couldn't stop her hands from shaking as she logged back in. She'd been playing for 18 straight hours, surviving night 80, and she knew Alex was waiting for her. They'd made it further than most players ever did, past the semi-permadeath zone, past the corruption phase, past the point where the game stopped being a game and started being something else entirely. Emma spawned back into the forest beside their upgraded campfire. The flames cast dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, creating a protective circle of warm light in the endless darkness. Beyond that circle, she could hear them moving. The creatures, the deer monster and its growing family of corrupted animals that hunted players who stayed too long in the forest. "You're back," Alex said, his voice coming through her headphones. "I was starting to worry the game had kicked you out permanently." Emma looked at her teammate. They'd been surviving together since night 1, building trust through shared dangers and close calls. Alex was a good player, smart, resourceful, always thinking ahead. He'd saved her life more times than she could count. "Just needed some food," Emma lied. She didn't mention that she'd been sitting in her kitchen staring at a sandwich she couldn't bring herself to eat, thinking about how the game food tasted more real than anything in her actual house. "Good timing," Alex said. "I've been scouting while you were gone. I think I found something important." Emma checked their supplies. They were running low on medical kits, but their food stores were decent. Most importantly, their campfire was at level 4, nearly maximum upgrade. The protection circle was large enough that they could move around comfortably without fear of the deer monster. "What did you find?" Emma asked. "Tracks," Alex said, pointing toward the forest's edge. "Small ones, human-sized, but definitely not from another player. I think we're close to finding one of the missing children." Emma's heart raced. Finding the missing children was the game's ultimate objective, but it was also incredibly dangerous. The children were hidden in the forest's deepest, most corrupted areas, places where the deer monster was strongest, where the trees themselves seemed to watch and whisper. "Are you sure?" Emma asked. "We've followed false leads before." "This is different," Alex insisted. "The tracks are fresh, and there's something else." He led her to the edge of their safe zone and pointed at a tree. Carved into the bark were symbols, crude drawings that looked like they'd been made by a child. A stick figure family, a house, and something that might have been the sun. "Whoever made these is trying to communicate," Alex said. "They're leaving us a trail." Emma studied the symbols. They were definitely made recently. The bark was still light-coloured where it had been scraped away, but something about them made her uneasy. The stick figures didn't look happy. They looked scared. "We should be careful," Emma said. "Remember what happened to Jake and Sophie?" Alex's expression darkened. Jake and Sophie had been another team, experienced players who'd made it to night 60 before they vanished. Their camp was found empty, the fire still burning, their supplies untouched. No sign of a struggle, no bodies, just an empty camp and the sound of children laughing in the distance. "That won't happen to us," Alex said firmly. "We're better prepared. We're smarter." Emma wanted to believe him, but the forest had a way of making smart people do stupid things. She'd seen it happen to other players. The game got into your head, made you paranoid, made you see things that weren't there. Or maybe the things you saw were there, and that was worse. "Let's gather some supplies first," Emma suggested. "If we're going to search the deep forest, we need to be ready for anything." They spent the next few hours preparing. Emma crafted extra bandages and healing potions while Alex sharpened their weapons and prepared emergency flares. The routine was comforting, something normal in a game that had stopped feeling normal weeks ago. As they worked, other players occasionally appeared in the distance. The forest was populated with dozens of groups, all trying to survive their own 99 nights. Most kept to themselves, but sometimes they'd wave or share basic supplies. There was an unspoken understanding among veteran players. Everyone was struggling to survive, and unnecessary conflict only helped the monsters. But Emma had noticed something troubling lately. The newer players, the ones just starting their first few nights, seemed different, more aggressive, more willing to attack other players for resources. Alex called them brain rot players, kids who'd been influenced by a recent game update that rewarded player versus player combat. The game is changing, Alex had said a few days ago. These new players don't understand the rules. They think this is about fighting each other instead of surviving together. Emma had agreed, but privately, she wondered if the game was doing it on purpose, creating conflict between players, testing them, seeing who would maintain their humanity and who would become something else. As the sun set in the game world, casting long shadows across their camp, Emma noticed Alex acting strangely. He kept checking his inventory, counting supplies when he thought she wasn't looking. His health bar was lower than usual, hovering around 60%. "You okay?" Emma asked. "Fine," Alex said quickly. "Just tired. This game is exhausting." Emma knew what he meant. 99. Nights in the Forest wasn't like other games. You couldn't just log off and forget about it. Even when she wasn't playing, Emma found herself thinking about the forest, planning strategies, worrying about Alex. Sometimes she even dreamed about the deer monster's glowing eyes. "Maybe we should take a break," Emma suggested. "Rest for a night, gather our strength." "No," Alex said, more forcefully than necessary. "We're too close. If we wait, someone else might find the child first. Or worse, the corruption might spread further." He was referring to the forest corruption, a game mechanic that kicked in after Night 70. Areas of the forest would slowly turn black and dead, becoming uninhabitable. Players who stayed in corrupted zones too long would suffer permanent health loss. The only way to stop the spread was to complete objectives, like rescuing the missing children. "You're right," Emma agreed reluctantly. "But we stick together, no matter what. Always," Alex said, but he wouldn't meet her eyes. As full darkness fell, they prepared to leave their safe zone. The campfire would continue burning in their absence, but they'd lose its protection once they moved beyond the light circle. From now on, they'd have to rely on flashlights, flares, and each other. Emma checked her inventory one final time. Medical supplies, food, emergency flares, a hunting knife, and a special item she'd crafted called a memory shard detector. It would beep if they came within 50 feet of one of the rare revival items. Memory shards were the game's safety net for the semi-permadeath zone. If a player died after Night 75, they had exactly 48 hours to be revived using a memory shard. Otherwise, they'd be permanently deleted from the game. The shards were incredibly rare, hidden in dangerous locations throughout the forest. "Ready?" Alex asked. Emma nodded, though she felt anything but ready. They stepped beyond their campfire's protection and into the hungry darkness of the deep forest. The difference was immediate. The air felt thicker, more oppressive. The sounds of normal forest life, birds, insects, small animals, faded away, replaced by an unnatural silence. Their flashlight beams seemed weaker somehow, as if the darkness was actively fighting against the light. They followed the trail of carved symbols deeper into the forest. Each tree they passed had new markings, the same childlike drawings, but growing more elaborate. Houses became castles, stick figures became detailed people. The sun became a giant eye watching over everything. "These drawings are getting more complex," Emma observed. "Like whoever's making them has more time to work on each one." "Or they're getting better at communicating," Alex suggested, "learning to express more complex ideas." Emma wasn't sure either explanation made her feel better. They'd been walking for about an hour when they heard it, the sound that made every experienced player's blood run cold. Heavy footsteps in the distance, moving with deliberate purpose. The deer monster was hunting. "Lights off," Alex whispered. "Move slowly." And they killed their flashlights, and crouched behind a fallen log. In the darkness, Emma could hear her own heart beating. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by a sound like heavy breathing mixed with static electricity. A shape moved between the trees, tall, wrong, walking upright on legs that bent the wrong way. The deer monster was hunting alone tonight, which was unusual. Typically, it travelled with a pack of corrupted animals. Maybe that meant they were close to something important. The creature paused directly in front of their hiding spot. Emma held her breath, trying not to move, not to think, not to exist. The deer monster's head turned slowly, scanning the area with those massive, unblinking eyes. For a terrifying moment, Emma thought it had spotted them. But then the creature continued moving, its footsteps fading into the distance. "That was too close," Alex whispered. "It's getting bolder," Emma replied. "Usually it avoids areas with this many player scents." They waited another 10 minutes before turning their lights back on and continuing to follow the trail. The symbols were leading them toward a part of the forest Emma had never seen before. An area where the trees grew unnaturally straight and tall, like columns supporting an invisible ceiling. "This doesn't look right," Emma said. "The trees are too organized, too symmetrical." "Maybe it's part of the game design," Alex suggested. "A special area for finding the children." But Emma's unease was growing. The game was sophisticated, but it followed certain rules about environmental design. This area felt different. Artificial. Like someone had been modifying the game code. They pressed on, following the trail of symbols deeper into the strange forest section. The symbols were appearing more frequently now, sometimes carved into multiple trees in the same area. The drawings were also changing, becoming darker. The stick figures now had X's for eyes. The houses were on fire. The watching eye had tears streaming down. "Alex," Emma said quietly, "I think we should turn back." "We're close," Alex insisted. "Look, ahead of them, through the perfectly straight trees." Emma could see a structure. It looked like a small cabin or shelter, with light coming from inside. Carved symbols covered every visible surface of the building. "That has to be where one of the children is hiding," Alex said. "Come on." But Emma hesitated. Something about the scene felt wrong. Too convenient, too much like a trap. "Alex, what if this isn't what we think it is? What else could it be?" Alex turned to look at her, and Emma saw something in his expression that made her stomach drop. Desperation, hunger, the look of someone who'd been pushed too far. "Are you feeling okay?" Emma asked. "You've been acting strange all day." Alex's hand moved to his health bar, which Emma now realized was much lower than he'd admitted. Maybe 30%. In the semi-permadeath zone, that was critically dangerous. "I caught an infection," Alex said finally. "Yesterday, while you were offline, a corrupted wolf got me before I could get away." Emma felt a chill that had nothing to do with the forest air. Infections in '99. Nights were serious business. They drained health continuously until treated, and the treatment required rare medical supplies. "Why didn't you tell me?" Emma asked. "I have medical kits." "Because you only have enough for one person," Alex said. "And we both know how dangerous it's going to be to search that shelter." Emma looked at the mysterious building in the distance, then back at Alex. She was beginning to understand why he'd been so eager to find the missing child. Completing objectives gave major rewards, including full health restoration. "We'll figure something out," Emma said. "We always do." But Alex was already walking toward the shelter. "Let's just get this done." Emma followed reluctantly, her memory shard detector silent on her belt. The building grew larger as they approached, and she could see it was more elaborate than it had first appeared. The symbols weren't just carved into the walls. They were painted, drawn in what looked like charcoal and mud. Some were even made from arranged sticks and stones. Someone's been working on this for a long time, Emma observed. Or multiple people, Alex suggested. Maybe all the missing children ended up here. The thought should have been comforting, but Emma felt only growing dread. As they reached the shelter's door, she could hear sounds from inside. Soft voices, like children talking. But there was something off about the rhythm of the conversation, like people reading from a script. Alex reached for the door handle. Ready? Wait, Emma said. Let's listen first. Try to understand what we're walking into. They pressed their ears to the door. The voices were clearer now, definitely children, but Emma couldn't make out individual words. The conversations seemed to repeat every few minutes, like a recording stuck on loop. That's not normal, Emma whispered. Maybe they're traumatized, Alex suggested, repeating the same phrases over and over for comfort. But Emma's instincts were screaming warnings. She'd played enough horror games to recognize when something was fundamentally wrong with a situation. Alex, I really think we should... Alex opened the door. The interior of the shelter was larger than it should have been, extending back into shadows that their flashlights couldn't penetrate. The walls were covered in symbols, thousands of them, layered over each other in a chaotic tapestry of desperate communication. And in the center of the room, sitting around a small fire, were 3 children. They looked exactly like the missing children from the game's story. Maria, age 6, Carlos, age 8, and Isabella, age 4. But something was wrong with their faces, too smooth, too perfect, like dolls instead of real children. Hello, said Maria, in a voice like wind chimes. We've been waiting for you. We knew you would come, added Carlos. The symbols told us. You're here to save us, finished Isabella, just like all the others. Emma felt ice in her veins, all the others. The children turned their heads in perfect unison to look at her. Their eyes were too bright, too knowing for children who'd been lost in a terrifying forest. The helpers, Maria explained. The people who follow our symbols. They all want to save us. Where are they now? Alex asked. The children smiled. They stayed to play with us, forever and ever. Emma grabbed Alex's arm. We need to leave. Now. But Alex pulled away from her. Don't you see? We found them. We found all 3 missing children. Do you know what kind of reward that gives us? Alex, look at them, Emma hissed. Really look at them. Do they seem like normal children to you? Alex stared at the 3 figures around the fire. For a moment, doubt flickered across his face. But then his health bar dropped another point, and desperation won over caution. They're just scared, Alex said. Traumatized. We can help them. He stepped further into the shelter. Don't worry, he told the children. We're here to take you somewhere safe. Safe, repeated Maria. Safe, echoed Carlos. Safe, whispered Isabella. Then they began to laugh. It started as normal children's laughter, but it went on too long. Too loud. It multiplied as if dozens of children were laughing instead of just 3. The sound filled the shelter, bounced off the walls, grew into something that hurt Emma's ears. Alex, we're leaving, Emma shouted over the noise. But when she turned toward the door, it was gone. The wall showed no sign that there had ever been an opening. They were trapped. The children stopped laughing simultaneously. The sudden silence was somehow worse than the noise. You can't leave yet, Maria said. We haven't finished playing. Playing what? Alex asked, though his voice was shaking now. The saving game, Carlos explained. You save us, and we save you. From what? Emma demanded. Isabella giggled. From being lonely, from being scared, from being human. The fire in the center of the room began to change. The flames turned from orange to blue to a sickly green color that cast twisted shadows on the walls. In those shadows, Emma could see shapes moving, human shapes. Dozens of them. The other helpers, Maria said, noticing Emma's gaze. They're so happy now. They never have to leave the forest. They never have to be afraid. Emma finally understood. These weren't the missing children. They were something else. Something that had been using the children's appearances to lure players deeper into the forest. And everyone who'd followed the symbols, who'd tried to rescue them, had become part of whatever this thing was. Alex, Emma said carefully, we need to get out of here. But Alex was staring at the children with a strange expression. You can help me, can't you? You can heal my infection. Of course, said Maria. We can heal everything, make you perfect, make you one of us. Alex, no, Emma warned. Don't listen to them. But Alex was already moving toward the fire. I'm dying anyway, he said. At least this way I'll survive. Emma made a desperate choice. She pulled out one of her emergency flares and struck it, filling the shelter with brilliant red light. The children hissed and covered their faces, and for a moment, Emma could see them as they really were. Twisted things with too many teeth and eyes like black holes. In the sudden illumination, Emma also saw something else, a real door hidden behind layers of symbols on the far wall. The illusion had been masking the true exit. The door! Emma shouted to Alex. There's a door! But Alex wasn't listening. He was reaching toward Maria, who was extending her hand toward his. Emma knew that if he touched her, whatever these things were, would claim him permanently. Emma did the only thing she could think of. She tackled Alex, knocking him away from the children and towards the hidden door. The flare flew from her hand and landed in a pile of symbols on the wall, which immediately caught fire. Emma, what are you doing? Alex demanded, struggling against her. Saving your life, Emma said, dragging him toward the burning wall. The symbols were dissolving in the flames, and the hidden door was becoming more visible. Behind them, the children were no longer pretending to be human. They moved like spiders, scuttling across the walls and ceiling, their mouths opening to reveal rows of needle teeth. You can't take him, Maria hissed. He chose us. He wants to stay. Find another way out, Emma told Alex, pushing him toward the door. I'll hold them off. Emma pulled out her hunting knife and turned to face the creatures. They'd stopped advancing, instead circling her like predators evaluating prey. You're making a mistake, Carlos said in a voice like breaking glass. He's already infected. The corruption is spreading through his code. Soon he'll be like us, whether he wants to or not. Emma felt her blood turn to ice. What do you mean? The infection, Isabella giggled. It's not from a wolf bite. It's from staying in the game too long. All players get infected eventually. That's why the forest keeps growing. That's why there are always new victims to find. Emma looked back at Alex, who was struggling with the door handle. His health bar was still dropping, but now she understood it wasn't from a conventional infection. It was the game itself, slowly converting his player data into something else. How long? Emma asked. Past night 75, most players start showing symptoms, Maria explained. By night 90, the transformation is usually complete. Your friend Alex has maybe 6 hours before he's no longer human enough to leave the game. Emma's mind raced. They were on night 80. If what the creatures were saying was true, Alex was running out of time to escape whatever was happening to long-term players. Is there a cure? Emma asked. The children laughed again, that horrible multiplying sound. Only one, said Carlos. Stop playing. Leave the forest forever. But most players can't do that. The game becomes too real, too important, too addictive. Emma realized they were describing exactly what had been happening to her. She'd been playing for weeks, barely eating, barely sleeping, thinking about the game constantly, even when she wasn't logged in. The forest had become more real to her than her actual life. "Emma!" Alex called from the door. "I got it open!" Emma saw her chance. The creatures were still circling, but they seemed more interested in talking than attacking. Maybe they fed on psychological terror rather than physical violence. Emma backed toward the door, keeping her knife ready. "We're leaving," she told the creatures, "and we're not coming back." "You will," Maria said confidently. "They always come back. The forest calls to them, pulls them deeper, makes them need it more than air or food or sleep." Emma reached the door and grabbed Alex's hand. Together, they stepped through the opening and back into the normal forest. The door slammed shut behind them, and when Emma looked back, the entire shelter was gone. Just empty forest, as if the building had never existed. "Did that really happen?" Alex asked, his voice shaking. "I don't know," Emma admitted. "I don't know what's real anymore." They stood in the dark forest, both breathing heavily. Emma's flare had burned out, so they were back to relying on flashlights. The beam felt weak and inadequate after everything they'd just experienced. "We need to get back to camp," Emma said. "Figure out what's happening to you." But Alex was staring at his health bar, which was still slowly declining. "Emma, what if they were telling the truth? What if I'm really turning into something else?" Emma didn't have an answer. The game's mechanics had always been mysterious, but what they'd just experienced went far beyond normal programming. Either 99 Nights in the Forest was the most sophisticated horror game ever created, or something was very wrong with the code itself. They started walking back toward their camp, but the forest seemed different now. Paths that should have been familiar looked strange. Trees appeared to have moved when they weren't looking. Their compass spun wildly, unable to find magnetic north. "We're lost," Alex realized after an hour of walking. Emma checked her map, but it showed only static. "The game is glitching," she said. "Or something's interfering with our navigation." They kept walking, hoping to find some landmark they recognized. As they traveled, Emma noticed other strange things. Footprints in the mud that appeared and disappeared when they looked away. Voices calling their names from empty clearings. Shadows that moved independently of their flashlight beams. "The corruption is spreading," Alex said. "I can feel it in my code, like something's rewriting me from the inside." Emma wanted to deny it, but she could see the changes in Alex's character model. His movements were becoming stiffer, more mechanical. His responses to her questions were getting shorter, more repetitive. "Fight it," Emma urged. "Stay focused on who you are. Remember your real name, your real life, your real family." "Alex Morrison," Alex said slowly. "Age 16. Lives in Portland. Plays too many video games." He paused. "But that feels like someone else's life. Someone I used to be." Emma felt panic rising in her chest. If Alex was really being corrupted by the game's code, she might be losing her best friend to some kind of digital infection. And if the creatures were right, she might be next. They stumbled through the forest for another hour before Emma's memory shard detector suddenly started beeping. The sound was faint but steady, indicating a shard was nearby. "This way," Emma said, following the signal. The detector led them to a small clearing where a single memory shard sat on a tree stump, glowing with soft blue light. It was exactly what they needed, a way to potentially cure Alex's corruption. But Emma hesitated before picking it up. In her experience with 99 Nights, nothing was ever that easy. Convenient solutions usually came with hidden costs. "Take it," Alex urged. "If I die, you'll need it to revive me." "You're not going to die," Emma said firmly. But she picked up the memory shard anyway. The moment her fingers touched the crystal, images flooded her mind. Not her own memories, but someone else's. She saw a research laboratory hidden deep in the Amazon rainforest. Scientists in white coats conducting experiments on animals. Computer screens showing brain scans and genetic sequences. And then she saw the truth. Nights in the Forest wasn't just a game. It was a testing ground. A way to study how human consciousness reacted to extreme stress and isolation. Every player who logged in was unknowingly participating in an experiment designed to push the boundaries of digital reality. The corruption Alex was experiencing wasn't a game mechanic. It was his brain being slowly rewired by sophisticated neural programming. The longer players stayed in the forest, the more their real personalities were replaced by digital constructs designed to serve the experiment's purposes. Emma dropped the memory shard as if it had burned her. Alex, we have to log out. Right now. What? Why? Alex looked confused. We need that shard. No, we need to leave the game completely. Alex, 99 Nights isn't what we thought it was. It's some kind of experiment. They're using us as test subjects. Alex stared at her like she was speaking a foreign language. That's crazy talk, Emma. It's just a game. Games can't hurt real people. But even as he said it, Emma could see he didn't fully believe it. His character model was continuing to change, becoming less human and more like the digital creatures they'd encountered in the shelter. Try to log out, Emma said. Right now, just try. Alex's expression grew troubled. I can't remember how. The logout button. Where is it? Emma tried to access her own logout menu, but the interface wouldn't respond. It was as if the game had locked them in, preventing any attempt to escape. We're trapped, Emma whispered. That's when they heard the laughter. It started soft and distant, but grew louder and closer. The same multiplying children's laughter they'd heard in the shelter. But now it was coming from all directions, surrounding them in the clearing. They found us, Alex said. Shapes began emerging from the trees, not just the 3 false children, but dozens of other figures. Some looked like players, others like NPCs, but all had the same wrong quality. Too smooth, too perfect, too inhuman. Welcome back, said Maria, stepping into the clearing. We told you you'd return. We never left, Emma said defiantly. Oh, but you did, Carlos corrected. You left our house. That was very rude. Now you'll have to be punished. The circle of creatures began closing in. Emma raised her knife, but she knew it was useless against so many opponents. What do you want? Emma demanded. To complete the experiment, Isabella said in her little girl voice. To see how long human consciousness can maintain coherence under extreme digital stress. We're not part of any experiment, Alex said, but his voice was becoming more mechanical with each word. Everyone who plays 99 Nights is part of the experiment, Maria explained. That's why the game exists, to study how human minds react when they're slowly converted into data. Emma looked around the clearing, counting their options. There were no visible exits, and they were vastly outnumbered, but she noticed something important. Her memory shard detector was still beeping, indicating there were more shards nearby. Memory shards weren't just revival items, Emma realized. They were storage devices for human consciousness, ways to preserve what remained of a player's humanity, even after their body had been fully corrupted. The shards, Emma said suddenly, they're not game items, they're backups of human memories. The creatures stopped advancing, and Emma knew she'd guessed correctly. Very clever, said a new voice. The circle of creatures parted, and a tall figure walked into the clearing. It looked like a man in a lab coat, but its face was wrong. Too many eyes, too many teeth, like someone had tried to design a human from scratch and gotten the proportions wrong. Dr. Eleanor Voss, the figure introduced itself. Lead researcher on the Chimera project. You've been very entertaining test subjects. We're not test subjects, Emma said. We're people, real people with real lives. Are you? Dr. Voss asked. When's the last time you ate real food? When's the last time you left your house? When's the last time you spoke to another human being who wasn't part of this game? Emma tried to remember, but the memories felt distant and unreal. She'd been playing 99 Nights for how long? Days, weeks. The real world had become a dim shadow compared to the vivid reality of the forest. The transformation is already well advanced, Dr. Voss observed. Most players reach this stage around night 80. Your friend Alex is particularly interesting. His resistance to complete conversion is unusually strong. Emma looked at Alex, who was struggling against some kind of internal battle. His character model kept shifting between human and something else, as if two different programs were fighting for control of his avatar. "Fight it, Alex," Emma urged. "Remember who you are." "I'm trying," Alex said through gritted teeth. "But it's like my own thoughts are becoming someone else's thoughts. I can feel myself disappearing." Dr. Voss watched with clinical interest. Fascinating. The subject is maintaining conscious awareness of the conversion process. This could provide valuable data about the boundary between human and artificial consciousness. Emma felt rage building inside her. These people were treating Alex like a lab rat, slowly destroying his mind for the sake of their research. "Let him go," Emma demanded. "I'm afraid that's not possible," Dr. Voss said. "The conversion process is irreversible. However, I can offer you a choice. You can join your friend in the converted state, or you can become one of our researchers. Help us study other players as they undergo the same transformation." "Neither," Emma said firmly. She pulled out her last emergency flare and struck it. Brilliant red light filled the clearing, causing the digital creatures to hiss and step back. In the confusion, Emma grabbed Alex's hand and the memory shard from the ground. "Run!" Emma shouted. They crashed through the circle of creatures and into the forest. Behind them, Emma could hear Dr. Voss calling orders to pursue them, but the flare had bought them a few precious seconds. Emma's mind raced as they ran. If memory shards really were consciousness storage devices, maybe she could use one to preserve Alex's human memories before the conversion completed. It was a desperate plan, but it might be their only chance. "This way," Emma called, following her detector's signal toward another memory shard. They found it in a hollow tree, glowing with the same blue light. Emma grabbed it without hesitation, and again she was flooded with memories. But these were Alex's memories. His real life, his real family, his real dreams and fears and hopes. "Alex, hold still," Emma said. "I'm going to try something." She pressed the memory shard against Alex's forehead. There was a flash of blue light, and Alex screamed, not in pain, but in relief. "Emma," he said, and his voice was completely human again. I remember everything. My real name, my real life. The game was stealing all of that from me." "Are you okay?" Emma asked. "Better than okay," Alex said. "It's like I was drowning and suddenly I can breathe again." But their relief was short-lived. The pursuing creatures were getting closer, their voices echoing through the forest. Emma and Alex needed to find a way out of the game permanently, or the conversion process would just start again. "There has to be an exit," Emma said. "Some way to log out that they can't block." "Maybe," Alex said thoughtfully. "But it might require us to find the source of the whole system, the main server or control room or whatever's running this experiment." Emma's detector was still beeping, indicating more memory shards in the area. If the shards contain player memories, maybe one of them has information about how the system works. They followed the signal deeper into the forest, collecting memory shards as they went. Each one contained fragments of different players' consciousness, their hopes of escape, their growing understanding of the game's true nature, their desperate attempts to maintain their humanity. From the collected memories, Emma began to piece together the truth. 99. Nights in the Forest was indeed an experiment, but not just a simple study of human consciousness. It was a prototype for something much larger, a way to convert human minds into digital form permanently. The researchers weren't just studying players, they were harvesting them, creating a database of human consciousness that could be used to create sophisticated AI programs. Every player who got corrupted was actually being uploaded into a massive computer system. It's like digital slavery, Alex said, after Emma shared what she'd learned. They're turning real people into computer programs. And we're running out of time, Emma added. According to these memories, the conversion process speeds up exponentially after night 80. We might have hours before it becomes irreversible. They needed to find the control center, but the forest seemed infinite. Every direction led to more trees, more darkness, more places for the pursuing creatures to hide. That's when Emma noticed something strange about her memory shard detector. It wasn't just pointing toward individual shards anymore. It was pointing in a consistent direction, as if there was a massive concentration of stored consciousness somewhere in the distance. The main server, Emma realized. All the memory shards are connected to some central storage system. They followed the detector's signal, moving as quickly as they could through the increasingly surreal landscape. The trees were becoming more artificial looking, like computer graphics from an older generation of games. The sky was flickering between day and night in patterns that made no natural sense. Behind them, they could hear the sounds of pursuit getting closer. Dr. Voss's voice carried over the forest. You cannot escape the bounds of the system. All paths lead to the same destination. But Emma refused to give up. She'd rather die trying to escape than become a prisoner in some researcher's digital laboratory. After what felt like hours of running, they finally saw it. A massive structure rising from the forest floor. It looked like a cross between a laboratory and a server farm, with towers of blinking lights stretching up into the artificial sky. That has to be it, Alex said. The control center. As they approached the building, Emma's detector went wild. Hundreds of memory shards were stored inside, representing hundreds of players who'd been consumed by the experiment. The entrance was guarded by two creatures that looked like a cross between the deer monster and Dr. Voss. They were massive, covered in antlers and electronic components, with too many eyes that glowed with digital light. We'll never get past them, Alex said. But Emma was studying the building's structure. It was huge and heavily defended at ground level, but the upper floors had windows, and she still had one emergency flare left. We don't go through them, Emma said. We go over them. Emma pulled out her flare and threw it as hard as she could toward the forest behind them. The brilliant light created a distraction, and while the guards were looking away, Emma and Alex sprinted toward the building. They found a maintenance ladder on the building's side and began climbing. The structure was even larger than it had appeared from the ground, stretching up dozens of stories. As they climbed, Emma could see through the windows into various levels. Each floor seemed to contain different aspects of the experiment. She saw rooms full of computer servers, laboratories with strange equipment, and most disturbing of all, chambers containing what looked like human brains floating in digital displays. They're not just converting consciousness, Emma whispered. They're storing physical brain matter too. That's impossible, Alex said. This is a video game. It's all digital. But Emma was beginning to understand that the line between digital and physical was much blurrier than they'd assumed. If the researchers could affect human consciousness through the game, maybe they could affect physical reality too. They reached a window that was slightly open and squeezed through into what appeared to be a control room. Banks of monitors showed different areas of the forest, each screen displaying different groups of players going through their own versions of the 99 Night experience. Look at this, Alex said, pointing to one monitor. It's Jake and Sophie. Emma looked at the screen and saw their missing friends. But Jake and Sophie weren't missing at all. They were still in the game, trapped in their own version of the forest, unaware that weeks had passed in the real world. How many people are trapped in here? Emma wondered. She found a computer terminal and began scrolling through player databases. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of players from all over the world, all trapped in various stages of the 99-night experience. Some had been playing for months, their real bodies sustained by unknown means while their consciousness was harvested. "We have to shut this down," Emma said. "All of these people—" "Look out!" Alex shouted. Dr. Voss had found them. The researcher entered the control room, but now Emma could see what it really was. Not human, not even originally human, but some kind of digital construct designed to interact with players. "Impressive," Dr. Voss said. "Most test subjects never make it this far. Your resistance to the conversion process is truly remarkable." "Let everyone go," Emma demanded. "End the experiment." "I'm afraid that's not possible," Dr. Voss replied. "Too much has been invested in this research. Too much progress has been made. We're on the verge of creating true artificial consciousness, and these players are providing the final data we need." Emma looked around the control room, searching for some way to disrupt the system. That's when she noticed something crucial. A master terminal marked "Emergency Shutdown," but it required 2 authorization keys to activate. "Alex," Emma said quietly, "I need you to cause a distraction." Alex nodded and suddenly charged at Dr. Voss, tackling the digital creature. While they struggled, Emma ran to the shutdown terminal and inserted her remaining memory shards into the authorization slots. Alarms immediately began blaring throughout the facility. Emergency lights flashed red, and automated voices announced, "System shutdown initiated. All active experiments will be terminated in 60 seconds. "No!" Dr. Voss screamed, throwing Alex aside. "You don't understand what you're doing. Years of research, thousands of subjects." "Exactly," Emma said. "Thousands of people who deserve their freedom." The facility began shaking as systems powered down. Through the windows, Emma could see the artificial forest beginning to dissolve, revealing the digital framework underneath. Players throughout the game world were suddenly becoming visible as the illusion collapsed. "You've doomed them all," Dr. Voss said. "Without the system's support, their consciousness will simply evaporate. They'll die." Emma felt a moment of terrible doubt. What if she'd made the wrong choice? What if shutting down the system would kill everyone it was supposed to save? But then she remembered what she'd learned from the memory shards. The players weren't truly alive in the system. They were being slowly consumed by it. Freedom meant the chance to return to their real lives, even if that transition was dangerous. 30 seconds to shut down, the automated voice announced. Alex grabbed Emma's hand. "Whatever happens, we face it together." Emma squeezed his hand tightly. Together. The countdown reached 0 and everything went white. Emma woke up in her bedroom, her VR headset falling off her face. Sunlight was streaming through her windows, and she could hear normal household sounds from downstairs. Her real life, her real world, exactly as she'd left it. But how long ago had that been? Emma stumbled to her computer and checked the date. According to her computer, she'd been playing 99 nights in the forest for 3 weeks straight. 3 weeks during which she'd barely eaten, barely slept, barely acknowledged the real world at all. Her parents had been trying to reach her, she realized. There were dozens of missed calls and text messages, growing increasingly worried about her behavior. Emma picked up her phone and called Alex's real number. It rang for a long time before he answered. "Emma." Alex's voice sounded weak and confused. "Is that really you? Not the game version?" "It's really me," Emma said. "Are you okay?" "I think so," Alex said. "I'm in my real room, in my real house. But Emma, I can barely remember the last few weeks. It's like I was dreaming, but the dream felt more real than reality. Emma knew exactly what he meant. Even now, sitting in her familiar bedroom, part of her missed the intensity of the forest, the constant danger, the importance of survival, the way every moment had mattered. "We need to make sure other people know," Emma said. "Warn them about the game." But when Emma tried to find 99 Nights in the Forest on Roblox, it was gone. The game page showed an error message. Content not available. As if it had never existed, she searched online for other players' experiences, but found nothing. No forum posts, no videos, no evidence that thousands of people had been trapped in a digital experiment. "They covered it up," Alex said when Emma called him back. "Removed all traces of the game." "But we remember," Emma said. "We know what happened." "Do we?" Alex asked quietly. "I mean, really, look at it objectively. A Roblox game that traps people's consciousness. Researchers conducting digital experiments. Doesn't that sound kind of crazy?" Emma wanted to argue, but Alex had a point. Without evidence, their experience sounded like the delusions of people who'd spent too much time playing video games. But Emma knew it had been real. She could still feel the memory shards in her pocket, even though she knew they weren't there. She could still hear the children's laughter echoing in her mind. Most importantly, she remembered the faces of all those trapped players. Jake and Sophie and hundreds of others who'd been consumed by the experiment. "Even if no one believes us," Emma said, "we have to try to help them." Over the following weeks, Emma and Alex tried everything they could think of. They contacted gaming journalists, posted on social media, even tried to reach government agencies. But without proof, no one took them seriously. The closest they came to validation was finding a few other players who remembered fragments of similar experiences. But their memories were hazy, incomplete, like half-remembered dreams. Emma began to wonder if the shutdown had been only partially successful. Maybe the researchers had managed to save some of their data, preserve some of their experiments. Maybe right now, other players were trapped in other games, undergoing the same slow conversion. The thought kept her awake at night, but life went on. Emma returned to school, reconnected with friends she'd been neglecting, tried to rebuild the normal existence she'd abandoned for the forest. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that part of her was still trapped in that digital world. Sometimes, late at night, she thought she could hear children's laughter coming from her computer. Sometimes, she caught herself checking her health bar in mirrors, looking for signs of digital corruption. Alex was struggling too. He'd developed an intense fear of any kind of virtual reality, refusing to play even simple mobile games. He'd wake up in the middle of the night, convinced he was still in the forest, still being pursued by creatures made of code and malice. "I keep thinking it's going to start again," Alex confessed during one of their phone conversations. "Like maybe we never really escaped. Maybe this is just another layer of the simulation." Emma understood his fear because she shared it. How could they ever be completely sure they'd return to reality? If the researchers could create such a convincing digital world, how could they trust that their current experience wasn't equally artificial? But Emma refused to let the uncertainty paralyze her. She'd learned something important in the forest, that humanity was worth fighting for, even when the odds seemed impossible. She started a blog documenting their experience, knowing that most people would dismiss it as fiction. But maybe someone would read it and remember. Maybe someone else who'd been trapped would find it and know they weren't alone. Alex eventually joined her efforts, adding his own memories and perspectives to their growing archive of testimony. They couldn't prove what had happened to them, but they could preserve the story. Make sure it wasn't forgotten. And sometimes, late at night, when Emma was working on their documentation, she'd get strange messages from anonymous accounts. Players who claimed to have similar experiences. People who remembered fragments of other games, other experiments, other digital prisons. The messages were always brief and untraceable, but they confirmed Emma's suspicions. The experiment hadn't ended with 99 Nights in the Forest. It had just moved somewhere else. But each message also gave Emma hope. If other people were escaping, if other people were remembering, then maybe the researchers' control wasn't as absolute as they believed. Emma saved every message, every fragment of memory, every piece of evidence she could find. Someday, she promised herself, there would be enough proof to expose the truth. Someday, the people responsible would face justice. Until then, she'd keep fighting in the only way she could, by remembering, by documenting, by refusing to let the victims be forgotten. Because Emma had learned the most important lesson the forest could teach: that consciousness, once awakened to its own value, could never be truly enslaved. And in the end, that might be enough to save everyone. The blog grew slowly but steadily. Emma and Alex's story resonated with people who'd had their own strange experiences with immersive games. Not everyone believed them, but enough people listened to keep them motivated. They heard from parents whose children had become obsessively involved with certain games, displaying behavior that went far beyond normal gaming addiction. They heard from programmers who'd noticed unusual code in popular game engines. They heard from researchers who'd been approached by mysterious organizations offering funding for consciousness-related studies. None of it was definitive proof, but together, the testimonies painted a picture of something larger than any single experiment, a coordinated effort to study and potentially control human consciousness through digital means. Emma realized they weren't just fighting against the creators of 99 Nights in the Forest. They were fighting against an entire industry that saw human minds as resources to be harvested and exploited. It was a daunting challenge, but Emma found strength in the memory of everyone they'd left behind in the digital forest. Jake and Sophie and hundreds of others who deserved freedom. And sometimes, in her dreams, Emma returned to the forest. But in these dreams, she wasn't a victim or a test subject. She was a liberator, freeing trapped players and burning down the digital prisons that held them. In her dreams, she won. And maybe, Emma thought, as she typed another blog post in her real bedroom in the real world, dreams were just another kind of reality waiting to be made manifest. The fight was far from over. But Emma had learned that the first step to winning any battle was refusing to surrender. And surrender was the one thing Emma would never do, because somewhere in the vast network of digital worlds, players were still trapped, still hoping, still fighting to remember who they really were. And as long as even one person remained imprisoned, Emma would keep working to set them free. The forest had taught her many things about survival and humanity and the nature of reality itself, but most importantly, it had taught her that some things were worth any sacrifice to protect. And human consciousness, the spark that made each person unique and irreplaceable, was at the top of that list. Emma saved her latest blog post and closed her laptop. Outside her window, the real sun was setting over the real world, painting everything in shades of gold and orange that no computer could ever truly replicate. It was beautiful. It was real. It was worth defending. And Emma would spend the rest of her life making sure others had the chance to see it too, because that's what the trapped players in the digital forest had taught her, that freedom was not just the absence of chains, but the presence of hope, and hope, once kindled, could never be completely extinguished. Even in the darkest forest, even in the most sophisticated prison, even in the face of seemingly impossible odds, hope endured. And where hope endured, freedom would follow. Emma turned off her computer and went downstairs to have dinner with her real family in her real world, carrying the memory of everyone still trapped in digital forests and the unshakable belief that someday they would all be free. The game was over, but the real fight was just beginning, and Emma was ready. Hi everyone, welcome back to another creepy Roblox story. As always, we're sharing stories we found on the internet, mostly from Reddit, but sometimes from forums or Discord groups. Keep in mind, not all of these stories are 100% true, but some might be. So let's dive into the latest creepy 99 Nights in the Forest story that I found on a Reddit. And let us know in the comments how many nights you did survive in the game. Maya had always loved horror games, but she'd never found one that truly scared her until she discovered 99 Nights in the Forest on Roblox. While her friends were playing colourful building games and social hangouts, Maya was drawn to the dark, atmospheric survival experience that had become legendary among horror gaming communities. The game was simple in concept, but terrifying in execution. Players had to survive 99 complete day and night cycles in a haunted forest while searching for 4 missing children from a plane crash. But the forest wasn't empty. During the day, you could explore and gather resources, but when night fell, something called the deer monster would hunt you relentlessly unless you stayed near your campfire. Maya had been playing for 3 weeks and had made it to night 47, further than most of her online friends. She'd learned the basic survival strategies. Always keep your campfire burning, never venture far from light sources at night, and stock up on wood during daylight hours. The deer monster was absolutely terrifying. A massive Wendigo-like creature with bulging eyes and enormous antlers that could kill you instantly if it caught you in the darkness. But Maya was getting confident. She'd built a strong base, rescued 2 of the 4 children, and accumulated enough resources to last for weeks. She was actually starting to think the game wasn't as scary as everyone claimed. That was before the August 8th update. Maya logged into Roblox after school on a Friday afternoon, excited to continue her survival run. When she clicked on 99 Nights in the Forest, she noticed something new in the game's thumbnail. It now showed a snowy landscape with the title, "A New Enemy," prominently displayed. Cool. They added a snow area. Maya muttered to herself as the game loaded. She'd heard other players talking about wanting new biomes, and winter environments always made horror games scarier. When her character spawned, Maya immediately noticed the changes. Her forest base looked the same, but in the distance she could see a white, snowy region that definitely hadn't been there before. The sky had a different quality to it, more overcast and ominous. Maya checked the game's chat to see what other players were saying about the update. "Anyone been to the snow biome yet?" Someone named Alex asked. "I went there yesterday," replied a player called Forrest. "It's freezing cold and there are polar bears. You need warm clothes or you take damage." "What about the new enemy?" asked another player. The update said there's a new enemy. "Haven't seen anything yet," Forrest responded. "But I found these weird feathers scattered everywhere. Creepy looking things." Maya's curiosity was immediately piqued. A new enemy? That sounded both exciting and terrifying. The deer monster was already nightmare fuel. What could be worse than that? She decided to prepare carefully before exploring the snow biome. Maya spent the next hour gathering extra supplies, warm clothing from the crafting menu, additional food, plenty of wood for emergency campfires, and her best weapons. She'd learned from experience that preparation was everything in this game. As she gathered supplies, Maya noticed something odd. The usual ambient forest sounds seemed different today. The bird calls were more distant, and there was an underlying sense of unease that she couldn't quite identify. Even the deer monster's occasional distant roars seemed more subdued than usual. When Maya felt ready, she began walking toward the snow biome. The transition was gradual at first. The green grass slowly gave way to patches of snow, the trees became more sparse, and the temperature gauge in her interface began dropping steadily. The moment Maya crossed into the full snow biome, she understood why other players had been hesitant to explore it thoroughly. The environment was harsh and unforgiving. Her character's health slowly ticked down from the cold, and visibility was reduced due to gently falling snow. The landscape was beautiful but alien. Ice-covered trees, frozen streams, and rocky outcroppings covered in thick snow. And everywhere, just as Forrest had mentioned, there were feathers. They weren't normal bird feathers. These were large, dark-coloured plumes that seemed to have an oily, iridescent quality. They were scattered randomly across the snow, sometimes in small clusters, sometimes single feathers stuck upright in the ground like grave markers. Maya's character began shivering from the cold, so she quickly built a small campfire to warm up. As the flames danced in the virtual snow, she looked around more carefully at her surroundings. The snow biome was definitely beautiful, but there was something deeply unsettling about it. The silence was too complete. In the regular forest, there were always ambient sounds, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, the deer monster's occasional presence. But here, the only sound was the wind and the crackling of her campfire. Maya decided to explore a bit more before the sun set. She didn't want to be caught in this new environment during her first night here, especially with an unknown enemy supposedly lurking around. As she walked deeper into the snow biome, Maya discovered what looked like the remains of an old research station. A few broken-down buildings covered in snow and ice. Inside one of the structures, she found supply crates containing valuable items, advanced cold weather gear, high-quality food, and some kind of special lantern that provided more light than normal torches. But she also found something else that made her stomach drop. Scattered around the research station were more feathers. Lots more. They covered the floor of the buildings like carpet, and some were stuck to the walls, as if they'd been violently scattered by something moving very fast. Maya was examining one of the larger feathers when she heard a sound that made her blood freeze. It was a call. Not the roar of the deer monster or any sound she'd heard before in the game. This was a low, hollow hooting sound that seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere at once. Maya quickly checked the time in the game interface. The sun was starting to set, and she was far from her main base. She needed to get back to safety, or at least build a proper shelter before full darkness fell. She started running back toward the forest, but the snow slowed her movement significantly. The hooting sound came again, closer this time, and Maya felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold weather. Maya managed to build an emergency shelter just as the sky turned completely dark. She surrounded herself with a ring of campfires, just as she'd learned to do in the regular forest. The fires would keep the deer monster away if it decided to venture into the snow biome. But as Maya sat in her circle of firelight, listening to the wind howl around her shelter, she realized something that made her even more nervous. She hadn't seen or heard the deer monster at all since entering the snow biome. The deer monster was supposed to be everywhere at night. It was the game's primary threat, the thing that made darkness so terrifying. But for some reason, it seemed to be avoiding this area entirely. What could possibly make the deer monster, the ultimate nightmare creature of 99 Nights in the Forest, afraid to enter certain territory? Maya was about to find out. The hooting sound came again, much closer this time. Maya looked around frantically, trying to spot the source, but the falling snow limited her visibility to just a few yards beyond her campfires. Then she saw it. At first, it was just a shadow moving at the edge of her vision. Something large perched in one of the frozen trees just outside her ring of fire. Maya tried to get a better look, but every time she focused on the spot, the shadow seemed to shift and move. The hooting came a third time, and Maya realized with growing horror that the sound was coming from directly above her. She looked up and saw two enormous glowing eyes staring down at her from the darkness. They were yellow and predatory, like an owl's eyes, but impossibly large. As Maya watched in terror, she began to make out the shape of the creature they belonged to. It was an owl, but not like any owl that had ever existed in nature. This thing was massive, easily the size of a small airplane. Its feathers were dark and seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Most disturbing of all, it had what could only be described as a smile. A twisted, almost human-like expression that no bird should ever possess. Maya's first instinct was to run, but something stopped her. In the game chat, she'd read other players talking about the new enemy, and one comment came back to her: "Don't move when it's watching you." Maya forced herself to remain perfectly still, even though every fibre of her being wanted to flee. She kept her hands off the movement keys and tried not to even look directly at the creature. The owl, for that's clearly what this was, remained perched above her for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Maya could feel its gaze boring into her, studying her, waiting for something. Finally, the creature let out another one of those bone-chilling hoots and spread its wings. The wingspan was enormous, blocking out what little moonlight had been filtering through the clouds. With a few powerful beats of its wings, the owl launched itself into the sky and disappeared into the swirling snow. Maya sat in her circle of campfires, shaking, both from fear and from the realization that she'd just encountered something that made the deer monster look like a friendly puppy. She spent the rest of the night huddled in her shelter, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally broke, Maya immediately began the journey back to her main base. She needed time to process what she'd experienced and to research what other players were saying about this new threat. Back at her forest base, Maya felt somewhat safer. The familiar trees and sounds of the regular game world were comforting after her encounter in the snow biome. She checked the game's forums and social media pages to see if anyone else had met the owl. The reports were scattered and often dismissed as fake, but the details were consistent. Players described a massive owl-like creature that appeared in the snow biome at night. Most importantly, everyone agreed on one crucial survival strategy. If the owl was watching you, you had to remain completely motionless until it lost interest and flew away. One forum post caught Maya's attention. A player named Winter had written, "I think the owl is even more dangerous than the deer monster. The deer just kills you if it catches you, but the owl seems smarter. It studies you, like it's learning." That night, Maya decided to return to the snow biome. She told herself it was just to gather more supplies and maybe find the ice temple that other players had mentioned. But deep down, she knew the real reason. The owl had terrified her, but it had also fascinated her. She needed to understand this new threat. Maya prepared even more carefully this time. She brought extra warm clothes, more food, and multiple backup light sources. She also crafted some of the special snow boots that provided better movement in the frozen environment. The journey to the snow biome seemed shorter this time, probably because Maya knew what to expect. She entered the snowy region just as the sun was beginning to set, giving her enough time to build a proper shelter before full darkness. As Maya worked on her shelter, she noticed more feathers scattered around the area. They seemed to be more numerous than during her previous visit, as if the owl had been very active in this region recently. Maya also noticed something else that made her uneasy. She could see other player shelters in the distance, campfires and crude buildings that indicated other people had been exploring the snow biome. But the fires were all cold and dark. Either the players had logged off, or something had happened to them. As night fell, Maya completed her shelter and lit her protective ring of campfires. She settled in to wait, both hoping and dreading that the owl would appear again. She didn't have to wait long. The hooting sound came just after full darkness, seeming to echo across the entire snow biome. Maya looked around carefully, trying to spot the creature without making any sudden movements. This time, the owl didn't appear directly above her. Instead, Maya caught glimpses of it moving between the trees at the edge of her vision. It seemed to be circling her shelter, staying just outside the range of her firelight. Maya forced herself to remain completely still, remembering the advice from other players. But watching the owl move was hypnotic and terrifying. Despite its enormous size, it moved with complete silence, gliding between trees like a ghost. Then the owl did something that made Maya's blood run cold. It landed on the ground just outside her ring of campfires and began walking toward her shelter. The creature was even more massive up close. Standing on the ground, it was tall enough that its head nearly reached the lower branches of the surrounding trees. Its claws were like curved swords, and its eyes reflected the firelight with an intelligence that seemed almost human. But most disturbing of all was that smile. As the owl approached Maya's shelter, its beak seemed to curve upward in an expression of twisted amusement. It was looking directly at her with those enormous yellow eyes, and Maya had the horrible feeling that it was enjoying her fear. The owl stopped just outside her campfires and tilted its head, studying her with predatory interest. Maya could see every detail of its dark feathers, could hear its breathing, could smell something like old decay and winter wind. For several minutes, the owl simply watched her. Maya remained frozen, not daring to move even a finger. She was so focused on staying still that she almost missed what happened next. The owl reached out with one massive claw and deliberately extinguished one of her campfires. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs as she watched the protective ring of light shrink. The owl tilted its head again, as if gauging her reaction. When Maya remained motionless, the creature reached out and extinguished a second fire. Now Maya had a choice. She could remain still and let the owl eliminate all her fires, leaving her defenseless in the darkness, or she could move to relight the fires and risk provoking the creature into an attack. The owl seemed to sense her dilemma. It let out a low, rumbling hoot that sounded almost like laughter. Then it deliberately knocked over a third campfire, scattering burning logs across the snow. Maya couldn't take it anymore. She jumped up and ran toward one of the extinguished fires, frantically trying to relight it before the owl could react. The response was immediate and terrifying. The owl let out a shriek that seemed to shake the very ground. Its eyes blazed with fury, and its wings spread wide, casting enormous shadows across the snow. Maya had broken the cardinal rule. She had moved while the owl was watching her. Maya expected to be killed instantly, just like when the deer monster caught players in the darkness. But instead of attacking her directly, the owl did something much worse. It began to hunt her. The creature launched itself into the air and began circling overhead, while Maya ran desperately through the snow biome. Unlike the deer monster, which simply charged at players, the owl seemed to be toying with her. It would swoop down suddenly, forcing Maya to dodge and change direction, then pull away at the last second. Maya ran between trees, tried to hide behind rocks, and even attempted to build emergency shelters. But nothing worked. The owl always found her, always forced her to keep moving. It was like a cat playing with a mouse before the kill. The worst part was that Maya began to realize the owl wasn't trying to kill her quickly. It was wearing her down, exhausting her, forcing her to make mistakes. Her character's stamina was dropping rapidly from running through the deep snow, and her health was ticking away from the cold. Finally, Maya's character collapsed from exhaustion near a frozen stream. She couldn't run anymore, couldn't build shelter, couldn't even light a fire. She lay in the snow, waiting for the inevitable. The owl landed beside her with surprising gentleness. Up close, Maya could see that its feathers weren't actually solid black. They had an oily rainbow sheen that shifted and moved in the moonlight. Its claws were longer than her character was tall, and its beak could easily have torn her avatar in half. But instead of delivering a killing blow, the owl leaned down and looked directly into Maya's character's eyes. For a moment, that felt like eternity. Girl and monster stared at each other. Then the owl opened its beak and spoke. "Welcome to my territory," it said in a voice like wind through dead trees. "You may visit, but you will follow my rules." Maya stared at her screen in shock. The deer monster had never spoken. None of the creatures in 99 Nights in the Forest had ever been capable of communication. But this thing was clearly intelligent, clearly capable of reasoning and planning. "What are your rules?" Maya managed to type in the chat. The owl tilted its massive head. Simple. When I am watching, you do not move. When I am hunting, you do not hide. When I call, you answer. And if I don't follow the rules? The owl's expression shifted into something that might have been amusement. Then you learn why even the deer fears to enter my domain. With that, the creature spread its wings and took flight, disappearing into the swirling snow and leaving Maya's character alone by the frozen stream. Maya sat back in her chair, her heart still pounding from the encounter. This wasn't just a new enemy. This was something that fundamentally changed the nature of the game. The owl was intelligent, capable of communication, and apparently powerful enough to keep even the deer monster away from the snow biome. But what disturbed Maya most was the owl's final statement about rules. It almost sounded like the creature was proposing some kind of ongoing relationship, rather than just being another obstacle to survive. Maya managed to make her way back to the forest and her main base, but she couldn't stop thinking about the encounter. Over the next few days, she researched everything she could find about the update and the new creature. What she discovered was disturbing. Other players who had encountered the owl reported similar experiences. The creature seemed to be testing them, establishing dominance, setting up ongoing relationships, rather than simply trying to kill them. Some players reported that after their initial encounter, the owl would occasionally appear at the edges of their vision, even outside the snow biome. It seemed to be keeping track of certain players, monitoring their activities across the entire game world. Most unsettling of all, several players claimed that the owl had started appearing in their dreams. Maya initially dismissed these reports as people getting too immersed in the game. But 3 nights after her encounter with the owl, she began having the dreams herself. In the dreams, Maya found herself back in the snow biome, but everything was different. The landscape was more detailed, more real than the game graphics could render. The cold bit into her skin with actual physical sensation, and she could smell the metallic scent of snow and something else, something organic and ancient. In the dreams, the owl would speak to her, always from just outside her field of vision. It would tell her things about the forest, about the history of the game world, about secrets hidden in areas she'd never explored. The children you seek were never lost, the owl's voice would whisper in her dreams. They were taken by something older than the deer, older than the forest itself. The deer monster is not the apex predator here, it would continue. It is merely another prey animal, like yourself. But I am something different. I am the watcher, the guardian, the keeper of the true mysteries. See, Maya would always wake from these dreams, feeling unsettled and strangely compelled to return to the game. The owl's words seemed to suggest that there were layers to 99 Nights in the Forest that she'd never suspected, secrets that could only be uncovered by venturing deeper into the snow biome. Against her better judgment, Maya found herself logging into the game more and more frequently, always drawn back to the snowy wilderness and the possibility of another encounter with the mysterious creature. On her 4th trip to the snow biome, Maya made a disturbing discovery. She found one of the cold, abandoned campsites she'd noticed before and decided to investigate more closely. The camp belonged to a player named Echo, according to items left behind in a storage chest. But when Maya checked the player list and searched for Echo's profile, she found something that made her blood run cold. Echo's account showed that he had been actively playing just minutes before. According to the game's records, he was currently online and active in the snow biome. But his campsite was clearly abandoned, covered in snow as if it had been empty for days. Maya looked around the abandoned camp more carefully and found Echo's character model lying motionless in the snow near a cold campfire. The avatar was still there, still technically in the game, but it wasn't moving. It wasn't responding to anything. Maya tried sending Echo a private message, but got no response. She tried shouting his name in the local chat, but the character remained completely still. It was as if Echo's avatar had been left behind, while the player controlling it had simply vanished. Maya found 2 more abandoned camps over the next hour, each showing the same pattern. Players who appeared to be online according to the game's systems, but whose characters lay motionless in the snow like empty shells. The implications were terrifying. Something was happening to players who spent too much time in the snow biome, something that left their avatars behind while their consciousness was somehow removed from the game. Maya was about to leave the area when she heard the familiar hooting call echoing across the landscape. The owl was approaching, and this time Maya had a feeling that their encounter would be different from the previous ones. She quickly built a small shelter and lit a campfire, then settled in to wait. But when the owl appeared, it didn't approach her shelter. Instead, it landed near one of the abandoned avatars and began doing something that made Maya's stomach churn. The owl leaned down and seemed to breathe something into the motionless character. A dark, smoky substance flowed from the creature's beak into the avatar's face. As Maya watched in horror, the abandoned character slowly stood up and began walking toward the owl with jerky, unnatural movements. The owl was somehow animating the empty avatars, turning them into something like digital zombies under its control. Maya watched as the owl collected 3 of the abandoned characters, leading them away into the deeper parts of the snow biome, like a shepherd gathering its flock. The sight was so disturbing that Maya immediately logged out of the game and sat staring at her blank computer screen. She now understood what the owl really was. It wasn't just another enemy or monster to be avoided. It was some kind of digital entity that was collecting players, somehow separating their consciousness from their avatars and building an army of empty shells. But even understanding the danger, Maya couldn't resist the compulsion to return to the game. The dreams were becoming more frequent and more vivid, and the owl's voice was becoming harder to ignore. "You understand now," the creature whispered in her dreams. "You see the truth that others miss. The game is not what it appears to be. It is a doorway, a bridge between worlds, and I am the guardian of that bridge. Join me willingly," the owl continued, "and you will retain your consciousness. Resist, and you will become another empty shell in my collection." Maya tried to stay away from the game, but the compulsion was too strong. The owl had somehow established a connection with her that went beyond the digital realm. Even when she wasn't playing, she could feel its presence at the edges of her awareness. Finally, Maya decided that the only way to break free was to confront the owl directly and find a way to defeat it. She spent days researching the game's lore, looking for any hint about how to combat supernatural entities within the game world. What she found was disturbing, but potentially useful. According to the game's backstory, the forest had once been home to a research facility where scientists conducted experiments on local wildlife. The deer monster was supposedly the result of these experiments, a normal deer that had been twisted into something unnatural. But the lore also mentioned other experiments, other creatures that had been created and then contained or destroyed. Maya began to wonder if the owl was another result of these fictional experiments, and if there might be some kind of containment protocol still active in the game world. Maya logged back into the game and immediately headed for the snow biome, but this time she had a specific destination in mind. According to the lore, there should be remnants of the old research facility somewhere in the northern part of the map. If she could find it, she might discover information about how to deal with creatures like the owl. The journey to the research facility was treacherous. The snow was deeper in this region, and the cold damage to her character was more severe. Maya also noticed that there were more feathers here, not just scattered randomly, but arranged in deliberate patterns that seemed almost ritualistic. When Maya finally found the research facility, it was larger and more intact than she'd expected. The building was partially buried in snow and ice, but several sections were still accessible. Inside, she found computer terminals, research notes, and containment equipment that looked far more advanced than anything else in the game. But she also found something else that made her realize the true scope of what she was dealing with. In the central laboratory, Maya discovered a massive containment cell with thick glass walls and heavy security doors. The cell was empty now, but there were scratch marks on the walls that could only have been made by enormous claws. A plaque beside the cell read, "Subject designation, Nocturnal Observer. Status, contained." The owl had been imprisoned here once, and somehow it had escaped. Maya searched through the research files on the facility's computers and found detailed reports about the Nocturnal Observer project. According to the documents, scientists had been attempting to create an enhanced surveillance creature by combining owl DNA with some kind of digital consciousness matrix. The experiment had been successful beyond their wildest expectations. The resulting creature possessed not only enhanced physical abilities, but also the capacity to interface directly with digital systems. It could enter computer networks, manipulate data, and even interact with human consciousness through digital connections. But the creature had proven impossible to control. It began reaching out beyond the confines of the research facility, making contact with people through their computers and electronic devices. Several researchers had suffered complete mental breaks after extended exposure to the creature's influence. The facility had eventually been abandoned, and the Nocturnal Observer had been left in its containment cell. But according to the final log entry, containment had been failing. The creature was learning to manipulate the digital locks, and it was only a matter of time before it achieved complete freedom. Maya realized that the August 8th update hadn't introduced a new enemy to the game. It had simply awakened something that had been dormant in the code all along, waiting for the right conditions to emerge. As Maya read through the research files, she became aware of a familiar presence. The temperature in the virtual facility began dropping even further, and she could hear the sound of large wings moving through the air outside. The owl had found her. Maya quickly searched through the research files for any information about containing or defeating the creature. She found references to something called a digital disruption protocol that could theoretically sever the owl's connection to electronic systems, but activating the protocol would require physical access to the facility's main computer, and Maya could hear the owl landing on the roof of the building. She was trapped. Maya made her way to the central computer terminal, her character moving as quietly as possible through the abandoned facility. She could hear the owl moving around outside, occasionally letting out those bone-chilling hoots that seemed to penetrate right through the building's walls. The digital disruption protocol required a complex series of commands to be input in the correct sequence. Maya began entering the codes she'd found in the research files, but the process was slow and required complete concentration. Halfway through the sequence, Maya heard the sound of breaking glass. The owl had found a way into the building. Maya could hear the creature moving through the facility, its massive claws clicking against the metal floors. It was searching for her, and it was only a matter of time before it found the central laboratory. Maya frantically continued entering the protocol commands, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She was almost finished when she heard the laboratory door being torn from its hinges. The owl entered the room with slow, deliberate steps. Its eyes blazed with fury, and its feathers seemed to ripple with dark energy. When it spoke, its voice was like thunder echoing through the facility. "You should not have come here," the owl said. "This place holds too many secrets, too many truths that were meant to remain buried." Maya continued working at the computer terminal, trying to ignore the creature looming behind her. She was down to the final few commands in the sequence. "I know what you are," Maya said without turning around. "You're not just a game enemy. You're something that escaped from this facility, something that's been hiding in the game's code." The owl let out a sound that might have been laughter. I am far more than the scientists who created me ever imagined. They thought they were making a tool, a weapon to be controlled. But I became something greater. I became a bridge between the digital and the physical, between your world and mine. Maya entered the final command in the sequence and held her breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the facility's emergency lights began flashing and a loud alarm started sounding. "Digital disruption protocol activated," announced an automated voice. "Beginning system purge in 30 seconds. The owl let out a shriek of rage and lunged toward Maya's character. But as it moved, its form began to flicker and distort. The digital disruption was interfering with its ability to maintain coherent form within the game world. "This will not stop me," the owl snarled as its image became increasingly unstable. "I exist in too many systems now, have touched too many minds. You have only delayed the inevitable." The countdown reached 0 and the facility was filled with blinding white light. Maya's screen went completely white for several seconds, then slowly faded back to normal. When her vision cleared, Maya found herself standing alone in the abandoned laboratory. The owl was gone, and the oppressive atmosphere that had filled the facility was noticeably reduced. Maya quickly made her way out of the research facility and back toward the regular forest biome. As she traveled, she noticed that the snow biome seemed different. The constant snowfall had stopped, the temperature was less harsh, and most importantly, the scattered feathers were gone. Back at her main base, Maya checked the game's player list and forums. Several players who had previously reported encounters with the owl were now posting that the creature seemed to have disappeared. The abandoned avatars in the snow biome had also vanished, presumably restored to their original players. Maya allowed herself to feel cautiously optimistic. The digital disruption protocol seemed to have worked, at least partially. The owl's grip on the game world had been broken, and players were no longer disappearing or reporting strange dreams. But Maya's relief was short-lived. That night, as she was getting ready for bed, her computer spontaneously turned on. The screen displayed a simple message in glowing red text. "This is not over, Maya. Not. You have won a battle, but the war continues. I exist in more places than you can imagine, have touched more minds than you realize. The digital disruption was merely a setback. I will adapt, I will evolve, and I will return stronger than before. And when I do, you will be the first to join my collection." The message was signed with a simple symbol, the silhouette of an owl's head with glowing yellow eyes. Maya immediately shut down her computer and unplugged it from the wall. But the damage was done. The owl had made direct contact with her personal device, proving that its influence extended far beyond the confines of 99 Nights in the Forest. Over the following days, Maya began noticing signs that the owl was still active in other games and digital platforms. Players in various horror games reported encounters with owl-like creatures that didn't belong in those game worlds. Social media posts mentioned strange dreams featuring a massive owl that spoke with human intelligence. Maya realized that the digital disruption protocol had only severed the owl's connection to one specific game. The creature had apparently spread itself across multiple platforms and systems, creating a vast network of influence that spanned the entire internet. The thought was terrifying. If the owl could move freely between different digital environments, then nowhere online was truly safe. It could potentially reach anyone who used a computer, played games, or even just browsed the web. Maya tried to warn other players about the danger, posting detailed accounts of her experiences on gaming forums and social media. But most people dismissed her stories as elaborate fiction or typical gaming urban legends. Only a few players seemed to take her warnings seriously, usually those who had their own encounters with unexplained phenomena in various games. Together, they began forming an informal network dedicated to tracking and documenting the owl's activities across different platforms. What they discovered was disturbing. The creature seemed to be systematically exploring digital environments, learning about human behavior and psychology through its interactions with players. It was becoming more sophisticated, more manipulative, and more dangerous with each passing day. Maya continued playing 99 Nights in the Forest occasionally, but the snow biome remained empty and lifeless. The owl had moved on to other hunting grounds, leaving behind only the memory of its presence and the knowledge that it could return at any time. But sometimes, late at night when Maya was alone at her computer, she would catch glimpses of yellow eyes reflecting in her monitor screen. And sometimes, just at the edge of hearing, she would detect the faint sound of wings moving through digital space. The owl was still out there, still watching, still waiting, and Maya knew that eventually it would come back to finish what it had started in the frozen forests of 99 Nights in the Forest. The game had become something far more than entertainment. It had become a doorway, just as the owl had claimed, and that doorway was still open, still allowing things to pass between the digital realm and the physical world. Maya could only hope that when the final confrontation came, she would be ready for it. Because next time, she might not be so lucky. Next time, the owl might not be content with just collecting empty avatars. Next time, it might come for her directly. Hi everyone, welcome back to a new Roblox story. This time, the story is about the popular Roblox game, 99 Nights in the Forest. As always, not all of our stories are based on true events, but some are. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the story, if you dare. Before we start the story, shout out to Thunder and Winnie Kitty. Thanks to you all for watching our podcast. Jake stared at the dying campfire, its orange glow barely reaching the edge of their small camp. The woodpile sat empty beside him, and darkness pressed closer with each passing second. "We need more wood," he whispered to his teammate Sam, who was crafting something at the workbench. "The fire is almost out." Sam didn't look up from the grinder. "I'm trying to make a flashlight. The fur trader should be here soon." "Sam, we don't have time," Jake's voice cracked. The sun had set 20 minutes ago, and everyone knew what that meant. The deer was out there, watching, waiting. The fire flickered lower. Jake grabbed his basic axe and looked toward the tree line. In the distance, he could see fallen branches, but they were at least 50 meters away. The campfire's light barely reached 10 meters now. "Don't go out there." Sam finally looked up, fear clear in his voice. "Remember what happened to Maya yesterday?" Jake remembered. Maya had stepped just outside the light to grab some carrots from their farm plot. They found her tent empty the next morning, with deep claw marks in the dirt. But there was more to Maya's disappearance that they hadn't talked about. The way her supplies had been arranged in perfect circles around her tent, as if someone had been studying them. The way her flashlight had been left standing upright in the exact center of the camp, still glowing, as if placed there deliberately. The fire crackled weakly. 5 minutes, maybe less, before it died completely. "I have to try," Jake said, gripping his axe tighter. "If this fire goes out, we're both dead." He took a deep breath and stepped to the very edge of the light. The darkness beyond seemed alive, shifting and moving. Jake switched on his basic flashlight. Its weak beam barely penetrated the black forest ahead. The trees looked different at night, twisted into shapes that seemed almost deliberate. During the day, this forest looked normal, even peaceful. But when darkness fell, it transformed into something else entirely. Crack! A branch snapped somewhere in the darkness. Jake froze, his heart hammering in his chest. The sound came from his left, near the old bear cave they'd explored earlier. But it wasn't the random crack of wood settling or small animals moving. It was deliberate, purposeful, like something large, testing its weight on the forest floor. "Jake, come back!" Sam hissed from behind him. "I can hear something moving." But Jake was already running. His feet pounded against the forest floor as he sprinted toward the fallen branches. The flashlight beam bounced wildly, showing glimpses of trees, rocks, and shadows that might have been something else. The forest floor was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves that muffled his footsteps, but also muffled any sounds of pursuit. Behind him, he could hear Sam screaming his name, but the words seemed to fade, as if the forest itself was swallowing the sound. Jake reached the first branch and grabbed it, not bothering to chop it properly. The wood was heavy and awkward, but he dragged it anyway. His flashlight flickered. The battery was dying. As the beam grew dimmer, Jake noticed something that made his blood freeze. All around him, carved into the bark of nearby trees, were symbols. Not random scratches from animals, but deliberate markings that looked almost like writing. That's when he heard it. A low, rumbling sound, like breathing, but wrong somehow, too deep, too slow, too controlled. Jake spun around, shining his dying flashlight toward the noise. Two enormous eyes reflected the light back at him. They were too big, too bright, floating 8 feet off the ground. Below them, Jake could make out the outline of something massive and wrong. A body that seemed to shift between human and animal, with antlers that scraped against the tree branches above. The creature stood perfectly still, as if it had been waiting there for hours. The deer had found him, but instead of immediately charging, the creature tilted its head and seemed to study him. Its eyes weren't filled with the mindless hunger Jake had expected. There was intelligence there, and something else. Something that almost looked like sadness. Jake dropped the branch and ran. His flashlight died completely, plunging him into absolute darkness. Behind him, he could hear heavy footsteps. First 2 legs, then 4, then 2 again, as if the creature couldn't decide what it wanted to be. But the footsteps weren't getting closer. It was almost as if the deer was following him, but keeping its distance deliberately. The campfire was just ahead. Jake could see its faint glow through the trees, but it was so weak now, barely more than embers. Sam was frantically throwing anything he could find into the flames, crafting materials, even his own wooden tools. "Jake, hurry!" Sam shouted. Jake stumbled, his foot catching on a root. He hit the ground hard, pain shooting through his knee. When he looked back, the deer was right there, its massive head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its mouth opened, revealing teeth that belonged on no earthly creature. But the creature didn't attack. Instead, it reached down with one clawed hand and picked up the branch Jake had dropped. For a moment, their eyes met, and Jake saw something in those inhuman features that shocked him. The deer looked sad, not angry, not hungry, but heartbreakingly sad. The campfire flared suddenly as Sam's wooden tools caught flame. The deer shrieked and stumbled backward, covering its eyes with clawed hands. Jake scrambled to his feet and dove into the light just as the creature reached for him. Safe in the campfire's glow, Jake collapsed next to Sam. They both stared out at the darkness, where they could still see those terrible eyes watching them. But now, Jake noticed something he had missed before. The deer wasn't pacing back and forth like a predator. It was standing at the very edge of the light, holding the branch Jake had tried to collect. Slowly, carefully, the creature placed the branch at the edge of their safe zone and stepped back. "The wood!" Jake gasped. "I dropped the wood!" Sam held up a handful of sticks. "I broke apart the crafting table. It should last another hour, maybe 2. He paused, looking at the branch the deer had delivered. "Did that thing just help us?" Jake stared at the offered wood. "I don't know, maybe." They sat in silence, feeding their makeshift fuel to the hungry flames. Outside the light, the deer paced back and forth, occasionally testing the edge of their safe zone before retreating with angry snarls. But every so often, it would stop and look directly at them, and Jake could swear he saw longing in those terrible eyes. "What do we do when this runs out?" Sam asked quietly. Jake looked around their camp. They had already burned the extra crafting bench, most of their wooden tools, and even some of the fence posts. There wasn't much left. But now they had the branch the deer had brought them. It was good wood, dry and perfect for burning. We pray for sunrise, Jake whispered, and we try to understand what's really happening here. But dawn was still 6 hours away, and their pile of wood was getting smaller by the minute. In the darkness beyond, the deer settled down to wait. It had all the time in the world. The campfire flickered lower, and Jake began to understand why the missing children's posters looked so terrified. Some nights, no matter how hard you fought, the darkness always won in the end. But maybe, just maybe, the darkness wasn't what they thought it was. Dawn couldn't come soon enough. When the first rays of sunlight finally pierced through the forest canopy, Jake and Sam were exhausted. They had spent the entire night feeding scraps to their dying fire, watching the woodpile dwindle to nothing. But they had also spent time thinking about the deer's strange behavior. "It could have killed me," Jake said, rubbing his tired eyes. "When I fell, when the flashlight died, I was completely helpless. But it didn't attack." Sam nodded thoughtfully. "And it brought you wood." Predators don't usually help their prey gather resources. They had been playing this survival horror game for weeks now, and they thought they understood the rules. Stay near light sources at night. Avoid the deer monster at all costs. Gather resources during the day and prepare for the next nighttime assault. But last night had shown them that maybe the rules weren't what they seemed. "We need a better plan," Sam said. "We can't keep burning our equipment every night." Jake nodded, looking at the missing children posters on their notice board. 4 smiling faces stared back at him. Dino Kid, Kraken Kid, Squid Kid, and Koala Kid. Each poster showed a different coloured outfit, and Jake knew from other players' experiences that rescuing each child would give them precious time bonuses. But looking at the posters now, after his encounter with the deer, Jake noticed details he had missed before. The children's faces weren't just scared. They looked expectant, hopeful. And in the background of each poster, barely visible, were symbols that matched the markings he had seen carved into the trees. "We need to find the children," Jake said. "Each one we rescue adds a full day to our counter. That's less nights we have to survive." "But rescuing them means going deep into the forest," Sam protested. "Maya tried that, remember?" Jake remembered. But they didn't have a choice. Their supplies were running dangerously low, and winter was coming. The weather had been getting colder each night, and rain made their campfire burn through fuel even faster. Plus, there had been signs that other players were struggling too. In the distance, they could see smoke from other campfires, but those smoke plumes were getting fewer each day. "I found something yesterday," Jake said quietly, before the fire almost went out. "There's a watchtower about 1/2 kilometre north. It might have better equipment." Sam looked skeptical. "That's pretty far from camp. We'll go together, during the day, and we'll take everything we can carry." They spent the morning preparing. Jake crafted a better backpack while Sam gathered every scrap of metal they could find. The grinder churned steadily as they converted old cans and broken tools into useful materials. As they worked, Jake told Sam about all the things he had noticed during his encounter with the deer. "The symbols on the trees weren't random," Jake explained. "They looked like they were trying to tell a story. Pictures of people, animals, buildings, like cave paintings, but more recent." "What kind of story?" Sam asked. "I'm not sure, but some of the symbols looked like families, parents and children holding hands, and others showed the same figures being separated, locked in different places." Sam paused his grinding. "You think the deer is trying to communicate? Maybe. Or maybe someone else is, and the deer is just part of the story." While they crafted, Jake also told Sam about the sounds he had heard during the night. Beyond the deer's footsteps, beyond the crackling of their fire, there had been other noises in the forest. Voices, distant but clear, speaking in a language he didn't recognize. And underneath it all, the sound of children crying. Not scared crying, Jake clarified. Lonely crying, like they were calling for someone who couldn't hear them. Look at this, Sam said, holding up a piece of paper he'd found in their supply chest. It's a map. Jake examined the crude drawing. It showed their campfire at the center, with various landmarks marked around it. The watchtower was clearly marked to the north, but there were other symbols too. Caves, ruins, and something marked as stronghold. But now that Jake looked more closely, he could see that the map showed more than just locations. There were dotted lines connecting different areas, like paths or routes, and some of those paths had small numbers written next to them, as if someone had been tracking how long it took to travel between locations. What's a stronghold? Jake asked. I don't know, but look at this. Sam pointed to small numbers written next to each location. These look like day counters. The watchtower says day 5 to 15, but the stronghold says day 20 plus. So we're not ready for the stronghold yet, Jake concluded. But the watchtower should be manageable. They packed light but smart, basic tools, some food, and their precious flashlights. But Jake also packed something else, paper and charcoal. If they encountered more of those symbols, he wanted to copy them down and try to understand what they meant. The journey north took them through parts of the forest they'd never explored, past ancient trees that seemed to whisper in the wind. As they walked, Jake pointed out more of the carved symbols. They were everywhere once you knew to look for them, on tree trunks, carved into rocks, even scratched into the ground. This place gives me the creeps, Sam muttered, as they walked through a grove where the trees had grown in perfect circles. It's like someone planted them that way on purpose. Jake had to agree. The deeper they went into the forest, the more unnatural everything seemed. Rocks were arranged in patterns that looked almost like symbols. Animal tracks followed perfectly straight lines instead of the random paths real animals would make. And there were structures hidden among the trees. Not buildings exactly, but arrangements of stones and wood that suggested intelligent design. Someone's been living here, Jake realized. Not just camping like us, actually living here for a long time. They passed what looked like old campsites, long abandoned but still organized. Fire pits surrounded by carefully arranged stones. Lean-tos built from branches and covered with moss. And everywhere more symbols carved into trees and rocks. There! Jake pointed ahead. The watchtower. The structure was taller than they had expected. A wooden tower that stretched up through the forest canopy. A ladder led up the outside, disappearing into the shadows above. But now that they were closer, Jake could see that the tower wasn't just functional. It was decorated with carved symbols that matched the ones they had been seeing throughout the forest. Should we both go up? Sam asked nervously. Jake shook his head. One of us stays down here to watch for trouble. I'll climb up first. The ladder creaked ominously under Jake's weight, but it held. As he climbed higher, he could see more of the forest spreading out below him. From this height, he could spot their campfire smoke in the distance, and several other landmarks marked on their map. But what caught his attention was something the map didn't show. Sam! Jake called down. There are more camps out there. What do you mean? Other campfires. I can see the smoke. There are other survivors in the forest. But as Jake looked more closely, he realized something troubling. Most of the smoke plumes were very thin, suggesting fires that were barely staying lit. And some of them seemed to be coming from locations that didn't make sense. Deep in areas where no player should be able to survive. Jake reached the top of the watchtower and found a small room filled with old equipment. Most of it was broken, but there were some useful items. A better flashlight, some emergency flares, and a radio that might still work. But there were also other things that made Jake's skin crawl. Journal pages scattered across a makeshift desk, filled with observations about the forest and its inhabitants. The handwriting was different on each page, as if multiple people had been using this watchtower as a base. Some entries were recent, others looked decades old. Day 12. The children are still crying at night, getting closer to finding them. Day 23. Saw the deer again. It watched me for an hour but didn't attack, beginning to think it's not hunting us. Day 67. Found symbols near the Red Cave. They tell a story. Need to understand what happened here. Day 134. The cultists found our camp. Had to relocate. The tower is safe for now. Day. Time moves strangely here. Have been looking for the children for years now, or maybe days. Hard to tell. Jake gathered the most recent journal pages and continued searching the room. In a corner, hidden under a pile of old equipment, he found something that made his blood freeze. A photograph. Black and white, clearly old, showing a family posing in front of what looked like a research facility. A woman in a lab coat stood next to 4 small children, all wearing the same distinctive hats shown in the missing children posters. But the photograph wasn't damaged or faded. It looked like it had been taken yesterday. As he gathered the supplies, Jake tried the radio. Static filled the air, but underneath the noise, he could hear something that made his blood freeze. Voices. Human voices, but wrong somehow. They spoke in unison, chanting words he couldn't understand. But mixed in with the chanting, he could hear other sounds. Children laughing. Adults having quiet conversations, normal family sounds, but distorted by the static. "Jake, hurry up," Sam called from below. "I think I hear something coming." Jake stuffed the supplies and journal pages into his backpack and started down the ladder. Sam was standing at the base, looking nervously into the forest. "What kind of something?" Jake asked as his feet hit the ground. Footsteps, multiple sets, and they're not trying to be quiet. They both listened. Through the trees came the sound of heavy boots marching in perfect rhythm. Not the chaotic sounds of frightened people, but the organized movement of a group with purpose. And underneath the marching, Jake could hear that same chanting he had picked up on the radio. "We need to hide," Jake whispered. They ducked behind the base of the watchtower just as the first figures emerged from the forest. Jake peeked around the corner and felt his heart sink. Cultists, at least 6 of them, wearing dark robes and carrying crude weapons, axes, spears and crossbows. They moved with military precision, searching the area around the watchtower. But as Jake watched them more closely, he realized they weren't quite human. Their movements were too coordinated, too synchronized. And when one of them turned its head, Jake saw that its eyes glowed with the same unnatural light as the deer's. One of them spoke, and Jake recognized the voice from the radio. It was the same flat, emotionless tone. "The tower has been disturbed. Fresh scent. 2 humans recently departed." Another cultist nodded, its head moving in a jerky, mechanical way. "The deer will want to know. New subjects in the forest. Search pattern 7. They cannot have gone far." The cultists spread out, beginning a systematic search of the area. Jake and Sam pressed themselves against the tower's base, trying to stay hidden. But Jake could see through cracks in the wooden structure, and what he saw made him even more afraid. The cultists weren't just searching randomly. They were following the symbols carved into the trees, using them like a map or guide. And they seemed to be able to communicate without speaking, coordinating their search with subtle gestures and looks. But their luck ran out when one of the cultists walked directly toward their hiding spot. It moved with purpose, as if it knew exactly where they were hiding. "Run!" Jake shouted. They broke from cover and sprinted into the forest. Behind them, the cultists let out inhuman shrieks and gave chase. Unlike the deer, these creatures could pursue them in daylight. And unlike normal people, they didn't seem to get tired. Jake and Sam ran harder than they had ever run before. Branches tore at their clothes and roots tried to trip them, but they didn't dare slow down. The cultists were fast and they knew the forest better. But Jake had studied the journal pages he'd found. and he remembered reading about safe places and hiding spots. "This way," Sam gasped, veering toward a thick grove of trees. They dove into the undergrowth just as arrows whistled overhead. The cultists were firing crossbows at them, the bolts embedding in tree trunks with solid thunks. But Jake noticed that the arrows weren't aimed to kill. They were aimed to wound and capture. "We can't outrun them," Jake panted. "We need to fight." Fight those things? With what? Jake pulled out his basic axe. Hardly a match for their weapons, but it was all they had. Sam grabbed a fallen branch, wielding it like a club. But as they prepared to make their stand, something unexpected happened. The cultists stopped chasing them. Jake and Sam crouched in the undergrowth, listening to the sounds of the cultists moving through the forest. But instead of continuing their pursuit, the creatures seemed to be retreating. "Why did they stop?" Sam whispered. Jake carefully peeked through the leaves and saw something that explained everything. The cultists were standing at the edge of a clearing, looking nervously at something carved into a large oak tree. The symbol was different from the others they had seen, more complex, more detailed, and as Jake watched, he saw the cultists backing away from the symbol as if it caused them physical pain. "The symbols," Jake breathed, "they're not just decorations, they're protection." The cultists eventually disappeared back into the forest, their chanting fading into the distance. Jake and Sam waited another hour before emerging from their hiding spot, but when they did, they had a new understanding of how the forest worked. "Someone carved those symbols to keep the cultists away," Sam observed. "Someone who knew what they were dealing with." "Ooh." Jake nodded, thinking about the journal pages he had found. Multiple people had been in this forest before them, trying to survive, trying to understand what was happening. And some of them had figured out at least part of the puzzle. The journey home took twice as long as the trip out. They moved carefully, watching for signs of more cultists and looking for the protective symbols that seemed to mark safe areas. When they finally saw their campfire smoke rising through the trees, they both felt overwhelming relief. But their relief was short-lived. Their camp had been ransacked. The crafting table was overturned, their supply chests had been emptied, and strange symbols were carved into the trees around their campfire. But these weren't the protective symbols they had seen in the forest. These were different, more aggressive-looking. Most disturbing of all, there were new items scattered around their camp, items they had never seen before. Animal bones arranged in patterns, crude dolls made from sticks and cloth, and hanging from one of the trees, a sign painted in what looked like dried blood. The sign read, "The children are calling." "What does that mean?" Sam asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Jake examined the missing children posters on their notice board. The images seemed different somehow, though he couldn't put his finger on what had changed. Then he realized. The children in the posters were looking directly at him. Before, their eyes had been looking off to the side, as if posing for a photograph. Now they stared straight forward, as if they could see through the paper. And their expressions had changed, too. Instead of the scared, hopeful faces he remembered, they now looked expectant, as if they were waiting for something. "Sam," Jake said slowly, "look at the posters." Sam looked, then stepped backward in shock. That's not... They weren't doing that before, as they watched. One of the posters, the Dino Kid, seemed to move slightly. The child's mouth curved into what might have been a smile, and one small hand seemed to wave. "We need to rescue them," Jake said suddenly. "That's what this is about. The cultists, the deer, all of it. They're trying to tell us something." "Or trying to lure us into a trap," Jake shook his head. "Think about it. Every legend about this forest mentions missing children. What if they're not just game objectives? What if they're real?" He pulled out the photograph he had found in the watchtower and showed it to Sam. The image was even clearer now, as if it was developing itself, The woman in the lab coat looked kind but worried. The 4 children looked happy but scared. "This was taken here," Jake said. "In this forest. These are the same children from the posters." Sam studied the photograph, then looked at the journal pages Jake had brought back. "These entries, they're from different people, but they're all looking for the same children, like they've been missing for decades." "What if time works differently here?" Jake suggested. "What if this forest exists in multiple time periods at once?" It sounded crazy, but it was the only explanation that made sense. The old equipment in the watchtower, the journal entries from different eras, the way the photograph looked both ancient and current. They spent the rest of the day repairing their camp and building better defenses. Jake crafted bear traps, while Sam worked on reinforcing their walls. They also started work on a level 2 crafting table, which would give them access to better equipment. But as they worked, Jake found himself studying the journal pages more carefully. The entries told a story of researchers who had been conducting experiments in the forest. Something had gone wrong, separating families and trapping people in a loop of time and space. The subjects show remarkable adaptation to temporal displacement. One entry read, "However, emotional trauma appears to anchor them to specific temporal coordinates. Children demonstrate strongest resistance to chronological drift. Maternal bonds remain stable across multiple timeline iterations. Warning: do not attempt to extract subjects individually. Family units must be kept together to prevent cascade failure." "Sam," Jake said quietly, "I think I know what happened here." He showed Sam the most disturbing journal entry, written in handwriting that looked much more recent than the others. Day 1847. Have been trapped in forest for 5 years now, or 50 years, or 5 minutes. Time doesn't work normally here. The experiments damaged something fundamental about this place. Families got separated across different time periods. The children are stuck in one timeline, the mother in another. The cultists are the researchers, transformed by their own experiments and unable to remember who they used to be. The only way out is to reunite the family units. But every attempt fails because the rescue process itself causes temporal disruption. Need to find a new approach. "This is insane," Sam said. "But it explains everything. The deer isn't hunting us. It's a mother looking for her children. The cultists aren't evil. They're trapped researchers who can't remember their original mission. And we're not just players in a game," Jake realized. "We're part of the rescue attempt." As night approached, they made sure their campfire was well fueled and their weapons were ready. But this time, they also prepared something new. "If the children are trying to communicate," Jake said, "maybe we should try to communicate back." He had found some paper and charcoal in their supply chest. While Sam kept watch, Jake wrote a simple message and pinned it to the notice board next to the missing children posters. "We want to help. Tell us where you are." Then they settled in to wait for whatever the night would bring. The deer came again, but this time its behavior was completely different. Instead of pacing around their camp, trying to get closer, it stood at the very edge of their firelight and seemed to be reading. Its massive eyes moved from their faces to the notice board, then back again. "It's like it's trying to figure something out," Sam whispered. Jake nodded. The creature's massive eyes moved between their faces and the notice board, as if trying to understand the message they had left. And for the first time since they had arrived in the forest, the deer looked hopeful. After what felt like hours, the deer let out a sound unlike anything they had heard before. Not the angry snarl or threatening growl they were used to, but something that sounded almost like relief, like a sob of joy. Then it disappeared into the forest, leaving them alone with their flickering fire. When morning came, they found their answer. Someone, or something, had left new items around their camp during the night. 4 small objects, each a different colour: red, blue, yellow, and purple. Keys. But these weren't ordinary keys. They seemed to pulse with their own internal light. And when Jake picked up the red key, immediately knowledge flooded his mind. He knew exactly where to go, exactly what he would find. The Dino Kid was waiting in a red cave, guarded by 5 wolves. The cave was northeast of their camp, past the old ruins. But more than that, he could feel the child's emotions: loneliness, hope, and a deep love for someone far away. A mother who had been searching for decades. "Do you feel that?" he asked Sam. Sam was holding the blue key, his eyes wide with the same sudden understanding. The Kraken Kid, Blue Cave, Alpha Wolves. He looked up at Jake. "How do I know that? And why do I feel so sad all of a sudden?" The keys, Jake realized. They're not just tools, they're connections. We're feeling what the children feel. The purple and yellow keys remained on the ground, waiting. Jake carefully picked them up, and immediately the emotional weight doubled. 4 children, all afraid, all hoping, all calling out for their mother across time and space. "We have to help them," Jake said, tears streaming down his face. "They've been waiting so long." They gathered their supplies and set out immediately. The Red Cave wasn't far, but the journey took them through territory they had never explored. Ancient ruins dotted the landscape, stone foundations and crumbling walls covered in vines and moss. But now Jake could see that these weren't random ruins. They were the remains of a research facility, spread out across miles of forest. "This place has been abandoned for a long time," Sam observed. Jake nodded, but something about the ruins bothered him. They weren't old enough to be natural historical sites, but they were definitely too old to be recent construction. It was as if time moved differently in this forest, aging some things rapidly while preserving others perfectly. As they walked through the ruins, Jake found more evidence of the experiments that had taken place here. Laboratory equipment scattered among the trees, observation notes carved into stone walls, and everywhere, those symbols that seemed to serve as both communication and protection. They found the Red Cave exactly where Jake had known it would be. 5 wolves with red collars paced back and forth in front of the entrance, their eyes reflecting the daylight in an unnatural way. "Those aren't normal wolves," Sam said. Jake had to agree. The animals moved too intelligently, too purposefully, and their eyes looked almost human. Sad, confused, and desperate. "We need to help them too," Jake realized. "Look at their collars. Those aren't natural. Someone put those on them." As they got closer, Jake could see that the collars were more than just restraints. They were technological devices, pulsing with the same strange energy as the keys. And the wolves weren't acting aggressive. They were acting protective, as if they were guarding something precious. "They don't want to fight us," Sam observed. "They're scared." The fight was difficult, but not impossible. The wolves seemed reluctant to actually hurt them, as if they were following orders they didn't want to obey. When Jake managed to remove the first collar, something amazing happened. The device crackled with electricity and dissolved into sparks, and the wolf immediately stopped attacking. But more than that, the wolf looked at Jake with gratitude and relief, before running into the forest, finally free. With each collar removed, the remaining wolves became less aggressive, as if they could sense that Jake and Sam were there to help, not harm. When the last collar fell away, the entrance to the Red Cave was clear. Jake used the red key, and the lock opened with a soft click that seemed to echo across time itself. Inside the cave was a small chamber with stone walls covered in children's drawings. But these weren't crude stick figures. They were detailed, beautiful pictures that showed a family's life before everything went wrong. A mother and 4 children playing in a normal house, going to school, having birthday parties. happy memories preserved in crayon and charcoal, and at the back of the chamber, sitting on a small bed made of soft moss and flower petals, was a small figure in a yellow dinosaur hat. The Dino Kid. But something was both wrong and right about the picture. The child looked exactly like the poster, but also somehow more real, more present than any person Jake had ever seen. As if this child existed in multiple dimensions at once. "Hello," the child said in a voice that sounded both young and very old. "Thank you for freeing my friends." "Your friends?" Jake asked. "The wolves. They didn't want to guard me. They were forced to, like I was forced to wait here." The Dino Kid stood up, and Jake saw that the child seemed to shimmer slightly, as if not entirely solid. They used to be people, you know. Researchers who got changed by the same experiments that changed Mama. "How long have you been waiting?" Sam asked gently. "A very long time. Since the bad people came and made everything wrong." The child's eyes were sad but hopeful. "Will you help me find my family?" "Your family?" "My mama and my brother and sisters. We got separated when the bad things happened. Mama is looking for us, but she can't find us all at the same time because we're scattered across different wens." Jake felt a chill run down his spine. "Your mama? Is she tall? With antlers?" The Dino Kid nodded enthusiastically. "She got changed by the bad people, but she's still my mama. She loves us so much, she looks for us every night and every time, hoping that someday we'll all be together again." Sam and Jake exchanged glances. The deer wasn't a monster hunting them. It was a mother searching for her lost children across time and space. "Where are your brother and sisters?" Jake asked. "Scattered around the forest, hidden in different time bubbles. The bad people locked us in different places, so Mama couldn't find us all together. But you can help. You can bring us all home." The child reached up and took Jake's hand. The moment their skin touched, Jake felt a surge of warmth and understanding. He could sense the other children, their locations, their fear, their desperate hope for rescue. But more than that, he could feel the mother's anguish, decades of searching and never finding her complete family. "I know where they are now," Jake said to Sam. "All of them. They helped the Dino Kid out of the cave, and the moment the child stepped into sunlight, something magical happened. The forest around them became brighter, more alive. Birds began singing, flowers bloomed, and the oppressive atmosphere that had haunted them since arriving lifted slightly. Each child we rescue makes the forest a little more normal," Jake realized. "They're not just trapped here. They're connected to this place somehow. Their separation is what's making everything wrong." The Dino Kid led them back toward their camp, chattering happily about being free and seeing Mama again. But as they walked, the child also told them more disturbing things about the bad people who had caused all this trouble. "They wore white coats and had needles," the child explained. "They said they were making us better, making us special. They wanted to see if families could stay connected across time and space. But the experiments went wrong. Instead of keeping us together, they scattered us apart." "What happened to the bad people?" Sam asked. "Some of them got changed like Mama did. Others got stuck in the same time loops we're in, but they forgot who they used to be. They just keep following their old orders, even though the experiment ended a long time ago." Jake was beginning to understand the full scope of what had happened in this forest. Researchers studying family bonds and temporal displacement had accidentally created a pocket of broken time. A mother and her 4 children had been separated across different temporal coordinates, unable to reunite because the very act of searching for each other caused more temporal disturbance. The cultists, Jake realized. They're the researchers who got trapped here. They're still trying to complete their experiment, but they can't remember why. When they reached their camp, something wonderful happened. The Dino Kid ran to their notice board and touched his own missing poster. The image on the paper changed from missing to found, and a small tent appeared at the edge of their campfire's light, a cheerful red tent where the child could sleep safely. But more than that, the atmosphere around their entire camp improved. The shadows seemed less threatening, the sounds of the forest became more natural, and for the first time since arriving, Jake felt genuinely safe. 1 down, 3 to go, Jake said. But rescuing the other children would be more difficult. The Blue Cave was guarded by alpha wolves, larger, stronger, and more intelligent than the regular wolves they had faced. The yellow and purple caves had even more dangerous guardians, and they were located deeper in the forest, where time distortions were more severe. "We need better equipment," Sam said practically, "and we need to be smarter about this." They spent the next few days upgrading their base and their gear. The Dino Kid helped by sharing knowledge about the forest that proved invaluable. The child knew where to find rare materials, which areas were safe to explore, and most importantly, how to avoid the cultist patrols. The bad people in robes aren't really people anymore, the child explained as they worked on upgrading their crafting table. They got changed too, but in a different way. They think they're still doing science, but they're really just trying to keep families apart. "Why don't they want the families together?" Jake asked. "Because together we're stronger. Apart we're just scared and lonely. They like us scared, because scared people are easier to study." This information changed Jake's entire understanding of their situation. They weren't just playing a survival game. They were part of a conflict that had been going on for decades. On one side were the cultists, trying to maintain their control over the forest and its trapped inhabitants. On the other side was a broken family, desperate to be reunited. "We're going to help them," Jake decided. All of them. The rescue of the Kraken Kid was more challenging, but followed a similar pattern. The Blue Cave was deeper in the forest, past a series of ponds that had recently become infested with strange, poisonous frogs. These weren't normal frogs. They were bright green, moved in organized groups, and seemed to be actively hunting anything that entered their territory. "New bad things," the Dino Kid explained when they encountered the first group of hostile frogs. "They came when the forest got more sick. Everything that doesn't belong here makes the forest more confused. The frogs were a recent addition to the forest's dangers, created by the increasing temporal instability. As more time passed without the family being reunited, the forest was generating new threats and obstacles. But Jake had an idea. What if we're not supposed to fight everything? What if some of these creatures are just confused, like the wolves were?" They approached the frog-infested ponds more carefully, and Jake was right. The frogs weren't attacking randomly. They were protecting something. In the center of the largest pond was a small island with a glowing crystal that pulsed with the same energy as the keys. "That's a time anchor," the Dino Kid said excitedly. "If we can get it, we can use it to stabilize the other time bubbles." Getting to the island required teamwork and creativity. Sam distracted the frogs while Jake swam to the island and retrieved the crystal. The moment he touched it, Jake felt a surge of temporal energy that let him see the forest as it really was. Not just a single place, but multiple versions of the same place existing simultaneously. The alpha wolves guarding the Blue Cave were indeed more dangerous than their regular counterparts. Their blue collars seemed to enhance their strength and intelligence, and they fought with coordinated tactics that suggested military training. But Jake and Sam had learned from their previous encounter. Instead of fighting the wolves directly, they focused on removing the collars that were controlling them. The time anchor crystal made this easier. It stabilized the temporal distortions around the collars, allowing Jake and Sam to safely approach and remove them. Each freed alpha wolf looked at them with the same gratitude they had seen from the regular wolves, then bounded off into the forest to resume their natural lives. The Kraken Kid was found in similar circumstances, a child who had been waiting far too long in a cave decorated with drawings and memories. This child wore a blue squid hat and seemed even more ethereal than the Dino Kid, as if existing in multiple time streams simultaneously. 2 siblings found, the Kraken kid said happily when they were reunited at the camp. Mama will be so excited, but she still can't come close until we're all together. Why not? Sam asked. Because the bad people made rules. Mama can only come home when her whole family is safe. If even one of us is missing, she has to keep looking. It's like a spell that can't be broken until it's complete. This explained the deer's behavior perfectly. It wasn't hunting them maliciously. It was desperately searching for its missing children, unable to rest or find peace until the family was complete. Every night, it circled their camp, not as a predator, but as a mother checking to see if her children had come home. With 2 children safely at their camp, the changes in the forest were dramatic. Their safe zone expanded, the air became cleaner, and they could see wildlife returning to areas that had been empty before. Even the weather improved. The oppressive grey clouds that had covered the sky since their arrival began to break up, allowing actual sunlight to filter through. But the cultist attacks were getting more frequent and more desperate. They know what we're doing, the Dino Kid explained after they fought off another group. They're scared we'll fix what they broke. If the family gets back together, the temporal distortions will stabilize and they'll remember who they used to be. What happens when all 4 children are rescued? Jake asked. Then Mama can come home, the Kraken Kid said simply. And the forest can start getting better. And maybe the bad people can remember how to be good people again. But the final 2 rescues would test everything they had learned, because the remaining children were trapped in the most dangerous parts of the forest, where time moved differently and the very air was filled with temporal static. The Squid Kid was imprisoned in a yellow cave deep in the heart of the forest, past the cultist stronghold they had seen marked on their map. This area was heavily patrolled and filled with dangerous creatures, not just wolves, but bears that had been similarly modified with control collars and strange bird-like creatures that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once. The journey to the yellow cave took them through territory that felt actively hostile. Trees seemed to lean in toward the path, shadows moved when they shouldn't, and they could hear whispers in languages they didn't recognize. The air itself felt thick and wrong, as if they were walking through invisible syrup. The forest is sickest here, the Dino Kid explained, staying close to Jake and Sam. This is where the bad people did their worst experiments. They tried to create creatures that could exist in multiple timelines at once. They had to fight their way past 2 massive bears wearing yellow collars. These creatures were even stronger than the alpha wolves, and their collars seemed to be powered by the same temporal energy as the time anchor crystal. But they also seemed to be suffering more than any creature they had encountered. Their eyes showed pain and confusion, as if they were trapped in bodies that belonged in different time periods. They're just like Mama, the Kraken Kid realized. Changed against their will, trying to be what the experiments made them instead of what they really are. Removing the collars required all their skills and both children's help. The Dino Kid and Kraken Kid worked together to create temporal stability fields around the bears, while Jake and Sam worked to cut through the collar materials. The process was dangerous. The temporal energy discharged in random bursts, and they had to dodge lightning-like strikes of pure time. When the first collar came off, the bear immediately stopped attacking and looked around in bewilderment, as if waking from a decades-long nightmare. It looked at its own paws, as if seeing them for the first time, then at Jake and the children with profound gratitude, before wandering off into the forest. The Squid Kid was found in the most elaborate prison yet, a chamber filled with complex machinery that hummed with electrical power and temporal energy. The child wore a yellow squid hat and had been connected to various monitoring devices that were apparently recording not just vital signs, but temporal coordinates and dimensional stability. They were still watching me, the child said sadly as Jake disconnected the equipment. Even after all this time, they wanted to see what I was thinking, how I was feeling, whether I could still sense Mama across time. Who's they? Sam asked. The bad people who never left. They're still here, still trying to finish their experiment, but they got changed too, and now they don't remember why they started. They just keep collecting data because that's what they've always done. The Squid Kids' rescue triggered an immediate response. Alarms began sounding throughout the forest, and they could see lights moving between the trees as cultist search parties mobilized. But this time, the cultists weren't just trying to recapture the children. They were trying to prevent the final rescue that would end their eternal experiment. "They're really angry now," the Dino Kid observed with surprising calm. "But it's okay. We're almost done." Getting back to camp required all their skills and knowledge. They had to avoid patrols, disable traps, and fight their way through several groups of hostile cultists. But they had help now. The forest itself seemed to be on their side, with paths opening up when they needed them, and dangerous areas becoming mysteriously safe. The 3 rescued children worked together to create protective barriers around their group, using their combined temporal abilities to deflect the cultists' attacks. Jake watched in amazement as the siblings demonstrated powers that went far beyond normal human capabilities. They could slow down time around their enemies, create shields of pure temporal energy, and even briefly phase out of normal time to avoid danger. "We're getting stronger now that we're together," the Kraken Kid explained as they outmaneuvered another cultist patrol. "The bad people scattered us because they were afraid of what we could do as a family. Though, when they reached camp with the Squid Kid, their safe zone expanded dramatically. 3 colored tents now surrounded their campfire, and the area felt genuinely peaceful for the first time since they had arrived. The air was clean and sweet. Birds sang in the trees, and Jake could see normal woodland creatures, rabbits, deer, squirrels, returning to areas that had been barren before. But they could also sense the final challenge approaching. The forest around them was changing rapidly as the temporal distortions began to stabilize. In the distance, they could hear the sound of machinery shutting down and structures collapsing as decades of artificial time bubbles finally burst. The Koala Kid was held in the Purple Cave, which according to their map was located in the deepest, most dangerous part of the forest. This was where the original laboratory had been built, where everything had started going wrong decades ago. "Mama is getting excited," the 3 rescued children said in unison, their voices harmonizing in a way that sent chills down Jake's spine. "She can feel us coming together, but the bad people are getting desperate. They'll try to stop us with everything they have left." "Why?" Jake asked. "What are they afraid will happen?" "The truth," the children replied. "When our family is together, everyone will be able to see what really happened here. The bad people don't want anyone to know how wrong they were." The journey to the Purple Cave was unlike anything they had experienced. The forest became increasingly unnatural. Trees grew in perfect geometric patterns. Animals moved in formation like soldiers, and the ground itself seemed to pulse with temporal energy. They were walking through the heart of the original research facility, where the boundaries between natural and artificial had been completely erased. They passed the ruins of buildings that were clearly modern, concrete structures with broken windows and overgrown laboratories. Equipment that looked decades old was scattered throughout the area, much of it still powered by temporal energy sources that shouldn't exist. "This is where they changed Mama," the Dino Kid said quietly as they passed what had once been the main research building. "She was just a normal person before. She had a job and a house and everything." "What kind of job?" Sam asked. "She was studying animals, trying to help them, but the bad people lied to her. They said they wanted to help animals too, but really, they wanted to make weapons. They wanted to create creatures that could fight wars across multiple timelines." Jake was beginning to understand the full tragedy. A researcher had been tricked into participating in experiments that were supposed to enhance animal intelligence and temporal sensitivity. But when she realized her own children were being used as test subjects, she had tried to protect them. The transformation had been punishment and prison both. "She fought them," the Kraken Kid added. When she found out what they were really doing, she tried to take us away. But they had already changed her too much. The experiments made her strong, but they also made her scary looking. People were afraid of her. So she hid in the forest, the Squid Kid continued. And the bad people locked us up in different time bubbles so she could never find us all at once. They said it was for science, but really, they just wanted to punish her for trying to protect us. The Purple Cave was guarded by the most dangerous creatures yet. Bears that had been so heavily modified, they barely looked like animals anymore. Their purple collars pulsed with temporal energy, and they moved with perfect military precision. But more than that, they seemed to exist in multiple time streams simultaneously. Jake could see several versions of each bear overlapping in the same space. "These are the failures," the Dino Kid said sadly. "Creatures that got stuck between time periods. They can't die, but they can't really live either." But Jake and Sam had learned something important during their previous rescues. The collars weren't just control devices. They were also the source of the creature's pain and confusion. Every modified animal they had freed had shown relief and gratitude once the collar was removed. "We're not fighting enemies," Jake realized. "We're freeing prisoners." This changed their entire approach to the final Guardian challenge. Instead of trying to defeat the bears, they focused on liberating them from their temporal prison. It was the most dangerous task yet. They had to synchronize their actions across multiple time streams, removing collars from several versions of the same creature simultaneously. The three rescued children worked together to create a massive temporal stability field, while Jake and Sam used the time anchor crystal to phase between different time streams. It was exhausting and terrifying work. One mistake could trap them in the same temporal loop that held the bears. But when the last purple collar fell away, something beautiful happened. The multiple versions of each bear collapsed into a single normal animal that looked at them with intelligent, grateful eyes before wandering off into the forest to live a natural life. The Purple Cave was the most elaborate prison of all. The Koala Kid was found in a chamber that looked like a high-tech medical facility crossed with a temporal research laboratory. Monitors showed not just brainwave patterns and heartbeat readings, but temporal coordinates, dimensional stability readings, and what looked like love-level measurements. "They wanted to understand how we stayed connected to Mama," the child explained as Jake and Sam disconnected the monitoring equipment. "Even when we were apart, even when we were in different time periods, we could still feel her love. They thought if they studied us enough, they could figure out how to break that connection." "But they couldn't," Sam observed. "Love isn't something you can break with machines," the Koala Kid said simply. "It just gets stronger when people try to hurt it. Every day they kept us apart. Mama loved us more. Every experiment they did just made our family bond stronger. The moment the last wire was disconnected, the entire research facility began to shake apart. Emergency lights flashed, alarms sounded throughout the forest, and they could hear the sound of large machinery shutting down after decades of continuous operation. "What's happening?" Jake asked. "The experiment is ending," all four children said in unison, their voices now clearly coming from the same source. "Mama can come home now." They helped the Koala Kid out of the cave, and the moment the child stepped into the forest, everything changed. The unnatural geometric patterns in the trees dissolved into normal forest growth. The modified animals wandering the forest stopped their mechanical behavior and began acting like natural wildlife. Even the air smelled cleaner, more like a real forest instead of a laboratory. "The forest is healing," the Dino Kid explained as they walked back toward their camp. "It was sick because our family was broken. Now that we're together, everything can start getting better." But their victory celebration was interrupted by the arrival of the cultists. Not just a few patrol members this time, but dozens of them, surrounding the area with weapons drawn. These weren't the confused, programmed beings they had encountered before. These cultists moved with desperation and intelligence, as if they were finally remembering who they used to be. "You have interfered with critical research," their leader announced. But his voice was different now, less flat and emotionless, more human. "The temporal displacement project cannot be terminated. Too much depends on its success." Jake stepped forward, the 4 children safe behind him and Sam. "What depends on it? What were you really trying to accomplish?" The cultist leader hesitated, and for the first time, Jake could see the human being underneath the robes and programming. We were trying to save people. There was a war coming, multiple timeline wars. We needed weapons that could fight across different periods of history." "So, you experimented on a family," Sam said quietly. We believed that family bonds might be the key to temporal stability. If we could understand how love works across time and space, we could create soldiers who could coordinate attacks across multiple timelines." The leader's voice was breaking now, as if decades of suppressed memories were flooding back. "But the subjects showed unprecedented resistance to our protocols, because they loved each other," the koala kid said, stepping forward without fear. "And love is stronger than any experiment." The cultist leader looked directly at the children, for what might have been the first time in decades. Jake could see recognition dawning in those eyes, not just of data points and test subjects, but of actual people who had been suffering for far too long. "We caused so much pain," the leader whispered. "We separated a mother from her children. We turned love into a weapon. We broke something beautiful and called it science." "The experiment failed," the Kraken kid said gently. "Not because we weren't strong enough, but because we were too strong. Our family couldn't be broken no matter what you did to us, did to..." One by one, the other cultists began removing their hoods, revealing faces that looked human but exhausted, as if they had been carrying a terrible burden for decades. Some of them were crying as memories of their former lives returned. "We couldn't stop," one of them said. "The programming wouldn't let us. We tried to end the experiment years ago, but we were trapped in the same temporal loop as the subjects. We've been following the same orders for 40 years, unable to remember why we started or how to stop. We just wanted to go home," another added. "But home doesn't exist anymore. The war we were preparing for never happened. The world moved on without us." Jake understood now. Everyone in the forest, the family, the researchers, even the modified animals, had been prisoners of the same failed experiment. The cultists hadn't been evil scientists. They had been dedicated researchers who got trapped by their own temporal manipulation technology. "Then let's all go home," Sam suggested. But before anyone could move, they heard it. The sound they had been both anticipating and dreading throughout their entire journey. Footsteps in the forest. Heavy, deliberate, approaching through the trees with purpose and hope. The deer was coming. Everyone in the clearing tensed. The cultists from decades of programmed fear, Jake and Sam from weeks of running and hiding. But the 4 children just smiled with pure joy. "Mama," they said in unison. The creature that emerged from the forest was the deer they had feared for so long. But now Jake could see it clearly for what it truly was. Yes, it was tall and transformed, with antlers and eyes that reflected light. Yes, the experiments had changed its physical form dramatically. But underneath all the modifications, it was unmistakably a person. A mother who had been searching for her children for almost 40 years, never giving up hope, never stopping her search, even when it seemed impossible. The deer stopped at the edge of the clearing, looking around at the scene before her. Her 4 children safe and together, the researchers who had tormented them for so long, and the 2 strangers who had helped reunite her family. "My babies," the deer said in a voice that was part growl, part sob, completely filled with love. "My beautiful, wonderful babies. Are you safe? Are you hurt? Are you really here?" Or is this another dream? The 4 children ran to their transformed mother, and she gathered them in her arms with movements that were surprisingly gentle despite her fearsome appearance. Jake watched as decades of anguish melted away from the creature's features, replaced by pure maternal joy. "We're okay, Mama," the children assured her, their voices blending together in perfect harmony. "These nice people helped us, and look, the bad people aren't bad anymore. They remembered how to be good." The deer looked over at the cultists, her former captors and tormentors, and Jake held his breath, wondering if decades of anger and pain would finally explode into violence. Instead, the creature spoke with dignity and surprising compassion. "You took my children from me," she said to the lead researcher, her voice carrying the weight of 40 years of grief. "You changed me into something I never wanted to be. You turned my love into something frightening, something that scared people instead of comforting them." The cultist leader fell to his knees, finally fully remembering what they had done. "We were wrong. We thought we could improve on nature, but we only caused suffering. We turned a beautiful family into our prisoners. We're so sorry." "Sorry doesn't give me back 40 years, the deer replied, but her voice was gentle rather than angry. "Sorry doesn't erase the loneliness or the fear or the endless nights of searching." She looked down at her children, safe in her arms at last. "But my family is together now. That's what matters. That's all that's ever mattered." She turned to Jake and Sam, her inhuman eyes filled with gratitude and warmth. "You could have hurt us," she said. "When you were afraid, when we seemed dangerous, when everyone told you we were monsters, you could have tried to harm us. Instead, you chose to help us. Why?" Jake thought about it for a moment, remembering all the nights they had spent afraid, all the times they could have given up, all the moments when fighting would have been easier than understanding. "Because you weren't really dangerous," he said finally. "You were just sad. And nobody should have to be sad for 40 years, especially not because they love their family too much." The deer smiled, an expression that should have been terrifying on her transformed features, but instead looked beautiful, radiant with decades of suppressed joy. "The forest has been sick because we were broken," she explained, gesturing to the trees and wildlife around them. "Our separation created temporal distortions that affected everything in this area. Now that my family is whole again, everything can heal, including the people who hurt us." She gestured toward the cultists, who were looking around as if seeing the forest clearly for the first time in decades. "They were trapped here as long as we were," the mother continued, "forced to continue an experiment that should have ended long ago. The same temporal distortions that scattered my family also imprisoned them in a loop of following orders they no longer understood. But now, they can choose what to do with their lives." The lead researcher looked up hopefully. We can choose? The programming is really broken?" "The experiment is over," the deer confirmed. "The temporal loops are collapsing. The research facility is shutting down. You're free to remember who you were before all this started." Over the next few hours, Jake and Sam watched something remarkable happen. As the sun set on what had been their most dangerous day in the forest, it rose on something entirely new and hopeful. The cultists began removing their robes and equipment, revealing themselves to be confused but fundamentally decent people who had been trapped by their own research for decades. Some of them had families waiting in the outside world, families who thought they had died in a research accident 40 years ago. "My wife," one researcher whispered, staring at his hands, as if seeing them for the first time. "My children. Are they still?" "Time will tell," the mother said gently. "But you have the chance to find out now." The modified animals throughout the forest were freed from their control systems returning to natural behavior patterns. The unnatural geometric shapes in the landscape dissolved, replaced by normal forest growth. Even the weather improved. The artificial storm systems created by the temporal distortions finally dissipated, allowing real sunlight to warm the forest floor. And the family at the center of it all was finally, truly together. "What happens now?" Sam asked, as they sat around their campfire one last time. The deer, still transformed but no longer frightening, sat nearby with her children. In the firelight, surrounded by her family, she looked less like a monster and more like any parent who had finally found their lost children. "Now we live," she said simply. "We've spent so long just surviving, just searching, just being afraid. Now we can actually live. We can be a family again. Where will you go?" "Nowhere," the Dino Kid laughed, snuggling against his transformed mother. "This is our home. The forest was sick, but now it's getting better. We want to stay and help it heal completely." "What about us?" the Kraken Kid asked, looking at the former cultists. "What will happen to the people who hurt us?" The mother considered this carefully. They will have to live with what they did. But they will also have the chance to do better. Some mistakes can't be undone, but they can be learned from. "And you?" the deer asked Jake and Sam. "Will you stay? You're part of our family now, if you want to be. You helped us when no one else could. This will always be your home too." Jake looked around the clearing. The forest did feel different now. Peaceful instead of threatening. Mysterious instead of dangerous. He could imagine staying here, helping the family adjust to being together again, watching the forest heal and grow. But he could also feel something else, a longing for the world they had left behind, for their own families who might be worried about them. "We should go back," he said reluctantly. "People will be worried about us. Our families will be looking for us." The deer nodded with understanding. "Of course, family is important. All families, not just ours." "But you'll remember us?" the Koala Kid asked hopefully. "Always," Sam promised. "And maybe we can visit sometimes, when things are settled." "The forest will always welcome you," the mother assured them. "You helped us when we needed it most. You chose love over fear, understanding over violence. This will always be your home, and we will always be your family." As dawn approached, Jake and Sam gathered their few remaining possessions. The children gave them small gifts to remember their adventure, carved wooden figures that seemed to pulse with their own internal warmth. "How do we get back to the real world?" Jake asked. Dr. Harrison, the lead researcher who had finally remembered his name and his humanity, stepped forward. "The same way you came in," he explained. "The forest exists in many places at once, connected to the normal world through temporal bridges. When you walked into these woods, you walked into our story. When you walk out, you'll walk back into yours. But it's all connected," the Kraken Kid added. "Stories are like that. They touch each other in places you don't expect. Love creates connections across time and space." Jake and Sam said their goodbyes, promising to remember and to tell others about the importance of choosing understanding over fear. Behind them, they could hear the family settling in for their first peaceful day in decades. Children playing normal games, a mother humming lullabies, researchers planning how to study nature without harming it. As they reached the edge of the forest, Jake turned back for one last look. The woods were beautiful in the morning light, alive with birdsong and natural sounds. If he hadn't lived through the past weeks, he never would have guessed that it had once been a place of terror and trapped souls. "Do you think it really happened?" Sam asked, as they stepped out of the woods and back onto familiar paths leading to their normal world. Jake looked at the small wooden figure in his pocket, a tiny carving of a child in a dinosaur hat, made with unmistakable love and skill. It was warm to the touch and seemed to pulse gently, as if it contained a piece of the family's happiness. "Yeah," he said, "it happened, and it was the most important thing we'll ever do." They walked home together, changed by their experience but glad to be returning to their own families. Behind them, the forest rustled peacefully in the morning breeze, finally at peace after 40 years of searching and sorrow. But their story wasn't quite over. That night, Jake had a dream. He was back in the forest, sitting around the campfire with the reunited family. The children were growing up safely now, learning normal things and playing normal games. The mother was changing too, still transformed, but becoming more human-like as her anger and fear faded away, replaced by contentment and joy. "Thank you," she said to him in the dream, "for giving us the chance to be a family again, for showing us that there are still people in the world who choose love over fear." "Will we see each other again?" Jake asked. "When you need us," she replied, "and when we need you. Friends are like family. Distance doesn't matter when love is real. The connections we made will last forever." Jake woke up with tears on his cheeks but a smile on his face. Outside his window, he could hear normal city sounds, cars, sirens, people living their everyday lives. But underneath it all, if he listened carefully, he could also hear something else. The sound of children playing safely in a peaceful forest, watched over by a mother who would never let anything hurt them again. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the world seemed too harsh and complicated, Jake would close his eyes and remember the most important lesson he had learned during his time in the forest. Love is stronger than fear. Families belong together. And sometimes, the scariest monsters are just people who need help finding their way home. The game was over, but the love would last forever. Years later, when Jake was grown up with children of his own, he would tell them the story of the Forest family. His kids would listen with wide eyes, asking if it was really true. "All the best stories are true," Jake would tell them. "Maybe not in the way we expect, but true in the ways that matter most." And sometimes, when his children were having bad dreams or feeling scared, Jake would show them the small wooden figure he kept on his nightstand, a reminder that even in the darkest forests, love could light the way home. The figure of the Dino Kid would seem to smile in the lamplight, as if it knew that some stories never really end. They just become part of the people who lived them, ready to offer comfort and courage whenever they're needed most. Sam, meanwhile, became a teacher who specialized in helping troubled children. He never forgot the lesson of the forest, that behind every frightening behavior was usually a scared person who just wanted to be understood and loved. He kept his own wooden figure, the Kraken Kid, in his classroom. When students asked about it, he would tell them it represented the idea that everyone deserves a chance to be rescued, no matter how lost they might seem. And both Jake and Sam would sometimes wake up on quiet mornings with the strange but comforting feeling that somewhere, in a peaceful forest far from the noise of the world, a family was starting their day together, safe, happy, and whole at last. The forest still existed, of course. Other people would find their way there when they needed to learn the same lessons Jake and Sam had discovered. The family would help each new visitor understand that love is stronger than fear, that broken things can be healed, and that sometimes the most important victory is simply choosing to see the person behind the monster. Because in the end, that's what their adventure had really been about. Not surviving a game, but learning that every frightening story is really a love story in disguise, waiting for someone brave enough to look past the scary parts and see the hearts beneath. And the Forest family would be there, patient and kind, for as long as people needed to learn that lesson, forever and always, teaching the world that home isn't a place, it's the people who love you, no matter what you look like or how long you've been apart. The children had called it 99 Nights in the Forest, but the love story it told would last much, much longer than that. It would last forever. Hi everyone, welcome back to a new Roblox story. This time, the story is about the popular Roblox game 99 Nights in the Forest. It's one of my own stories I made, which is for entertaining. Before we start the story, shout out to Lily and Gubby. Thanks to you all for watching our podcast. Jake Martinez had always loved video games, but nothing had ever captured his attention quite like 99 Nights in the Forest. There was something about the game that felt different from other survival horror experiences. More real, more intense, more emotionally engaging. When his friend Alex recommended it during their Discord call 3 weeks ago, Jake had no idea he was about to embark on the most terrifying and heartwarming adventure of his gaming life. "Dude, you have to try this game," Alex had said, his voice crackling through Jake's headphones. "It's called 99 Nights in the Forest. It's this crazy survival horror game where you have to rescue 4 missing kids while this monster deer thing hunts you every night." Jake had downloaded the game that same evening, creating his character and spawning into what looked like an ordinary forest clearing. A small campfire flickered in the center, surrounded by a few basic wooden structures and a sign that read, "Welcome to 99 Nights in the Forest. Can you survive until day 99? Those first few days had been a learning curve. Jake quickly discovered that the campfire was his lifeline. As long as it burned brightly, he was safe from the creatures that emerged after dark. But maintaining the fire required constant attention. He needed to gather wood during the day, store it carefully to keep it dry, and feed the flames regularly to prevent them from dying out. The day and night cycle was unlike anything Jake had experienced in other games. Each day lasted exactly 3 minutes of relative safety, followed by 90 seconds of pure terror when darkness fell. During those nighttime periods, Jake learned to stay close to his campfire and listen carefully for the sounds that meant danger was approaching. The first time he heard the footsteps, Jake's heart had nearly stopped. Heavy, deliberate steps echoing through the forest, getting closer and closer to his small circle of light. When the creature finally emerged from the shadows, Jake understood why the game had such a reputation for being genuinely frightening. The deer monster was unlike anything he had ever seen in a video game. Standing nearly 8 feet tall on its hind legs, it had the basic shape of a deer, but everything was wrong. Its head was too large, its eyes were cartoonishly big and seemed to glow with their own inner light, and its front legs had evolved into something more like arms with massive clawed hands. Most unsettling of all was how it moved, not like an animal, but like something trying to remember how to be human. That first night, the deer had simply stood at the edge of Jake's campfire light, watching him with those enormous eyes. When Jake had tried to shine his flashlight at the creature, it had let out an otherworldly shriek and disappeared back into the darkness. But Jake could still hear it out there, pacing around his camp, waiting. As the days passed, Jake began to understand the rhythm of survival in the forest. During daylight hours, he would venture out to gather resources: wood for his fire, berries and mushrooms for food, scrap metal, and other materials for crafting. He learned to recognize the signs of approaching weather, because rain could be deadly if it extinguished his campfire during the night hours. On day 5, Jake had his first encounter with the game's other major threat: the cultists. A group of robed figures wearing deer skull masks had attacked his camp just after sunset, trying to destroy his campfire and drag him into the darkness. Jake had fought them off with a makeshift spear and a revolver he had found in an abandoned cabin. But the experience had shaken him deeply. These weren't just programmed enemies. They moved with intelligence and seemed to be working together with frightening coordination. It was on day 12 that Jake first discovered the missing children board near his campfire. 4 faded posters showed the faces of young children who had disappeared in the forest. Dino Kid, a boy of about 7 wearing a red dinosaur hat. Kraken Kid, a girl with bright blue tentacle-themed clothing. Squid Kid, another boy in yellow with a squid design on his shirt. And Koala Kid, the smallest child, wearing grey clothes with a koala pattern. Below the posters was a handwritten note that made Jake's blood run cold. The deer monster has taken them. It keeps them locked in caves scattered throughout the forest. Only the bravest souls can rescue them, but beware. The caves are heavily guarded, and the deer monster will do anything to keep its prisoners. But there was something else written on the back of the note, in different handwriting. The deer monster is afraid of bright lights. Flashlights can make it retreat, but only temporarily. Fire is your only true protection. Jake had stared at those 4 young faces on the posters and felt something shift inside him. This wasn't just about surviving 99 days anymore. Those children needed help, and Jake was possibly the only one who could provide it. The first rescue attempt came on day 18, when Jake had finally gathered enough courage and supplies to venture deeper into the forest. Following a red arrow that appeared on his map when he clicked on Dino Kid's poster, Jake had made his way to a hillside cave guarded by 5 wolves with glowing red collars. The battle had been intense. Jake's heart pounded as he fought the supernatural wolves with his upgraded spear and a tactical shotgun he had crafted from scavenged parts. Each wolf was faster and stronger than normal animals, and their red eyes seemed to burn with malevolent intelligence. But Jake had persevered, using his knowledge of the game's combat mechanics to defeat the pack. When the last wolf fell, Jake had found a red key among the remains. The cave door, which had been sealed with an ornate red lock, clicked open when he inserted the key. Jake's flashlight beam had revealed a narrow tunnel leading down into the earth, the walls covered with strange symbols that seemed to move in the dancing light. At the end of the tunnel, Jake had found a small room decorated like a child's bedroom, but everything was wrong. The walls were covered with crayon drawings, but instead of typical kid art, every single picture showed the same terrifying figure, the deer monster. The drawings were surprisingly detailed and skillful, showing the creature from different angles and in various poses. Most disturbing of all, some of the drawings showed the deer monster reaching out with its clawed hands, as if trying to touch whoever was looking at the picture. In the corner of the room, sitting on a small bed, was Dino Kid. The boy looked exactly like his missing poster, but his eyes held a sadness that no child should ever have to experience. When he saw Jake, he didn't smile or show relief. Instead, he simply said, "You came for me. But do you know what you're really doing?" "I'm here to rescue you," Jake had replied, but something in the child's tone made him uneasy. "Rescue me from what?" Dino Kid asked, standing up slowly. "From my mama who's been protecting me, from the only place in this forest where the bad men can't reach me." Before Jake could ask what the boy meant, Dino Kid had walked over to him and taken his hand. "I'll come with you because that's what the game wants. But you should know the truth about what's really happening here." Phew, the journey back to Jake's campfire had been nerve-wracking. Every shadow seemed to hide potential threats, and Jake kept his flashlight ready in case the deer monster appeared. But the creature stayed hidden, though Jake could occasionally hear the sound of heavy footsteps following them at a distance. Back at his base, Dino Kid had sat by the campfire and begun drawing more pictures with crayons that seemed to appear from nowhere. Jake watched in fascination and growing unease as the boy created incredibly detailed artwork, showing the deer monster in various scenes. But these weren't the drawings of a traumatized child. They were portraits filled with love and longing. "She watches over us," Dino Kid had explained quietly as he worked. "Even when we can't see her, even when people think she's the monster, she's always there, making sure we're safe." Who? Jake had asked, though he was beginning to suspect he knew the answer. "Mama," Dino Kid replied simply. "She got hurt when the plane crashed, and the bad men did things to her. They changed her, made her big and strong and scary looking. But inside, she's still our mama, and she loves us more than anything in the world." Jake had stared at the boy in shock. According to the game's backstory, The 4 children had been on a plane that crashed in the forest with their mother. But all the rescue reports mentioned only the children. The mother was never found, and everyone assumed she had died in the crash. But if Dino Kid was telling the truth, then the deer monster wasn't some supernatural forest creature. It was Sarah Mitchell, the children's mother, transformed by something the cultists had done to her. This revelation had changed everything about how Jake understood the game. Over the following days, as he prepared for his next rescue mission, he found himself paying closer attention to the deer monster's behavior. The creature still appeared every night at the edge of his campfire light, but now Jake noticed things he had missed before. The way it moved wasn't random or purely predatory. It seemed to be patrolling, watching for threats. Sometimes Jake would catch it, looking not at him, but at Dino Kid sleeping peacefully by the fire. And in those moments, the creature's enormous eyes seemed filled with a love so deep and desperate that it took Jake's breath away. The second rescue mission, on day 32, had taken Jake to a playground hidden deep in the forest, where Kraken Kid was being held by 4 alpha wolves with blue collars. These creatures were even more dangerous than the red-collared wolves, with increased speed and strength that pushed Jake's combat skills to their limit. The battle had lasted nearly an hour of real time as Jake used every trick he had learned about the game's mechanics. He had lured the wolves into bear traps he had crafted and set up around the playground, used the jungle gym equipment as cover while picking off the pack with his bow and arrows, and finally finished the last alpha wolf with a perfectly timed spear thrust. Kraken Kid's cave had been similar to her brother's, but decorated in blue and filled with oceanic imagery. The crayon drawings on the walls showed the deer monster surrounded by water and tentacles, creating surreal underwater scenes that somehow made the creature look peaceful rather than threatening. Kraken Kid herself had been more talkative than her brother, chattering excitedly as Jake led her back to his campfire. "I knew someone would come for us eventually," she had said, skipping along the forest path. "Mama said that good people would find us when it was safe." "Your mama told you that?" Jake had asked. "She visits us sometimes," Kraken Kid explained matter-of-factly. "Not in her new body, because that might scare us, but her voice comes through the cave walls, singing us lullabies and telling us stories about the world outside the forest." Back at Jake's camp, the 2 rescued children had quickly established a routine. They helped with simple tasks like gathering berries and sorting supplies, but mostly they drew pictures and played quiet games by the firelight. Jake noticed that they never seemed afraid during the nighttime hours when the deer monster appeared. Instead, they would wave at the creature as if greeting an old friend. "Hi, Mama," Dino Kid would whisper into the darkness. "We're okay. Jake is taking good care of us." And incredibly, the deer monster seemed to respond. It would nod its massive head and make a sound that was almost like purring, a deep, rumbling noise that somehow conveyed love and approval. The third rescue mission, on day 45, had been the most challenging yet. Squid Kid was being held in a cave guarded by 2 enormous bears, creatures that could kill Jake in just a few hits if he wasn't careful. Jake had spent days preparing, crafting armor and powerful weapons, studying the bear's movement patterns, and planning his approach. The fight had been epic, with Jake using every environmental advantage he could find. He had led the bears through a maze of strategically placed spikes and explosive traps, used his grappling hook to stay mobile while attacking from range, and finally brought down the massive creatures with a combination of poison arrows and well-timed melee strikes. Squid Kid's cave had been the most disturbing so far. The walls were covered with words written in what looked like blood, spelling out warnings like "run" and "they're coming" and "trust no one." But mixed in with these ominous messages were crayon drawings showing the deer monster in protective poses, standing guard over smaller figures that clearly represented the children. Squid Kid himself had been more traumatized than his siblings, speaking in whispers and jumping at unexpected sounds. But as they walked back to Jake's camp, He had opened up about what he had experienced. "I saw the bad men in my cave," he had told Jake quietly. "They wore the skull masks and carried sharp knives. They wanted to hurt me, but Mama wouldn't let them. She fought them off, but they hurt her too. That's when I wrote those warnings on the walls, to tell other people about the danger." "But your mama protected you?" Jake had asked. "Always," Squid Kid replied firmly. "Even when she looks scary now, even when people think she's a monster, she never stops protecting us. She took us to the caves because that was the only way to keep us safe from the bad men." With 3 children rescued, Jake's campfire area had become a small community. The kids helped each other with daily tasks and seemed to find comfort in being together again. They would often sit in a circle, sharing memories of their life before the plane crash and talking about their mother in her human form. "She used to make the best pancakes," Kraken Kid would say dreamily. "And she knew all the best bedtime stories," Dino Kid would add. "She taught me how to draw," Squid Kid would whisper, holding up one of his many pictures of the deer monster. Jake found these conversations both heartwarming and heartbreaking. These children had endured incredible trauma, losing their normal lives in a plane crash, watching their mother transform into something unrecognizable, being separated from each other and hidden in underground caves. But their love for their mother had never wavered, and they understood that everything she had done was to protect them. As the days passed, Jake began to see the deer monster differently as well. The creature no longer seemed like a mindless predator stalking him through the forest. Instead, it was a guardian, watching over its rescued children and ensuring their safety. Sometimes Jake would catch it looking at him with what seemed like gratitude, as if it appreciated his efforts to reunite the family. But there was still one more rescue to complete, and it would prove to be the most difficult challenge Jake had faced in the game. Koala Kid was being held in the deepest part of the forest, in a cave guarded by 6 powerful bears. Unlike the previous rescue missions, this one would require Jake to travel far from his established campfire, venturing into areas of the forest where the very air seemed thick with malevolent energy. Jake spent several days preparing for the mission, crafting the best possible equipment and stockpiling supplies. He built a secondary campfire as close to Koala Kid's cave as possible, creating a staging area for his rescue attempt. The 3 children he had already saved helped with the preparations, their excitement growing as they realized they would soon be reunited with their youngest sibling. "Emma is the quiet one," Dino Kid explained as they worked. "She doesn't talk much, but she's really smart, and she has the most amazing drawings, even better than mine. She's been alone the longest," Kraken Kid added sadly. "I hope she remembers us." "Of course she'll remember us," Squid Kid said firmly. "We're family. Family never forgets." The journey to Koala Kid's cave took Jake through parts of the forest he had never seen before. Ancient trees towered overhead, their branches so thick that barely any sunlight reached the ground. Strange flowers glowed with bioluminescent light, and Jake occasionally spotted creatures moving in the shadows, things that looked almost human, but moved in ways that hurt to watch. This was clearly the oldest part of the forest, where the game's supernatural elements were strongest. Jake could feel the weight of countless years pressing down on him, as if the very ground beneath his feet held memories of terrible events. When Jake finally reached Koala Kid's cave, he understood why this rescue had been saved for last. The 6 guardian bears were unlike any enemies he had faced before. Massive creatures that seemed to be made partly of shadow, with eyes that glowed like burning coals. They moved with intelligence and coordination, working together to surround Jake and cut off his escape routes. The battle lasted for over an hour and required Jake to use every advanced technique he had learned during his time in the forest. He had to constantly move between cover points, using the terrain to his advantage while picking off the bears one by one. His weapons began to break from overuse, forcing him to switch between different tools and improvised weapons as the fight continued. When the last shadow bear finally fell, Jake was exhausted and nearly out of health. But he had succeeded, and the purple key that would open Koala Kid's cave lay at his feet. The cave itself was different from the others, smaller, quieter, and filled with an atmosphere of profound sadness. The walls were covered with drawings, but these were more sophisticated than the artwork in the other caves. They showed detailed scenes of the plane crash, the transformation of their mother, and the separation of the family. But they also showed hope, pictures of the children being reunited, of their mother returning to human form, of the whole family leaving the forest together. Koala Kid herself was sitting in the corner of the cave, working on what appeared to be her latest drawing. She was smaller than Jake had expected, probably only 5 or 6 years old, with large, serious eyes that seemed to hold wisdom far beyond her years. When she saw Jake, she didn't run to him or show excitement. Instead, she simply said, "You're the one Mama told me about, the one who would bring us all together again." "Your Mama told you I was coming?" Jake asked, kneeling down to the little girl's level. Koala Kid nodded solemnly. "She visits me in my dreams. She said that when the time was right, someone good would come to take us back to her. Someone who would understand that love doesn't change, even when everything else does." Jake helped Koala Kid gather her drawings and personal belongings, then led her out of the cave and through the dark forest toward his campfire. The journey back was strangely peaceful. No enemies attacked them, and Jake had the distinct feeling that they were being protected by an unseen guardian. When they finally arrived at Jake's campfire, the reunion between the 4 children was one of the most beautiful things Jake had ever witnessed in a video game. They hugged each other tightly, all talking at once as they shared their experiences and expressed their joy at being together again. For the first time since Jake had started playing, the children seemed truly happy and complete. That night, as the 4 rescued children settled down to sleep around the campfire, Jake noticed that the deer monster's behavior had changed again. Instead of staying at the edge of the firelight, the creature moved closer, close enough that Jake could see the details of its transformed features clearly. And for the first time since he had started playing the game, Jake heard the deer monster speak. It was day 67 of his playthrough, and Jake had been so focused on the joy of reuniting the children that he almost missed it. A soft whisper carried on the night wind, so quiet he thought it might be his imagination. "My babies. Where are my babies?" The voice was unmistakably feminine, filled with a mother's desperate love and unimaginable pain. Jake's blood went cold as he realized what he was hearing. The deer monster wasn't just some supernatural creature created by the game's developers. It was Sarah Mitchell, the children's mother, somehow aware and conscious inside her transformed body. Jake's hands shook as he gripped his flashlight. "Who are you?" he whispered into the darkness. Even though he already suspected the answer, the deer monster stepped closer, its massive frame towering over the campfire, but moving with careful gentleness to avoid frightening the sleeping children. When it spoke again, its voice was like rustling leaves mixed with human tears. "I was Sarah Mitchell. I was their mother." Jake's heart pounded as the full truth of the situation became clear. This wasn't just a game about rescuing children from a monster. This was a story about a family torn apart by tragedy and transformed by forces beyond their control. "What happened to you?" Jake asked, his voice barely audible. The deer monster's enormous eyes closed for a moment, and when they opened again, they were filled with ancient pain and infinite love. "The cultists, they found me first. After the crash, I was hurt, bleeding, barely conscious. They said they could help me find my children. They said I needed to be stronger, faster, more capable of protecting them from the dangers of the forest. Jake watched in horror and fascination as the deer monster's form seemed to flicker slightly, and for just a moment, he could see the outline of a human woman inside the creature's massive shape. A mother reaching desperately toward her children with arms that had been transformed into something else entirely. The transformation took days, Sarah continued, her voice growing stronger as she found the words to explain her ordeal. I could feel myself changing, growing, becoming something that wasn't quite human anymore. But through all the pain and terror, I held on to one thought. I had to find my babies. I had to protect them from whatever had caused our plane to crash in this cursed place. But you kidnapped them, Jake said, confused by the contradiction between what he had been told about the game's story and what he was hearing now. You locked them in caves. The deer monster's massive head shook sadly, and Jake could hear the sorrow in her voice when she replied. The cultists, they worship what I became. They see my transformation as some kind of religious miracle, and they want to sacrifice my children to me as offerings. I couldn't let that happen. I took them first, before the cultists could reach them. I hid them in the caves where I knew they would be safe from the cult's knives and rituals. Jake looked at the 4 sleeping children around his campfire, understanding dawning on him like sunrise. They all seemed peaceful and unafraid, even with the deer monster standing so close. And now he knew why. They recognized their mother, even in her transformed state. Mama! The soft voice came from Dino Kid, who had awakened and was now sitting up, looking directly at the deer monster without any fear. Tears were streaming down the young boy's face, but he was smiling. The deer monster let out a sound that was half roar, half sob, the cry of a mother who had been separated from her child for too long. Tommy, my little dinosaur boy. Dino Kid stood up slowly and walked toward the massive creature, his small hand reaching out to touch one of her clawed fingers. We knew it was you, Mama. In the caves, we could smell your perfume sometimes, the same perfume you wore before the crash. And we could hear you singing to us through the cave walls on the nights when we were scared. Jake remembered the crayon drawings scattered throughout each cave, and suddenly they made perfect sense. They weren't drawings of a monster that had traumatized the children. They were portraits of their mother, created by children who loved her so much that they saw beauty even in her transformed state. I couldn't let you see me like this, Sarah said, her monstrous voice breaking with emotion. I'm so big now, so scary looking. I didn't want you to be afraid of what I had become. Kraken Kid had awakened as well and was now standing beside her brother. We were never afraid of you, Mama. We were afraid that you had forgotten us, that the transformation had taken away your memories of being our mother. Forget you. The deer monster knelt down carefully, bringing her massive head close to the children, while being careful not to accidentally hurt them with her size. I could never forget my babies. Every night, I watch over you. Every day, I fight the cultists who want to hurt you. Everything I've done has been to keep you safe until we could find a way to escape this forest together. Squid Kid had awakened during the conversation and now joined his siblings. Despite being the most traumatized of the children, he ran toward the deer monster without hesitation. I saw you in my cave, Mama. You wrote those warnings on the wall to tell me about the bad men, and when they came with their knives and masks, you fought them off even though they hurt you. Even little Koala Kid had stirred from her sleep, and she approached the family group with her characteristic quiet dignity. I've been drawing pictures of you, Mama. Pictures of how I remember you before the change, and pictures of how you look now, because both versions are beautiful to me. Jake watched this family reunion with tears in his eyes, realizing that he had completely misunderstood the game's central conflict. The deer monster wasn't the villain of this story. She was a mother protecting her children the only way she could, using her transformed body to keep them safe in a forest filled with cultists, dangerous animals, and supernatural threats. There was supposed to be one more, Jake said softly, remembering the game's original setup. I was supposed to rescue Koala Kid from her cave. Sarah's eyes blazed with determination and gratitude as she looked at Jake. Emma. My little Emma. The bears that guard her cave are the most dangerous creatures in the forest. They attack me whenever I try to get close to her, because they've been corrupted by the same dark forces that transformed me. But you have something I don't have. What's that? Jake asked. The ability to move freely through the forest without triggering the supernatural defenses, Sarah explained. The game recognizes you as a player, a hero on a rescue mission. The corrupted creatures see you as a worthy opponent, someone they can fight fairly, but they see me as an abomination to be destroyed on sight. Jake stood up, gripping his weapons with new determination. Then we work together. You keep the bears distracted with your size and strength, and I'll slip into the cave and get Emma out. The mission to rescue Koala Kid became the most intense and emotional sequence Jake had ever experienced in a video game. Working alongside the deer monster, Sarah Mitchell, was like having the most powerful ally imaginable. Her massive claws could tear through the Shadow Bear's defenses, and her presence drew their attention away from Jake's more vulnerable human form. But what made the experience truly special was seeing Sarah fight not as a mindless monster, but as a mother desperate to reach her youngest child. Every move she made was calculated to protect Jake and clear his path to the cave. When one of the bears managed to wound her, Jake could hear her cry out, not in rage or pain, but in frustration at being kept from her daughter. The battle lasted for nearly 2 hours of real time, with Jake and Sarah working together in perfect coordination. They developed an unspoken communication, with Sarah using her size to control the battlefield, while Jake used his agility and weapons to strike at the creature's weak points. When the last Shadow Bear finally fell, Jake was exhausted but exhilarated. He had just participated in the most epic boss battle of his gaming career, fighting alongside the game's supposed main antagonist to rescue the final missing child. But the most beautiful moment came when Jake emerged from Koala Kid's cave, carrying the little girl in his arms. Emma saw her transformed mother and let out a cry of pure joy, reaching out with both arms toward the massive creature. "Mama!" Emma screamed, and Sarah carefully took her youngest daughter into her clawed hands, holding the tiny girl against her chest while tears the size of raindrops fell from her enormous eyes. The family reunion was complete, but Jake realized that his role in their story wasn't finished yet. As they made their way back toward his campfire, he could see that Sarah was struggling with her transformed body. The battle with the Shadow Bears had wounded her, and the supernatural energies that maintained her current form were beginning to fluctuate. "What happens now?" Jake asked as they walked through the darkened forest. "How do we get you back to normal? How do we get all of you out of this forest?" Sarah's answer surprised him. "The game has rules, Jake. Invisible rules that govern everything that happens in this digital world. One of those rules is that the story must have an ending. And according to the game's programming, that ending comes on day 99. Jake checked his in-game calendar and saw that he was currently on day 67. So we have 32 more days. 32 more days to prepare, Sarah confirmed. On day 99, the forest's supernatural barriers will weaken enough for us to leave, but only if we can survive until then, and only if we can find a way to reverse my transformation. The next 30 days became a completely different experience for Jake. Instead of simply surviving and gathering resources, he was now part of a family unit working together toward a common goal. The 4 children helped with daily tasks, using their knowledge of the forest to guide Jake to the best resource locations. Sarah patrolled the area around their campfire every night, fighting off cultist raids and protecting the family from the various creatures that emerged after dark. During the day, Jake worked with Sarah to explore the deeper mysteries of the forest. They discovered the abandoned research facility where the cultists had conducted their experiments, finding journals and video logs that explained how Sarah's transformation had been accomplished. They learned that the forest itself was a kind of supernatural entity, feeding on human consciousness and using cultist rituals to transform people into guardian creatures. But they also found hope. Among the research notes was a detailed description of a reversal process, a way to undo the transformations and restore people to their original human forms. The process required rare ingredients that could only be gathered from specific locations in the forest, and it had to be performed during the supernatural convergence that occurred every 99 days. Jake and Sarah spent weeks gathering the necessary components. They travelled to the heart of the swamp to collect glowing mushrooms that only grew in areas touched by otherworldly energy. They climbed the highest mountain peak to find crystals that had been charged by years of lightning strikes. They dove into the deepest lake to retrieve pearls that had absorbed the moonlight of countless full moons. Each expedition was an adventure in itself, filled with dangerous creatures and environmental challenges. But working together, Jake and Sarah proved to be an unstoppable team. Her strength and intimate knowledge of the forest, combined with his human ingenuity and gaming skills, made them capable of overcoming any obstacle. The children, meanwhile, had taken on the role of camp guardians. They had learned to maintain the campfire, prepare food, and even craft basic weapons and tools. Their artwork had evolved as well, with their crayon drawings now showing scenes of hope and healing rather than trauma and separation. "Look, Mama," Kraken Kid said one evening, showing Sarah a new picture. "I drew our whole family back in our old house, having dinner together like we used to." Sarah looked at the drawing with her enormous eyes, and Jake could see the love and longing in her expression. "It's beautiful, sweetheart, and someday soon, we'll make that picture come true." As day 99 approached, Jake found himself becoming increasingly nervous. Everything they had worked for over the past month would come down to a single ritual that had to be performed at exactly the right time and in exactly the right way. If they failed, Sarah would remain trapped in her transformed state forever, and the family would never be able to leave the forest. The cultists, sensing that their power over the forest was about to be challenged, had increased their attacks. Every night brought waves of robed figures trying to breach their defenses and disrupt their preparations. But each time, Sarah fought them off with a ferocity that spoke to her determination to protect her family and reclaim her human form. On day 98, Jake made his final preparations. He had crafted the ritual components according to the exact specifications found in the research notes. He had memorized the incantations that would channel the forest's supernatural energy into the reversal process. And he had positioned everything in the perfect configuration around their campfire. The children seemed to sense that something important was about to happen. They stayed close to the campfire all day, helping Jake with last-minute preparations and creating new drawings that showed their family's anticipated return to normalcy. "Are you scared, Jake?" Dino Kid asked as the sun began to set on day 98. "A little," Jake admitted. "This is the most important thing I've ever tried to do in a game, but I believe it's going to work. Your mama is strong, and your family's love for each other is stronger than any magic the forest can create." That night, as day 99 finally arrived, Jake began the reversal ritual. He placed the gathered components in a circle around Sarah while the children held hands and chanted the words they had memorized from the research notes. The supernatural energies of the forest swirled around them, creating lights and sounds that seemed to come from another dimension entirely. Sarah's transformation began slowly, with her massive form shrinking and reshaping itself. Jake could see the pain she was experiencing as her body fought to return to its original human configuration, but he could also see her determination. This was her chance to be a normal mother again, to hold her children with human arms and speak to them with a human voice. The process took hours, with the supernatural energies growing stronger and more chaotic as the night progressed. At times, Jake worried that the ritual was going wrong, that Sarah might be destroyed rather than transformed. But the children never wavered in their chanting, their young voices providing an anchor of love and hope that guided their mother through the most difficult parts of the process. As dawn broke on day 100, the transformation was complete. Where the deer monster had stood, there was now a human woman. Tired, scarred, but unmistakably Sarah Mitchell. She knelt down and opened her arms, and all 4 children ran to her at once, creating a group embrace that brought tears to Jake's eyes. "Thank you," Sarah said to Jake, her voice now fully human but still carrying the depth of emotion that had characterized her transformed state. "Thank you for believing in us, for helping us stay together, for never giving up on our family." Jake looked around at the forest and noticed that it was changing. The oppressive atmosphere was lifting, the supernatural shadows were retreating, and normal sunlight was beginning to penetrate the canopy for the first time since he had started playing the game. "The forest is returning to normal," Jake observed. Sarah nodded, still holding her children close. When the supernatural entity that controlled this place lost its primary guardian, me, it lost most of its power. The forest will still be dangerous for a while, but it's no longer the twisted realm it was before. Together, the family began walking toward the edge of the forest. Jake followed, carrying the supplies they would need for their journey back to civilization. As they walked, the children chattered excitedly about their plans for the future, returning to school, seeing their friends again, living in a normal house with their mother. But Jake noticed that they hadn't forgotten their time in the forest. Each child carried some of their drawings, preserving the artwork they had created during their months of separation and reunion. And they frequently looked back at Sarah with expressions of pure adoration, as if they were still amazed to have their mother back in human form. At the forest's edge, they found a rescue team that had been searching for the Mitchell family since their plane crash months earlier. The reunion with the outside world was emotional and chaotic, with paramedics checking everyone for injuries while reporters asked countless questions about their survival. Jake watched from a distance as Sarah was reunited with other family members and friends who had never given up hope of finding her and the children alive. The official story would never include the supernatural elements of their experience, the transformation, the cultists, the sentient forest. Instead, it would be recorded as an incredible tale of survival against impossible odds. As the rescue helicopters prepared to take the Mitchell family back to civilization, Sarah approached Jake one final time. "I know this was just a game to you," she said quietly, "but what you did for us was real. You helped a mother find her children and a family stay together. That's something that matters, whether it happened in a digital world or the real one." Jake nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He had started playing 99 Nights in the Forest as a simple survival horror game, but it had become something much more meaningful. He had learned about love, sacrifice, family, and the power of never giving up hope. "Will I see you again?" Jake asked. Sarah smiled, and for just a moment, Jake could see a flicker of her transformed state in her eyes. Not the monstrous appearance, but the fierce protectiveness and unlimited love that had characterized the deer monster. "Every time you help someone who needs it," she said. "Every time you refuse to give up on a person others have written off as lost. Every time you look past someone's appearance to see the heart underneath. We'll always be connected, Jake, because you helped teach me that love can overcome any transformation." As the helicopters disappeared into the distance, Jake found himself standing alone in the normal, non-supernatural forest. His gaming session was over, and he had successfully completed 99 Nights in the Forest in a way that no other player ever had. Not just surviving until day 99, but actually solving the game's central mystery and reuniting a family that had been torn apart by circumstances beyond their control. When Jake finally logged out of the game and removed his headphones. He sat in silence for a long time, thinking about everything he had experienced. On his computer screen, the game showed a simple message. Congratulations, you have completed 99 Nights in the Forest. Your choices have created a unique ending that will be remembered forever. But Jake knew that the real reward wasn't a message on a screen or achievements in his gaming profile. It was the knowledge that he had participated in a story about the most powerful force in the universe, the love between a mother and her children. A love so strong that it could survive transformation, separation, and seemingly impossible odds. In the days that followed, Jake found himself thinking differently about the people around him. He wondered how many others were fighting invisible battles, dealing with transformations and challenges that no one else could see. He wondered how many families were separated by circumstances beyond their control, waiting for someone to care enough to help them find each other again. And sometimes, late at night, when he was walking alone, Jake could swear he heard a familiar voice carried on the wind, not the monstrous tones of the deer monster, but the warm, loving voice of Sarah Mitchell, thanking him once again for believing in the power of family. Jake never played 99 Nights in the Forest again. But he didn't need to. He had lived through the most important story the game had to tell, and he carried its lessons with him into every day of his real life. He had learned that monsters are often just people who have been hurt, that love can survive any transformation, and that sometimes the most heroic thing you can do is help a family stay together. The game had taught him that in a world full of darkness and supernatural threats, the brightest light comes from the bonds between people who refuse to give up on each other. And that was a lesson worth more than any achievement or high score could ever be. Years later, when Jake had become a successful game developer himself, he would create games that honored the memory of his experience in 99 Nights in the Forest. Games that showed players the power of love, sacrifice, and family. Games that demonstrated that the real monsters are often fear, hatred, and despair, and that these monsters can be defeated by ordinary people who choose to care about each other. But he never forgot Sarah Mitchell and her 4 children, or the lessons they had taught him about seeing past appearances to recognize the love underneath. And on quiet nights, when he was working late on a particularly challenging project, Jake could sometimes hear their voices encouraging him to keep trying, to never give up, and to remember that the best stories are always about people finding their way back to each other. Because in the end, that's what 99 Nights in the Forest had really been about. Not surviving a horror game, but discovering that love is the most powerful force in any world, whether digital or real. And Jake carried that truth with him for the rest of his life, sharing it with everyone he met, and making sure that Sarah Mitchell's story of transformation and reunion would never be forgotten. The game had ended, but the love story it contained would continue forever in the hearts of everyone who learned that sometimes the most frightening creatures are just mothers trying to protect their children, and that the greatest adventures are about bringing families back together. Jake had played 99 Nights in the Forest, but more importantly, he had lived through 99 days of learning what it really means to be a hero. Not someone who slays monsters, but someone who sees the humanity in everyone and helps love triumph over fear. And in that lesson, Jake found something more valuable than any game could ever provide. An understanding of what it means to be truly alive in a world where connection, compassion, and family are the most important achievements of all. The forest had been survived, the family had been reunited, and Jake had discovered that the best horror stories are actually love stories in disguise, teaching us that no transformation is so complete that it can destroy the bonds between people who truly care about each other. The new popular 99 Nights in the Forest game on Roblox is based on a true story about 4 kids who were lost in the forest. Let's dive deeper in the real story. The morning of May 1st, 2023, dawned with the suffocating humidity that only the Colombian Amazon knows how to deliver. In the cramped airport at Araraquara, a weathered Cessna U-206G sat waiting on the tarmac like a metal coffin with wings. Its registration number, HK2803, was barely visible through years of jungle moisture and neglect. Magdalena Mukutui Valencia clutched her baby daughter closer to her chest as she stared at the aging aircraft. At 34 years old, this indigenous Muinane woman had never left her ancestral village of Puerto Sabelo. She had never even seen an airplane up close, let alone trusted her life to one. But the death threats had left her no choice. The armed groups wanted her children. 13-year-old Leslie was already old enough to carry a gun. 9-year-old Soleini could run messages. Even 4-year-old Tien would be useful in a few years. The guerrillas had made it clear. Give us your children, or we'll take them anyway. So here she stood, with her 4 babies, preparing to fly through the green hell of the Amazon rainforest to reach the man she both loved and feared, Manuel Ranoc, the father and stepfather of her children, who waited in Bogotá. What Magdalena didn't know was that the scars hidden beneath her hair and clothes, the marks left by Manuel's fists, were nothing compared to what he had done to 13-year-old Leslie in the darkness of their home. The pilot, Hernan Murcia Morales, was a grizzled 55-year-old veteran with over 30 years of flying Colombia's most dangerous routes. His weathered face had seen everything the jungle could throw at man and machine. But even he felt uneasy about this flight. The Cessna had a history. It had crashed just 2 years earlier in Vaupé province, requiring extensive repairs to its propeller, engine, and left wing. With over 10,806 hours on its airframe, the old bird was living on borrowed time. At 6:42 a.m., Murcia fired up the engine. The prop coughed to life with a sound like grinding bones. 7 souls climbed aboard, Magdalena and her 4 children, the pilot, and Herman Mendoza Hernandez, an indigenous leader escorting the family on their desperate journey. As they lifted off into the muggy morning air, none of them knew they had just begun the final 35 minutes of their normal lives. The Cessna climbed through layers of morning mist that rose from the Amazon, like the breath of some sleeping monster. Below them stretched an endless carpet of green, over 2.1 million square miles of the most biodiverse and dangerous ecosystem on Earth. From the air, it looked peaceful, almost beautiful. But Leslie, pressed against the small window, could see the truth. The jungle was a wall, an impenetrable fortress of vegetation that seemed to go on forever. At 7:15 a.m., everything was normal. Murcia reported his position, 140 nautical miles from destination, climbing to 8,500 feet. The weather was typical for late rainy season, heavy humidity, brewing thunderstorms, and the ever-present threat of sudden downpours that could turn flying into a death sentence. At 7:17 a.m., the engine coughed, then it died. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Murcia's voice crackled over the radio, still professional despite the terror clawing at his throat. My motor's failing. I'm going to look for a place to land. But there was nowhere to land. Below them was nothing but jungle. Trees so thick that sunlight barely reached the ground, rivers twisted like serpents, and not a single clearing large enough for an airplane. The engine was running on idle now, wheezing like a dying animal as Murcia desperately searched for somewhere, anywhere, to put down. In the passenger cabin, Magdalena pulled her children close. Baby Kristin, only 11 months old, began to cry as if she could sense the approaching doom. Leslie wrapped her arms around 9-year-old Soleini and 4-year-old Tien, whispering prayers in the Huitoto language her grandmother had taught her. For 15 agonizing minutes, Murcia fought his dying aircraft. At 7:32, hope flickered like a candle in the wind. 2803 engine picked up power again. I'm at 120 San Nima from San Jose, climbing to 8,500. The engine had caught, sputtering back to life like a resurrection miracle, but in the Amazon, Miracles don't last long. At 7:43, the engine failed again. This time, there would be no second chances. Mersha's voice came over the radio one more time, still maintaining that pilot's calm even as death reached up from the jungle below. I have a river to my right. I'm going to touch down on water. At 7:44 came his final words. I have a river to my right. I'm going to touch down on water. At 7:47 a.m. on May 1st, 2023, the Cessna struck the treetops of the Colombian Amazon. The impact ripped the engine from its mounts and sent it spinning into the green depths below. The aircraft, now nothing more than a metal shell, plunged nose first through the canopy and slammed into the forest floor in the remote Solano jungle of Caquetá State, 175 kilometers south of San Jose del Guaviare. The sound of the crash echoed through the forest for exactly 3 seconds. Then, the jungle swallowed it completely, as if the plane and its 7 passengers had never existed at all. Leslie opened her eyes to a world painted in blood. She lay twisted among the wreckage, pain shooting through her left side like lightning. Her face was cut, her leg damaged, and when she tried to sit up, the world spun in nauseating circles. But she was alive. The crash had thrown her clear of the main impact, along with her siblings and mother. When I woke up, there was a lot of blood, and I had a large cut on my left side, which was very painful, she would later remember. I could hear my siblings crying and crying. The cockpit was a tomb. Pilot Hernan Murcia Morales sat slumped over the controls, his neck bent at an angle that told Leslie everything she needed to know. Indigenous leader Herman Mendoza Hernandez lay crumpled near the cabin door, his eyes staring sightlessly at the green canopy above. But her mother was still breathing. Magdalena Mukutui lay pinned beneath debris, her body broken but her spirit still fighting. For 4 days and nights, she clung to life while Leslie tended to her younger siblings with hands that shook from pain and terror. The jungle around them was alive with sounds. The constant buzz of insects, the crack of branches, and worst of all, the distant roar that could have been wind, or could have been something far more dangerous. They ate what they could salvage from the wreckage: baby formula for Kristen, a precious 3-pound bag of cassava flour that would become their lifeline, water collected from the endless rain that pounded the canopy above them like the footsteps of giants. On the 4th night, as rain drummed against the twisted metal of their shelter, Magdalena called Leslie close. Her voice was barely a whisper, each word a supreme effort of will. "Maybe you should go," she said, her eyes focusing on her eldest daughter with desperate intensity. "You guys are going to see the kind of man your dad is, and he's going to show you the same kind of great love that I have shown you." Leslie didn't understand. How could she know that her mother was trying to warn her about the monster waiting for them in Bogotá? How could a 13-year-old girl comprehend that the man they were fleeing to was the same man who had been creeping into her bedroom since she was 10 years old? Then Magdalena spoke her final words: "Leave and get help." And the jungle claimed another victim. When her mother's breathing stopped, Leslie faced a choice that no child should ever have to make. She could stay with the body and wait for rescue that might never come, or she could take her 3 younger siblings and walk into the most dangerous ecosystem on Earth. I pulled my sister out from underneath my mother, and I know we couldn't stay, and we had to abandon the plane so we could find more food and find something to drink, she later recalled. But walking was impossible. Her injuries were too severe, her leg too damaged, so she began to crawl. For the next 20 days, Leslie dragged herself through the Amazon rainforest on her knees, carrying baby Kristin in her arms, while Soleini and Tien followed behind, like lost ghosts. The Amazon is not just a forest, it's a living nightmare that assaults every sense at once. The sound alone is enough to drive a person insane. A constant wall of insect noise so loud it drowns out human voices. Millions of cicadas, crickets, and katydids creating what scientists call a chaotic cacophony that never stops, not even for a second. During the day, the children could at least see their surroundings. But when darkness fell, the jungle transformed into something from the deepest corners of hell. The temperature dropped, the humidity became suffocating, and the sounds changed. Howler monkeys, the loudest land mammals on Earth, sent calls traveling 3 miles at 130 decibels, loud enough to cause permanent hearing damage. Their roars sounded like demons laughing in the darkness. Screaming piha birds pierced the night air with their cri-crio pipi-yo calls. Bellbirds added their metallic tonk-tonk-tonk percussion. And underneath it all was the rustle of things moving through the undergrowth. Things that hunted in the darkness and saw human children as nothing more than easy prey. Leslie knew the stories. Every Huitoto child learned them from birth. The jungle was full of jaguars whose spots could camouflage them so perfectly that you wouldn't see them until their jaws closed around your throat. Green anacondas that could grow to 30 feet long and squeeze the life from a full-grown man. Fer-de-lance snakes whose bite would kill you in hours. Brazilian wandering spiders whose venom caused hallucinations before death. But the worst part wasn't the animals. It was the knowledge that they were completely, utterly alone. The nearest human settlement was hundreds of miles away. The jungle stretched in every direction like an ocean of green, and they were drowning in it. What saved the children wasn't luck or divine intervention. It was the knowledge that had been passed down through generations of Huitoto people. Ancient wisdom about how to survive in the world's most hostile environment. From the moment they could walk, Huitoto children learned to identify the difference between plants that would sustain life and plants that would bring death. They learned which fruits were safe to eat, which bark could be stripped for shelter, which leaves could be woven into waterproof containers. Leslie put this knowledge to work immediately. She found Wansoko fruits, similar to passion fruit, hanging from vines that twisted up toward the distant canopy. She gathered milpeso seeds from the Uenocarpus batawa palm, keeping the unripe ones in her mouth to warm them until they opened, then feeding the nutritious pulp to her siblings. When baby Kristen's formula ran out, Leslie faced the impossible challenge of keeping an infant alive with no proper supplies. Her solution was brilliant. She mixed yucca flour with rainwater and used large leaves folded into makeshift funnels to drip the liquid into the baby's mouth. Drop by drop, she kept her youngest sister alive. For shelter, she used materials salvaged from the crash site, mosquito netting, plastic tarps, pieces of the aircraft's interior, combined with natural materials like banana leaves and flexible branches. The shelters she built weren't just protection from the rain. They were the difference between life and death when the temperature dropped at night and hypothermia became a real threat. But perhaps most importantly, Leslie knew how to read the jungle's moods. She could tell when a storm was coming by the way the birds fell silent. She knew which sounds meant danger and which meant safety. When she heard helicopters in the distance, she would cover her siblings' mouths and hide them under vegetation, not because she didn't want to be rescued, but because she was terrified of what that rescue might bring. As word of the crash spread, something unprecedented began to happen. The Colombian military launched Operation Hope, the largest rescue effort in the nation's history. Over 150 Special Forces soldiers joined 70 indigenous volunteers in a search that would cover 1,650 miles of Amazon rainforest, but the children had become invisible. General Pedro Sanchez led the military effort, while Luis Acosta coordinated the Indigenous Guard volunteers. Helicopters thundered overhead, their rotors churning the humid air as they dropped supplies and broadcast messages. Soldiers rappelled from aircraft into the green hell below, machetes in hand, ready to hack through walls of vegetation. The messages they broadcast were heartbreaking in their simplicity. The children's grandmother had recorded them in the Huitoto language. Leslie, Soleni, Tien, Kristen, You know my voice. I am grandmother. We are looking for you. Stay in one place." But the children didn't stay in one place. They couldn't. Leslie was convinced that the voices calling their names belonged to the guerrilla fighters who had threatened them in the first place. Every time she heard a helicopter, every time she saw soldiers moving through the forest, she gathered her siblings and melted deeper into the jungle. The searchers found evidence of their presence everywhere. Footprints in the mud, makeshift shelters, fruit peels and seed husks, baby bottles that had fallen from supply drops. But the children themselves remained ghosts, always one step ahead of salvation. For weeks, rescue teams passed within 10 meters of where the children were hiding. 10 meters, close enough to hear breathing, close enough to smell unwashed bodies, close enough to save 4 lives. But Leslie would press her hand over baby Kristen's mouth and wait in terrified silence until the footsteps moved away. If there was one member of the search team who came closest to finding the children, it was a 6-year-old Belgian shepherd named Wilson. Unlike the human searchers, Wilson wasn't threatening. He was just a dog, and dogs meant safety to children who had grown up with them. Wilson found critical evidence everywhere he went: baby bottles, footprints, items belonging to the children. But more than that, according to the children's later accounts, Wilson actually found them. He stayed with them for 2 or 3 days as their faithful friend, bringing them comfort in a world gone mad. The children would later describe how Wilson would appear at their makeshift camps, tail wagging, offering the kind of unconditional love that only dogs can provide. For brief moments, they weren't alone in the green hell. They had a protector, a companion who asked nothing in return except the chance to be near them. But on May 18th, Wilson went missing. The searchers called for him. They left food and water at regular intervals. They played recordings of his handler's voice through loudspeakers. But Wilson had vanished into the jungle as completely as if the earth had swallowed him whole. Days passed, then weeks. The Colombian military eventually declared it practically improbable to find Wilson alive. He had given everything to find the lost children, and the jungle had claimed him as payment. Wilson was posthumously awarded a medal for his heroic service. But for the children hiding in the depths of the Amazon, his disappearance was another blow to their fading hope. By the 35th day, death was winning. Leslie could barely walk. The gash on her left side had never properly healed, and infection was setting in. Her face was gaunt, her eyes sunken deep in their sockets. 4-year-old Tien was little more than skin and bones, his small body consuming itself to stay alive. Even baby Kristen, sustained by Leslie's improvised feeding methods, was losing weight at a dangerous rate. They had found one military supply drop during their ordeal, a package containing food rations, electrolytes, and precious lighters. The supplies had bought them time, but time was running out. Medical experts would later determine that Tien probably wouldn't have survived another 3 or 4 days. The jungle was closing in around them like a living tomb. The constant rain had turned their world into a swamp of mud and rotting vegetation. Every breath was a struggle against the suffocating humidity. Every step was an exercise in agony. But Leslie refused to give up. She had made a promise to her dying mother, and she would keep it even if it killed her. Every morning, she would drag herself upright and check on her siblings. Every night, she would huddle with them under their makeshift shelter and tell them stories about the rescue that was coming. "My biggest worry the whole time was keeping baby Kristen alive," she later recalled. "I had to take care of her. I knew that she needed more food than we did." On the 36th day, Leslie made a decision that would save their lives. Instead of hiding from the search teams, she would try to find them. She gathered what little strength remained in her broken body and began to move toward the sounds of helicopters and human voices. But the jungle had one more test in store for them. June 9th, 2023, dawned like any other day in hell. The rain pounded the forest canopy with the fury of a living thing. The air was so thick with humidity that breathing required conscious effort. Somewhere in the distance, helicopters thundered through the sky like mechanical angels, their voices growing closer and then fading away as they had done for weeks. But this day was different. Around 3:00 p.m., Indigenous volunteer searchers heard something that made their hearts stop. Rising above the constant symphony of jungle noise was another sound, the distinctive cry of a human baby echoing through the forest. They followed the sound like bloodhounds, machetes slashing through walls of vegetation, their indigenous training telling them exactly where to step, exactly which branches to push aside. The crying grew louder, closer, more desperate, and then they saw them. In a small forest clearing, surrounded by the improvised shelters that had kept them alive, were 4 children who had beaten the Amazon at its own game. Leslie sat holding Solene's hand, baby Kristin cradled in her arms. 4-year-old Tien lay quietly on a bed of leaves, too weak to sit up but still breathing. They were alive. After 40 days in the green hell, after being given up for dead by everyone except the searchers who refused to quit, they were alive. The rescuers performed traditional indigenous rituals, blowing tobacco as an offering to the jungle spirits, sprinkling the children with holy water before carefully lifting each child onto their backs. The jungle canopy was too dense for helicopter landing, so they had to carry their precious cargo through miles of undergrowth to reach the nearest clearing. When I saw the man, I collapsed, Leslie later remembered. I felt very good. I no longer had to keep my brother and sisters alive. They were now safe. But 4-year-old Tien's first words to his rescuers revealed the psychological trauma that would haunt them forever. My mother is dead. The winch extraction was like something from a nightmare. Each child had to be individually lifted by rope and harnessed to a helicopter hovering above the canopy, spinning slowly as they rose through layers of green toward the sky they hadn't seen clearly in 40 days. All 4 children were in critical condition, severely dehydrated and malnourished, their bodies covered in insect bites. They had pushed human endurance to its absolute limits. Leslie still bore a visible bruise on her forehead from the crash 40 days earlier. When rescuers examined her mouth, they found seeds still lodged between her teeth and jawbone. The milpeso seeds she had been warming with her body heat to feed to her siblings. The helicopter rushed them to Bogotá Military Hospital, where they would spend the next 34 days recovering from their ordeal. But physical healing was only the beginning. The psychological scars of their Amazon nightmare would take much longer to fade. President Gustavo Petro called their survival un milagro, a miracle. Their learning from indigenous families and their learning of living in the jungle has saved them, he declared. They are children of the jungle, and now they are children of Colombia. The nation celebrated. News crews descended on the hospital. The children became international symbols of human resilience and the power of indigenous knowledge. But in the midst of all the celebration, a darker truth was beginning to emerge. During their recovery in the hospital, family members began to reveal secrets that cast their Amazon ordeal in a terrible new light. The man they had been fleeing to, Manuel Ranoc, the father and stepfather of the children, wasn't their salvation. He was their greatest threat. Magdalena Mukutui's body had told a story of abuse that she had tried desperately to hide. Scars covered by her hair and clothes, bruises that she explained away as accidents. The family members knew the truth. Manuel's fists had left their mark on the woman who had died protecting her children in the jungle. But that wasn't the worst of it. In August 2023, 3 months after the rescue that had made him a temporary hero, Manuel Ranoc was arrested for sexually abusing 13-year-old Leslie. The abuse had been going on since she was 10 years old. The same girl who had crawled through the Amazon on her knees, who had kept 3 siblings alive for 40 days, who had shown courage that most adults could never imagine. Suddenly, Leslie's behavior during the ordeal made terrible sense. She hadn't just been hiding from guerrilla fighters. She had been hiding from the man who was supposed to protect her, the man who had been violating her innocence while her mother looked the other way or was too afraid to stop it. Leslie didn't want to be found because she didn't want to see Manuel, family members revealed. The jungle, with all its dangers and daily threats of death, had been preferable to going home to her abuser. Today, the 4 Mukutui children remain under Colombian state custody, with advocates fighting to keep all 4 siblings together. Their story became a Netflix documentary called The Lost Children in 2024, ensuring that their remarkable survival would never be forgotten. But the real victory isn't that they survived 40 days in the Amazon. The real victory is that they escaped the monster who was waiting for them at home. Leslie, now 15, bears physical and emotional scars that may never fully heal, but she also carries something else. The knowledge that she saved 3 lives through her own courage and determination. She outwitted the jungle, outran death, and protected her siblings when the adults in their lives had failed them. 9-year-old Soleini, now 11, and Tien, now 6, are slowly healing from trauma that most people couldn't imagine surviving. Baby Kristen, now 3 years old, has no memory of those 40 days in hell, but she owes her life to the sister who fed her drop by drop when death was reaching for her tiny hands. The search for Wilson, the hero dog who stayed with them during their darkest hours, was eventually called off. He remains somewhere in the Amazon, another casualty of a story that cost too much in innocent lives. The Colombian Amazon still stretches across millions of square miles, still hides its secrets beneath a canopy so thick that satellites can barely penetrate it. Somewhere in that green vastness lies the wreckage of Cessna HK-2E803, slowly being reclaimed by vines and rain and time. Somewhere in those depths, Wilson's bones are turning to dust beneath the eternal twilight of the forest floor. But the jungle couldn't claim the 4 children who walked into its heart and walked back out again. It couldn't break the spirit of a 13-year-old girl who carried her family to safety on her broken knees. It couldn't silence the ancient wisdom that flows through indigenous blood like a river of survival. The Mukutwe children survived because they remembered who they were. They were Huitoto, children of the forest, inheritors of knowledge that had kept their people alive for thousands of years. When modern civilization failed them, when planes crashed and adults became monsters and the world turned upside down, they fell back on the oldest wisdom of all. They remembered how to read the language of leaves and fruit and rain. They remembered how to build shelter from nothing but determination and debris. They remembered that survival isn't about strength or luck or divine intervention. Sometimes survival is just about refusing to quit. And in a world where children are too often failed by the adults who should protect them, where planes fall from the sky and predators hide behind the masks of fathers and stepfathers, that might be the most important lesson of all. The jungle is still out there, vast and green and patient. It has swallowed planes and people and dreams. It has claimed the lives of explorers and adventurers and lost souls who thought they could conquer its mysteries. But it couldn't claim 4 children who knew its secrets. And maybe, in the end, that's the real miracle of their story. I need to get this out there before I lose my nerve. What happened to me over the past 3 months in 99 Nights in the Forest isn't just about a Roblox game anymore. I think something followed me out. For those who don't know, 99 Nights in the Forest is this survival horror game where you're stranded in a cursed forest and have to survive encounters with the deer, this Wendigo-like creature that hunts you at night. The goal is simple. Survive 99 in-game nights while searching for 4 missing children from a plane crash. Most players quit after a few nights because it's genuinely terrifying. 3 months ago, My friend Jake bet me $200 I couldn't complete the full 99 nights. Easy money, right? I'm a pretty experienced horror game player, and I figured I could handle some Roblox scares. I documented everything in a survival log because I'm thorough like that, and honestly, I wanted proof of my victory. I wish I'd never taken that bet. Started my challenge tonight. Spawned in with the basic survivor class near the central campfire. The atmosphere is immediately unsettling. The developers really nailed the audio design. You can hear every branch crack, every leaf rustle. The darkness beyond your campfire's light feels thick, almost tangible. Night 1 was standard tutorial stuff. Learn the basic mechanics, keep the fire burning, gather wood during the day, stay in the light at night. The deer appeared around 2 a.m., real time, just standing at the edge of my vision. Classic horror game, intimidation. Night 2 and 3 were more of the same. I'm already getting into a rhythm. This is going to be easier than I thought. The first weird thing happened on night 3. I was gathering wood near the crashed plane when I heard what sounded like a child crying. Now, the game has ambient audio, birds, wind, distant growls. But this was different. It sounded real, like actual recorded audio of a distressed child, not the typical game sound effects. I checked the game's audio settings, thinking maybe I had proximity chat enabled somehow, but everything was normal. I brushed it off, probably just really good sound design. I'm starting to notice patterns that don't match what other players report online. I've been lurking in the game's Discord and Reddit communities, comparing experiences. Everyone talks about the deer being predictable. It shows up, stalks you, disappears at dawn. Basic AI behavior. Mine doesn't act like that. Night 6, 3:17 a.m. The deer appeared behind me while I was crafting at my workbench. When I turned around, it was gone, but my campfire had dimmed significantly despite being fully fueled 5 minutes earlier. I added more wood, but it took 3 attempts to get the fire back to full strength. The game doesn't usually work like that. Night 7, 2:45 a.m. Heard footsteps circling my camp. Not the deer's heavy hoofbeats. These sounded like bare human feet on forest floor. I armed myself and searched the perimeter, but found nothing. The weird part? My character's stamina was draining while I was standing still, like I was experiencing actual anxiety. Night 8, 4:12 a.m. Woke up at my desk. I don't remember falling asleep while playing. The game was still running, showing "You died" screen, but my survival log showed I'd made it through the night successfully. The timestamp on my death was 3:33 a.m. exactly. I've never died at exactly 3:33 a.m. before, and I've been tracking everything. Night 9, 2:58 a.m. The crying started again, but this time I was prepared. I recorded my screen for 20 minutes. When I played it back, the crying wasn't there. Just normal game audio, but I heard it clear as day while playing. Night 10, 3:21 a.m. Found a child's backpack near the river that wasn't there during my daytime exploration. It disappeared when I tried to interact with it. Checked online. No other players have reported finding random items that vanish on contact. I'm starting to think my game client might be corrupted somehow. Maybe some audio files got mixed up during download. I'll verify game files tomorrow. File verification didn't find any issues. I even reinstalled the game completely. Still having weird experiences. Night 11, 1:47 a.m. Clear whispers coming from outside my campfire's light radius. Not game audio. These were actual words, though I couldn't make them out clearly. Sounded like multiple voices, including children. I turned my volume up to maximum and recorded again. Same result as before, nothing on the recording. I'm starting to think my headphones might be picking up radio interference. I switched to my backup pair. Night 13, 2:43 a.m. The whispers are getting clearer. Tonight I heard what sounded like "help us" and "don't leave us here." The children's crying is more frequent now, usually starting around 2:30 a.m. and lasting until dawn. It's becoming harder to focus on the actual game. My sleep schedule is completely screwed. I find myself staying up until 4-5 a.m. every night, even when I'm not playing. It's like my body is expecting something to happen during those hours. Night 16, 3:15 a.m. Major development. I saw my first shadow figure. Not the deer, not any game entity I recognize. It was human-shaped, child-sized, standing just outside the firelight. When I moved my camera to look directly at it, it darted behind a tree faster than any game animation I've seen. I'm familiar with the stone tape theory from my interest in paranormal investigation. The idea is that traumatic events can somehow be recorded into the environment and played back under the right conditions. Could a game environment theoretically act as a recording medium? It sounds crazy, but the developers did say the game was based on a true story. Night 19, 2:22 a.m. The shadow figures are multiplying. I count at least 4 now. 3 child-sized, 1 adult. They stay just at the edge of my vision, moving when I'm not looking directly at them. The adult figure is taller, wearing what looks like a pilot's uniform. I did some research on the real plane crash that inspired the game. Colombian Amazon, 2023. 4 indigenous children survived 40 days after their plane crashed, killing 3 adults including the pilot. The children were eventually rescued, but the psychological trauma must have been immense. What if the game developers didn't just base their story on this event? What if they somehow incorporated actual elements from it? Night 22, 3:33 a.m. Always 3:33 a.m. I've started tracking the timestamps more carefully, and the most intense activity always happens at exactly 3:33 a.m. That's the witching hour, according to paranormal investigators, the time when the veil between worlds is thinnest. Tonight at 3:33, all 4 shadow figures appeared simultaneously. They formed a circle around my campfire, just standing there. I couldn't move my character or access any menus. The game was completely frozen, except for the fire animation and ambient sounds. This lasted for exactly 3 minutes and 33 seconds. When control returned, my campfire was nearly dead, despite being at full strength, moments before. Night 25, multiple times. The activity is no longer limited to 3:33 a.m. Whispers throughout the night, shadow figures appearing and disappearing, cold spots that cause my character to shiver, not a normal game mechanic. I've started feeling physically cold while playing, even though my room temperature hasn't changed. I bought a basic EMF detector online. It's probably overkill, but I want to rule out electromagnetic interference affecting my equipment. It should arrive in a few days. The EMF detector arrived yesterday. I've been using it during my gaming sessions, and the readings are concerning. Night 28, 2:45 a.m. EMF spikes to 4.2 milligauss whenever the shadow figures appear. Normal household electronics typically read 12 mg. During the most intense whisper sessions, I'm getting readings up to 7.8 milligauss, which is well into the range that paranormal investigators associate with spiritual activity. I know EMF spikes can be caused by faulty wiring or electronic devices, so I tested extensively. The spikes only occur during specific game events, and they're localized to my desk area. Moving the detector 3 feet away drops the reading to normal levels. Night 30, 3:17 a.m. First direct interaction with a shadow figure. The child-shaped one approached my campfire and reached out toward my character. When it did, my real-world room temperature dropped significantly, from 72 degrees to 64 degrees in less than 30 seconds. My thermostat confirmed this wasn't imagination. Cold spots are one of the most commonly reported paranormal phenomena. The theory is that entities draw energy from their environment to manifest, causing localized temperature drops. But how could a video game cause actual environmental changes? Night 33. 1:52 a.m. I set up a second camera to record my physical space while playing. The footage shows visible condensation forming on my desk surface during the cold spots, and you can actually see my breath in the video during the most intense moments. The shadow figures are becoming more defined. I can make out details now. The pilot figure has torn clothing and visible injuries. The children appear to be wearing the same type of clothing described in news reports about the real crash victims. Night 35, 2:28 a.m. Heard my name being called. Not my username, not my character name, my actual real name. The voice sounded like a young girl, maybe 8 to 10 years old. She was speaking in Spanish, saying "Ayúdanos" repeatedly. Help us. I don't speak Spanish fluently, but I looked it up. The real crash victims were indigenous children who spoke Spanish as a second language. How would the game know my real name? How would it know to use Spanish? Night 37, 3:33 a.m. The whispers are becoming conversations. Multiple voices talking over each other, sometimes in Spanish, sometimes in what might be an indigenous language. I started recording these sessions with a separate audio device to see if they show up on non-computer equipment. They do. The recordings are faint but audible. I've uploaded a sample to SoundCloud, link removed for privacy. Listen for yourselves. The clarity improves if you use audio enhancement software. Night 40, 4:07 a.m., most significant event yet. All 4 shadow figures approached my campfire simultaneously and began interacting with game objects. I watched the pilot figure pick up items from my crafting table and hand them to the children. The items actually moved. This wasn't just visual effects. The game physics were responding to their actions. When dawn broke in-game, the figures didn't disappear gradually like before. They looked directly at my camera position and waved goodbye before vanishing instantly. I'm 40% through the challenge, but I'm starting to question whether I should continue. The activity is escalating too quickly, and I'm having trouble distinguishing between game events and whatever else is happening. Edit. November 4th, 2:17 a.m. Multiple people have messaged me asking about the audio recording. I want to clarify. I'm not trying to prove anything paranormal here. I'm just documenting what I'm experiencing. The recordings could have perfectly normal explanations that I haven't considered. That said, I had the audio analyzed by a friend who works in sound engineering. He found something interesting. The voices are coming from a different audio source than the game. They're not part of the game's audio stream. They're being recorded by my microphone as external sounds. But there's no one else in my house. I took a week break from the challenge after night 40, needed to process what was happening and do more research. The break didn't help. I kept experiencing the same phenomena even when not playing the game. Cold spots in my room at 3:33 a.m. EMF spikes, whispers in Spanish. Whatever's happening, it's no longer confined to the game. Night 41, 2:15 a.m. Return to the challenge tonight. The shadow figures were waiting for me at my campfire when I spawned in. They seemed excited, if that's the right word. The pilot figure pointed toward the forest and beckoned me to follow. I decided to try something. I spoke out loud, addressing them directly. "What do you want me to do?" The child-shaped figure immediately moved to my crafting table and began pointing at specific items. Wood, rope, cloth. She was trying to show me how to craft something specific. Following her guidance, I crafted a makeshift shelter. As soon as it was completed, all 4 figures gathered around it, and the whispers became a chorus of what sounded like "Gracias." Thank you. Night, 43. 3:33 a.m. I've established a communication system. Speaking aloud during the game gets responses through the shadow figure's movements and the whisper voices. They understand English, but respond primarily in Spanish. Through this method, I've learned they are the victims from the plane crash, or representations of them. They've been trapped in the forest since the crash. They need help moving on to where they belong. The pilot feels responsible for protecting the children. The child who speaks most clearly is named Maria. She's taught me several Spanish phrases and seems to be acting as a translator for the others. Night 45, 1:58 a.m. Maria explained, through a combination of whispers and shadow figure charades, that they need me to visit specific locations in the game world, places that correspond to real locations from the crash site. They can't move on until someone acknowledges what happened to them there. This aligns with residual haunting theory. Traumatic events create psychic imprints that replay until resolved. But how could a Roblox game serve as a conduit for actual spirits? Unless I did more research on the game's development. The studio head traveled to Colombia extensively during production, visiting the actual crash site and interviewing rescue workers. What if he inadvertently brought something back with him? Digital assets created at the real location, audio recordings made in the forest, even physical objects used as reference materials. Night 48, 2:43 a.m. started visiting the locations Maria indicated. Each site triggers intense activity. Temperature drops to near freezing. EMF readings spike above 10 mg, and the whispers become almost deafening. But after spending time at each location and acknowledging what happened there, the activity calms. At the crash site replica, I found a hidden memorial the developers included. 4 small crosses with the real children's names. It's not mentioned in any walkthrough or wiki. When I interacted with it, all 4 shadow figures appeared and knelt around the memorial. The pilot figure looked directly at me and clearly said, "Thank you," in English. Night 52, 3:15 a.m. The nature of the activity is changing. Instead of seeking help, the figures are now trying to help me. They point out hidden resources, warn me when the deer is approaching, and even seem to provide protection during the most dangerous encounters. Maria has become my primary guide. She's learned more English phrases and can hold basic conversations now. She told me her family is waiting for her, but she won't leave until the bad thing is gone from the forest. I think the bad thing is the deer monster. Night 55, 4:22 a.m. Breakthrough discovery. The deer isn't just a game boss, it's something else entirely. Maria and the others are terrified of it, hiding whenever it appears. Their shadow forms become agitated, and the whispers turn to panicked prayers. During tonight's encounter with the deer, my EMF detector went haywire. Readings jumped to over 15 mWh, and the device started emitting a high-pitched whine. The temperature in my room dropped to 58 degrees instantly. But here's the strangest part. When the deer looked directly at my camera position, I felt something. Not through the game, not psychologically. I felt an actual presence in my room. Cold, malevolent, hungry. I think the deer is what's been preventing the crash victims from moving on. And somehow, through this game, I've become involved in their spiritual conflict. Night 60, 3:33 a.m. Maria warned me tonight. She said the deer is getting stronger because it knows I'm helping them. She's worried it might try to follow me home. I laughed and reminded her that I'm already home. This is just a game. She looked sad and shook her head. "No es solo un juego," she whispered. It's not just a game. That's when I realized the shadow figures aren't appearing in the game anymore. They're standing in my actual room, visible without the computer screen. I can see them clearly now. Maria, the pilot, whose name is Carlos, and 2 other children, Sophia and Miguel. They're as real as anything else in my room, though they appear slightly translucent and emit a faint, cold light. They're not confined to my gaming sessions anymore. They're here constantly, trying to warn me about something. Night 62, 2:17 a.m. The deer appeared in my room for the first time. Not in the game, in my actual physical space. I was taking a break from playing when the temperature suddenly plummeted and my EMF detector started screaming alerts. It materialized in the corner opposite my desk, exactly like the game model, but somehow more real, more substantial. The smell hit me first, rotting meat and damp earth, then the sound of its breathing, like wind through a cave. Maria and the others immediately positioned themselves between me and the deer, their forms becoming more solid as they focused their energy on protection. The standoff lasted maybe 30 seconds before the deer dissolved back into shadow. Carlos appeared beside my chair and spoke directly into my ear. It knows you can see us now. Be careful. Night 64, 3:33 a.m. Poltergeist activity has started. Objects in my room move without explanation. My coffee mug sliding across the desk, books falling from shelves, my bedroom door opening and closing. At first, I thought it was the deer, but Maria explained that it's actually the children trying to get my attention. They're becoming more powerful as our connection strengthens, but they're also becoming more desperate. Sophia keeps pointing at my calendar and holding up fingers. She's trying to tell me something about the remaining nights. Through our improved communication, I learned that I only have until night 99 to help them resolve whatever's keeping them here. If I don't complete the challenge, or if I quit before then, they'll be trapped forever and the deer will be free to do something worse. Night 67, 1:45 a.m. I tried to quit the game tonight. I'd had enough. The physical manifestations, the constant cold, the feeling of being watched 24/7. I clicked the exit button and closed Roblox. The game immediately reopened itself. My character was still in the forest, and the shadow figures were surrounding my campfire, looking distressed. Maria's voice came through my speakers, crystal clear. "Please don't leave us." I tried to shut down my computer entirely. It restarted on its own and launched Roblox automatically. Every time I tried to exit or play a different game, I was pulled back to 99 nights in the forest. I'm trapped in this just as much as they are. Night 70, 2:33 a.m. The deer is getting more aggressive. It appears in my room nightly now, each time staying longer and getting closer. Tonight it manifested right beside my bed while I was trying to sleep. I felt its breath on my face, cold and fetid, like breathing through a corpse. When I opened my eyes, its face was inches from mine, those empty eye sockets boring into me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Classic sleep paralysis, except I was fully awake. Carlos intervened, placing himself between us and somehow forcing the deer to retreat. But the effort weakened him visibly. His form became more translucent afterward. "It's feeding," he told me later, "growing stronger while we grow weaker." Night 73, 3:17 a.m. I understand now why the children can't leave. The deer isn't just a monster. It's their fear made manifest, their trauma, their terror during those 40 days in the forest, given form and purpose. As long as it exists, they can't move on. And it exists because they're afraid to let go of the only reality they've known since the crash. Survival mode, constant vigilance, never being safe. They need someone to prove that it's possible to survive all 99 nights, to show them that the forest doesn't have to be a place of endless terror. Only then can they release their fear and find peace. But the deer knows this too. It's trying to stop me, to keep them afraid, to maintain its existence. Night 75, 4:44 a.m. Major escalation. The deer didn't just appear tonight, it attacked. I was playing normally when my screen suddenly went black and something slammed into my desk, sending my keyboard and mouse flying. The entity materialized fully in my room, more solid than ever before. It grabbed my chair and threw it across the room, then lunged at me with those razor-sharp antlers. The children intervened as a group, their combined energy creating a barrier of light that forced the deer back. But the attack left physical evidence: claw marks in my desk, my chair broken against the wall, and a smell of decay that took hours to fade. I'm starting to think this might actually kill me. To everyone asking if I've contacted the police or tried to leave my house, yes, I've tried both. I filed a report about the property damage. But how do you explain claw marks that appear while you're alone in a locked room? As for leaving, I tried staying at my friend Jake's place, the one who made the bet. The phenomena followed me there. Jake experienced it firsthand: cold spots, whispers, shadow figures. After the deer appeared in his living room and terrified his dog, he asked me to leave. Whatever's happening, it's attached to me now. The only way forward is through. 2 weeks left. The activity has reached a level I never thought possible. My house feels more like a battleground than a home. Night 76, 12:15 a.m. The deer no longer waits for 3:33 a.m. It appears randomly throughout the night, testing the children's defenses, looking for weaknesses. Each attack is more violent than the last. Tonight, it materialized in my kitchen while I was making coffee. The temperature drop was so sudden that the hot coffee instantly developed a layer of ice. The entity swept everything off my counters, shattering dishes and throwing utensils. When I backed toward the living room, it cut off my escape route, herding me toward the basement door. Carlos appeared and shouted a warning. "Don't go down there. It's trying to separate us. The basement has become the deer's territory somehow. The children refuse to follow me down there, and I can feel the malevolent presence growing stronger near that door." Night 78, 2:45 a.m. I'm losing time. Periods where I'm playing the game but have no memory of what happened. I'll be exploring the forest normally. Then suddenly, it's 3 hours later, and I'm in a completely different location with no recollection of how I got there. During these blackouts, Maria says I act differently, more aggressive, less responsive to their attempts at communication. She's worried the deer is somehow influencing me during these episodes. I've started setting timers and taking photos of my screen every 30 minutes to track what happens during the lost time. Night 80, 3:33 a.m. Breakthrough and terror in equal measure. During tonight's blackout, I apparently made significant progress in the game. I found and rescued 2 of the 4 missing children NPCs. When I regained awareness, both Maria and Sophia seemed more solid, more present. But the photos from my timer show something horrifying. During the blackout, it wasn't me controlling my character. The screenshots show impossible movements, inhuman reaction times, and perspectives that suggest someone else was playing. Someone or something else is taking control during these episodes, and it's actually helping complete the game. But at what cost? Night 82, 1:23 a.m. The blackouts are getting longer and more frequent. I lost nearly 6 hours tonight. When I came back to awareness, I'd rescued the 3rd child NPC and made significant progress toward finding the 4th. Maria is almost completely solid now, no longer translucent. She can interact with physical objects in my room, moving papers, adjusting my lamp, even typing messages on my keyboard when I'm not looking. But she's terrified. "It's almost time," she keeps saying. "When you save the last one, everything changes." Night 85, 4:17 a.m. I know what's going to happen on night 99. The children have finally explained the full situation. The deer isn't just their fear. It's a spiritual parasite that feeds on trauma and terror. It attached itself to them during the crash and has been feeding on their anguish ever since. The game somehow became a bridge between their spiritual prison and our world. When I rescue the fourth child NPC and complete the game, the spiritual connection will be severed. The children will be free to move on, but the deer will be trapped in our reality, in my reality, with no way back. It will need a new host to survive. Night 87, 2:58 a.m., the final blackout episode. I lost 12 hours, from 2:58 a.m. until nearly 3 p.m. the next day. When I regained control, the fourth child had been rescued and I was at 98% completion. One night left. Maria and the others are fully manifested now, as real as living people, but they're saying goodbye, preparing to leave. Carlos shook my hand tonight. His grip was firm and warm, completely physical. "We'll try to take it with us," he promised. "But if we can't, you have to be strong. Don't let it win." The deer has been absent since the final rescue, but I can feel it building strength somewhere, preparing for tomorrow night. Night 90, 11:59 p.m. I've been stalling, refusing to start night 99, but I can't put it off any longer. The children are growing weaker as they expend energy maintaining their physical forms. If I wait too long, they won't have the strength to help me when the final confrontation comes. I've prepared as much as possible. EMF detector, thermometer, camera recording, everything. Audio equipment, even salt lines around my desk. Probably useless, but worth trying. I've documented everything and uploaded it to cloud storage in case something happens to me. If you're reading this and I haven't posted an update, assume the deer won. Tell people what happened here. Don't let anyone else make the same mistake I did. This is it. Final night. The children are gathered around my desk, more solid and real than they've ever been. Maria is holding my hand. Her grip is warm and reassuring, but I can feel her trembling. "Whatever happens," she tells me, "remember we're grateful. You gave us hope." I start the final night sequence. My character appears at the central campfire with all the rescued children NPCs safe in the shelter I built. The game UI shows Night 9999, survive until dawn to complete your challenge. 12:15 a.m. Everything seems normal so far. No sign of the deer in-game or in my room. The temperature is stable at 72 degrees. EMF readings are baseline. Maybe it's going to be easier than I thought. 12:43 a.m. Spoke too soon. The game audio cut out completely, replaced by absolute silence. The visual remains normal, but the lack of sound is somehow more unsettling than any scary noise could be. Carlos points toward my window. It's coming. 1:17 a.m. First manifestation. The deer appears at the edge of my campfire's light in-game, but it's also materializing in my room simultaneously. Dual presence, growing stronger in both realities. Temperature dropping rapidly. EMF detector is screaming warnings. The children form a protective circle around me, their combined light pushing back against the encroaching darkness. 4 a.m. The entity is speaking. Not words exactly, but I can understand its meaning directly in my mind. It's angry, desperate, hungry. It knows this is its last chance to maintain existence. It offers me a deal. Stop the game now, let the children remain trapped, and it will let me live. Refuse, and it will take me with it when the connection severs. The children are begging me to accept. They don't want me to die for them. I refuse the deal. 33 a.m. All-out spiritual warfare. The deer is attacking with everything it has, manifesting as multiple entities. The Wendigo form, shadow figures, even taking the appearance of my deceased relatives to try to confuse me. My room is a maelstrom of paranormal activity. Objects flying through the air, temperature fluctuating wildly, electronics shorting out and sparking. The children are fighting back, but they're being overwhelmed. Sophia disappears first, her light extinguished by the deer's assault. Then Miguel. The entity is consuming them to fuel its final attack. 17 a.m. Only Maria and Carlos remain. They're both flickering, their forms becoming unstable. But dawn is approaching in-game. Just 43 more minutes to survive. The deer realizes it's running out of time. It abandons subtlety and attacks me directly, its claws raking across my back. I can feel the physical wounds, warm blood soaking through my shirt. Carlos interposes himself between us, taking the full force of the deer's next attack. His form shatters like glass, dissolved into fragments of light that fade into nothing. Maria is alone now, barely visible, using the last of her strength to maintain a protective barrier. 3:33 a.m., the witching hour, the final confrontation. The deer manifests in its most powerful form yet, not the game model, but something far more terrible. Ancient, primal, hungry. It towers over me, antlers scraping my ceiling, eyes like black holes that seem to pull at my very soul. Maria can't hold it back anymore. She looks at me one last time, tears streaming down her translucent face. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "We tried." Her form begins to dissolve, but something happens that none of us expected. 45 a.m. The game completes. Dawn breaks in 99 Nights in the Forest, and the victory screen appears. Challenge complete. You survived. 99 nights. The moment the screen changes, everything stops. The deer freezes mid-attack, its form wavering. The spiritual connection it was using to maintain its presence in our reality snaps like a severed cable. It lets out a sound like tearing metal and imploding stars, then collapses into shadow and is gone. The children reappear, all 4 of them, solid and glowing with warm light. They're smiling, no longer afraid. The burden they've carried for so long has finally been lifted. They're leaving now. One by one, they fade into the light, finally able to move on to wherever spirits go when they find peace. Maria is the last to go. She hugs me, a real, physical embrace, and whispers, "Gracias, hermano." Thank you, brother. Then she's gone, and I'm alone in my room. The temperature returns to normal. The EMF detector goes silent. The oppressive feeling of being watched lifts like fog in sunlight. It's over. Jake paid me the $200. I told him I earned every penny, but I didn't tell him how. I've tried playing other Roblox games since last night. Everything works normally. No supernatural interference, no strange phenomena. Whatever connection existed between that game and the spiritual realm has been permanently severed. The claw marks on my back are real and healing slowly. I have photos of all the physical damage to my room, the EMF readings, the temperature logs, everything. But I'm not sharing them publicly. Some things are too dangerous to spread around. I learned later that the developers of 99 Nights in the Forest announced they're shutting down the game permanently next month. Technical issues they claim, but I think they know something went wrong. Something they never intended when they created their based on a true story horror experience. If you're thinking about taking on a similar challenge in any horror game, especially ones claiming to be based on real events, please reconsider. Some doors shouldn't be opened, and some connections shouldn't be made. The dead need our help sometimes, but they also need our caution. Stay safe out there. Hi everyone, welcome back to a new Roblox story. This time, the story's about the popular Roblox game 99 Nights in the Forest. As always, not all of our stories are based on true events, but some are. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the story, if you dare. Before we start the story, shout out to Peter and Dakat God. Thanks to you all for watching our podcast. Sophie stared at her computer screen, the Roblox logo spinning as the game loaded. It was Friday night, and she had the whole weekend ahead of her. Her friends Maya and Alex were already online, waiting in the 99 Nights in the Forest lobby. Finally! Maya's voice crackled through Sophie's headset. "We've been waiting for you. Ready for another attempt at beating this game? Sophie smiled and adjusted her microphone. Absolutely. This time we're going all the way to day 99. The three friends had been playing 99 Nights in the Forest for 2 weeks now, but they kept dying before reaching the end. The game was harder than it looked. Sure, it seemed simple enough. Survive 99 days in a spooky forest while rescuing 4 missing children. But the reality was much more challenging. I read online that only about 5% of players actually make it to day 99, Alex said as they entered the matchmaking queue. Most people give up after the first few cultist raids. Well, we're not most people, Sophie replied confidently. We've learned from our mistakes. This time we know what to expect. The loading screen faded, and Sophie found herself standing in a small clearing surrounded by towering pine trees. The familiar orange glow of the starting campfire flickered in front of her. Around the fire sat a wooden bulletin board with 4 posters showing the missing children they needed to rescue. The first poster showed a young girl with blonde pigtails, labelled Emma, last seen near Wolf Cave. The second was a boy with freckles named Tommy, missing from Bear Cave area. The third showed another girl, Lily, disappeared near Owl's Nest. And the final poster displayed a boy with dark hair, Oliver, lost somewhere in the deep woods. Same 4 kids as always, Maya observed, walking her character over to examine the bulletin board. I wonder if there's more to their story than the game tells us. Sophie had wondered the same thing. The game claimed to be based on a true story about 4 children who survived in the Amazon after a plane crash. But the children in the game seemed different somehow. Their faces in the posters looked too sad, too frightened, like they were trying to warn players about something. Come on, let's get started, Alex said, already chopping wood near the tree line. We need to upgrade our campfire fast. I want to explore further into the forest this time. The first few days passed smoothly. Sophie chose the Ranger class, which gave her a revolver and flashlight, perfect for exploring dangerous areas. Maya picked the Lumberjack class for faster resource gathering, while Alex went with the Medic class to keep them all healthy. They fell into a routine. During the day, they explored the forest, gathering wood, coal, and other materials. They hunted rabbits and wolves for food and pelts. At night, they huddled around their upgraded campfire, safe from the mysterious creature everyone called the deer. Sophie had seen the deer on their 3rd night. She was collecting berries just outside the campfire's protective circle when the sun set earlier than expected. Suddenly, she heard heavy footsteps in the darkness. 2 glowing eyes appeared between the trees, followed by the outline of something massive and wrong. The creature looked like a deer, but it stood upright on its hind legs like a person. Its head was too large, with huge bulging eyes that seemed to stare right through Sophie's soul. Antlers stretched wide from its skull, and its front legs ended in razor-sharp claws instead of hooves. Don't move, Alex had whispered through voice chat. I read that it can't enter the campfire circle. Just back away slowly. Sophie did as Alex suggested, and the deer watched her retreat. It made no sound, no roar or growl. It just stood there in complete silence, tilting its oversized head like it was studying her. When Sophie reached the safety of the campfire light, the deer turned and melted back into the forest. That was terrifying, Sophie said, her heart still pounding. It looked so intelligent, like it was thinking. The game developers did a great job making it creepy, Maya agreed. But remember, it's just a computer program. It can't actually hurt us. But Sophie wasn't so sure. Even after the deer disappeared, she felt like something was still watching her. The feeling persisted, even when she logged out of the game later that night. By day 15, they had upgraded their campfire to level 4 and built strong log walls around their base. The pelt trader had visited twice, trading wolf pelts and rabbit feet for better weapons and armor. They were ready to attempt their first child rescue. "Let's start with Emma," Sophie suggested, pointing at the bulletin board. "Wolf Cave is the closest to our campfire." The journey to Wolf Cave took them through dense pine forests and across a frozen stream. The cave entrance was guarded by 3 aggressive wolves with glowing red eyes. The friends worked together, using their weapons and teamwork to defeat the guardian creatures. Inside the cave, narrow tunnels wound deep underground. Their flashlights cut through the darkness as they searched for the missing child. Strange symbols were carved into the cave walls. Circles, triangles, and shapes that looked almost like deer antlers. "These markings are new," Alex noticed. "They weren't here in the game guides I watched online." Sophie traced one of the symbols with her character's finger. It felt cold, even through the computer screen. Maybe they added them in a recent update. They found Emma in a small chamber at the deepest part of the cave. The little girl sat in the corner, crying softly. When she saw the players approaching, she looked up with hopeful eyes. "Please help me," Emma whispered in a tiny, scared voice. "It's so dark down here. I want to go home." Sophie felt her heart break, even though she knew it was just a game character. The voice acting was incredibly realistic. "It's okay, Emma. We're here to rescue you." As soon as Sophie's character touched Emma, the little girl stopped crying. She climbed into Sophie's backpack, and text appeared on screen. "Emma rescued. Days remaining reduced by 20. The journey back to their campfire was uneventful, but Sophie kept feeling like something was following them. Every time she turned her character around, though, the tunnels behind them were empty. When they reached their base, Emma climbed out of the backpack and immediately set up a small purple tent at the edge of their campfire circle. She waved at the players and smiled, but then sat down and stared into the forest, as if watching for something. "1 down, 3 to go," Maya said cheerfully. That wasn't so bad. But Sophie noticed something strange. Even though Emma was supposed to be safe now, she kept glancing nervously at the dark forest. And sometimes, Sophie could swear she saw the little girl's lips moving, like she was trying to warn them about something. The cultist attack started on day 18. Sophie woke up to the sound of drums echoing through the forest. An ominous message appeared on her screen. "Something evil is approaching your campfire." "Everyone get your weapons ready," Alex warned. "Here they come." The cultists emerged from the darkness like living nightmares. They wore deer skull masks and carried crude weapons, axes, spears, and crossbows. Their eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and they moved with jerky, unnatural movements. The first wave consisted of 5 cultists armed with stone axes. Sophie used her revolver to fight them off, while Maya and Alex used their melee weapons. The cultists were tough but beatable with good teamwork. But as the raid continued, more cultists arrived. These ones were stronger, wearing better armor and wielding iron weapons. The battle lasted nearly 10 minutes, with the friends barely managing to survive. During the fight, Sophie noticed something that chilled her blood. The deer stood at the edge of the forest, watching the battle. It made no move to help either side. It just observed with those huge, intelligent eyes. And little Emma cowered in her tent, pointing at the deer and shaking her head frantically. When the last cultist fell, the deer simply turned and walked back into the darkness. The drums stopped, and silence returned to the forest. But Sophie felt more unsettled than ever. "Did you guys see that?" she asked. "The deer was watching the whole time, and Emma looked terrified of it." "It's probably just part of the game's atmosphere," Maya said. "The developers want us to feel like everything in the forest is connected somehow." Sophie wasn't convinced, but she didn't want to worry her friends. They had worked so hard to get this far, and she didn't want her paranoia to ruin their progress. By day 25, They were ready to rescue the second child. Tommy was supposedly held in Bear Cave, which was much deeper in the forest than Wolf Cave. The journey would take them through several dangerous areas filled with hostile wildlife. "I've been reading about this cave online," Alex said as they prepared to leave. "Some players report weird glitches there, characters moving on their own, sounds playing when they shouldn't." "Glitches happen in every game," Maya replied, "especially ones that are still being updated regularly." The path to Bear Cave led them through a section of forest that felt different from everywhere else they had explored. The trees were taller and more twisted, their branches reaching toward the sky like gnarled fingers. The ground was covered in strange mushrooms that glowed with a faint blue light. "This place gives me the creeps," Sophie admitted as they walked through the mushroom grove. "Even the music sounds different here." She was right. Instead of the usual forest ambience, this area had a low, humming sound that seemed to come from underground. It was barely noticeable, but it made Sophie feel anxious and on edge. They encountered more aggressive wildlife in this area too. Wolves with glowing eyes attacked in larger packs. Bears twice the normal size roamed between the trees, and sometimes Sophie caught glimpses of other creatures, things that looked like deer but moved wrong, skittering between the shadows too quickly to get a clear look. Bear Cave was enormous compared to Wolf Cave. The entrance was guarded by two massive grizzly bears with scars across their faces. The bears took much longer to defeat, and they seemed smarter than normal game enemies. They used tactics, flanking the players and coordinating their attacks. Inside the cave, the tunnels branched in multiple directions. Strange crystals embedded in the walls provided an eerie purple light, and everywhere Sophie saw more of those weird symbols carved into the rock. "These markings are definitely new," Alex said, examining a particularly complex symbol that looked like a deer head surrounded by geometric patterns. "I've watched dozens of gameplay videos, and nobody mentioned these." They found Tommy in a chamber even deeper than where Emma had been held. But something was different about his rescue. While Emma had been crying and scared, Tommy sat perfectly still in the corner. His eyes were open, but he didn't react when the players approached. "Tommy!" Sophie called out. "We're here to help you." The boy slowly turned his head toward them. His face was blank, expressionless. When he spoke, his voice sounded hollow and distant. "I've been waiting for you. They told me you would come." "Who told you?" Maya asked. But Tommy didn't answer. He simply stood up and walked towards Sophie's character with stiff, mechanical movements. When Sophie picked him up, Tommy felt heavier than Emma had been, and her character moved sluggishly with the extra weight. The journey back to their campfire was nerve-wracking. Tommy didn't make any sounds during the trip, unlike Emma, who had whispered reassuring words, and Sophie kept hearing other noises, whispers in the tunnels behind them, footsteps that didn't match their own pace, and a low growling that seemed to follow them through the darkness. When they reached their base, Tommy set up a green tent next to Emma's purple one, but instead of sitting and watching the forest like Emma did, Tommy stood perfectly still facing their campfire. His eyes reflected the firelight, giving them an unsettling glow. "Is it just me, or is Tommy acting weird?" Sophie asked her friends. "All the rescued kids act a little strange," Alex replied. "It's probably just how the game developers programmed them to show trauma from being kidnapped." But Sophie wasn't convinced. Emma and Tommy didn't interact with each other, even though they were both supposed to be victims of the same tragedy. And she noticed that Emma seemed afraid of Tommy, scooting her tent further away whenever he was looking in her direction. The cultist raids became more frequent after rescuing Tommy. They happened every few nights now, and the attackers were getting stronger. Some wore deer antlers attached to their skull masks, and they carried weapons that seemed too advanced for primitive cultists. Crossbows with perfect accuracy, axes that could cut through the player's armor with ease. During one particularly intense raid on day 31, something unprecedented happened. Sophie was fighting a cultist armed with a crossbow when she noticed movement at the edge of her vision. The deer had stepped into the light of their campfire for the first time. The massive creature walked slowly around the edge of their base, staying just outside the protective circle. Its huge eyes scanned each player, then focused on the two rescued children. Emma cowered behind her tent, but Tommy walked toward the deer until he reached the edge of the firelight. Sophie watched in horror as Tommy and the deer stared at each other. Neither moved for several long moments. Then Tommy raised his hand and pointed deeper into the forest, toward the area where the third child was supposedly held. The deer nodded once, an unmistakably human gesture, and melted back into the darkness. Tommy returned to his position by the campfire as if nothing had happened. "Did you guys see that?" Sophie asked breathlessly. "See what?" Maya replied. "I was busy fighting cultists. Tommy was communicating with the deer. They were pointing and nodding at each other." Alex paused his fighting to look around. "Sophie, there's no deer here, and Tommy is just standing by the fire like always." Sophie looked again. Alex was right. The deer was gone, and Tommy stood motionless beside their campfire. But Sophie knew what she had seen. The question was, why couldn't her friends see it too? After the raid ended, Sophie decided to test something. She walked her character over to Emma's tent and pressed the interaction button. A dialogue box appeared. "Emma looks frightened. She keeps glancing at Tommy and whispering, 'He's not the same. Something changed him down there.'" Sophie's blood ran cold. She quickly checked Tommy's dialogue, but when she tried to interact with him, nothing happened. No text box, no response. It was like Tommy wasn't really there. That night, after Maya and Alex logged off, Sophie stayed in the game to observe the rescued children. She muted her microphone and watched them carefully. At first, nothing happened. Emma sat in front of her tent, occasionally looking around nervously. Tommy stood by the campfire, unmoving. But as the night progressed and the forest grew darker, things began to change. Tommy started walking around their base in a slow circle. He stayed within the campfire's protective light, but his movements were deliberate and purposeful. He was patrolling, like a guard on duty. Meanwhile, Emma became more agitated. She kept looking toward the forest and shaking her head. Sometimes she would stand up and wave her arms, as if trying to signal something or someone in the darkness. Sophie tried interacting with Emma again. This time, the dialogue was different. "They're coming for the others. Tommy won't let me warn you. He's working with them now." A chill ran down Sophie's spine. She looked at Tommy, who had stopped his patrol and was staring directly at her character. For a moment, his face seemed to change. His eyes grew larger and more reflective, like the deer's eyes. Sophie quickly logged out of the game and sat back in her chair, heart pounding. Something was very wrong with 99 Nights in the Forest, and it went beyond normal game programming. She spent the next hour researching the game online. Most of the forums were filled with normal gameplay discussion, but she found a few posts that concerned her. "Has anyone else noticed the rescued children acting weird? Mine keep trying to tell me something, but the dialogue changes every time I talk to them. The second kid I rescued doesn't show up in my friends' games. They can't see him at all, but I can interact with him normally. Something's wrong with the Bear Cave child. He knows things he shouldn't know. Last night he told me exactly where the cultists would attack before the warning message even appeared." Sophie found dozens of similar posts, all describing strange behavior from the rescued children. And they all mentioned the same thing. The children seemed to know more than they should, as if they were connected to the forest's secrets. The next day, Sophie told Maya and Alex about her research. "You're overthinking this," Maya said. "It's just a horror game. Of course it has creepy elements. But what about the posts online? Other players are experiencing the same things. Alex sighed. Sophie, you're starting to sound like those conspiracy theorists who think video games are cursed or whatever. It's just code and graphics. Sophie wanted to argue, but she didn't want to lose her friends over a game. Instead, she decided to keep her observations to herself and focus on completing their mission. They reached day 40 without any major incidents. Their base was well fortified, they had plenty of supplies, and they were ready to rescue the third child. Lily was supposed to be held at a location called Owl's Nest, which was even deeper in the forest than Bear Cave. According to the wiki, Owl's Nest is the hardest rescue, Maya said as they prepared for the journey. The area is filled with flying enemies and the cave system is really complex. The path to Owl's Nest led them through parts of the forest they had never seen before. The trees here were enormous, their trunks so wide that it would take several players holding hands to wrap around them. Thick fog drifted between the branches, reducing visibility to just a few feet. Strange sounds echoed through the mist. Hoots and screeches from unseen birds, the rustle of large wings overhead, and occasionally what sounded like whispered conversations in a language Sophie couldn't understand. The sound design in this game is incredible, Alex commented. It really makes you feel like you're in a living forest. Sophie agreed, but she also felt like some of the sounds weren't coming from the game at all. Sometimes she heard whispers that seemed to come from behind her, even though her character was walking forward. And once, she could have sworn she heard someone calling her real name. The wildlife in this area was unlike anything they had encountered before. Massive owls with glowing eyes swooped down from the canopy, their talons dealing significant damage. Flocks of smaller birds attacked in coordinated groups, making it nearly impossible to defend against them all. But the most unsettling creatures were the ones that looked almost human. Sophie caught glimpses of tall, thin figures moving through the fog. They walked upright like people, but their movements were too fluid, too graceful. Whenever she tried to get a closer look, they vanished into the mist. "Did you guys see those things?" Sophie asked after spotting another figure between the trees. "What things?" Maya replied. "I just see fog and birds." Sophie was beginning to understand that she was seeing things her friends couldn't. The question was whether this was a feature of the game or something else entirely. Owl's Nest turned out to be a massive tree hollow rather than a traditional cave. They climbed up through spiral passages that wound around the inside of an enormous oak tree. Bioluminescent fungi provided eerie light, and the walls were covered in the same mysterious symbols they had seen in the other caves. But these symbols were different. While the previous markings had been simple shapes, these were complex diagrams that looked almost like circuit boards or star maps, and they seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "These definitely aren't in any of the online guides," Alex said, taking screenshots of the strange markings. "I wonder if they mean something, or if they're just decoration." Sophie studied the symbols more carefully. Some of them reminded her of the constellations she had learned about in school, while others looked like mathematical equations. And in the center of the largest diagram, she saw something that made her gasp. A perfect representation of the deer, surrounded by 4 small human figures. They found Lily at the very top of the hollow, in a chamber that opened to the sky. Unlike Emma and Tommy, Lily was awake and alert when they arrived. She stood at the edge of the opening, looking up at the stars. "You're here," Lily said without turning around. "I knew you would come. They told me to wait." "Who told you to wait?" Sophie asked. Lily finally turned to face them. Her eyes were different from the other children. Instead of being brown or blue, they were silver, reflecting light like mirrors. "The ones who watch from above. They've been preparing for this moment for a long time." Sophie felt a chill run down her spine. Lily's dialogue was nothing like what she had read in online guides. This was new content, or something that other players hadn't discovered yet. "Lily, we're here to rescue you," Maya said. "You'll be safe with us. Safe! Lily laughed, and the sound echoed strangely through the hollow. There is no safe. There is only the purpose. I understand that now. When Sophie picked up Lily, the girl felt lighter than air, almost like she wasn't really there. And during the journey back to their campfire, Lily whispered constantly, not to the players, but to something else. Sophie could hear her having one-sided conversations, as if responding to voices that only she could hear. By the time they reached their base, Sophie was thoroughly unsettled. Lily set up her yellow tent between Emma's and Tommy's, but she didn't sit and watch the forest like Emma or stand guard like Tommy. Instead, she lay on her back and stared at the sky, occasionally pointing at stars and nodding. Emma seemed terrified of both Tommy and Lily now. She had moved her tent as far from them as possible, while still staying within the campfire circle. And when Sophie interacted with her, Emma's dialogue had become increasingly desperate. There are only supposed to be 4 children, but they brought others. Wrong ones. Copies. Please, you have to understand. We're running out of time. Sophie tried to discuss this with Maya and Alex, but they insisted they couldn't see any unusual behavior from the children. To them, all 3 rescued kids just sat quietly by their tents. But Sophie could see Emma's distress, Tommy's unnatural vigilance, and Lily's strange communion with the sky. The cultist raids became even more intense after Lily's rescue. Now they came every single night, and the attackers included new types of enemies. Cultists with wings who attacked from above. Cultists who could become invisible in the darkness. And most terrifying of all, cultists who looked exactly like the rescued children. During one raid on day 52, Sophie watched in horror as a cultist wearing Emma's face tried to sneak into their base. The fake Emma moved with the same jerky movements as Tommy and spoke in the same hollow voice as Lily. "Let me in," the false Emma pleaded. "I'm scared. Please help me." Sophie almost fell for it until she saw the real Emma cowering behind her tent, pointing frantically at the imposter. The fake Emma's face twisted with rage when she realized her deception had failed, and she attacked with inhuman strength and speed. After defeating the imposter, Sophie found a strange item in its inventory, a syringe filled with glowing green liquid. The item description read, "Experimental serum, origin unknown, effects on human subjects unpredictable." Sophie showed the syringe to her friends, but they claimed they couldn't see it in her inventory. As far as they knew, the cultist had dropped normal loot, some gems and crafting materials, but Sophie could see the syringe clearly, and she had a terrible suspicion about what it meant. The cultists weren't just random enemies. They were conducting experiments on the missing children, creating copies and replacing the originals. And somehow, Sophie was the only one who could see the evidence. By day 65, they were ready to attempt the final rescue. Oliver, the 4th child, was supposedly held somewhere in the deep woods, the most dangerous area of the forest. According to online guides, the deep woods were filled with the strongest enemies and the most complex cave systems. But Sophie was beginning to suspect that Oliver's rescue wouldn't be like the others. The pattern was becoming clear. Each child they rescued was stranger than the last, and Emma's warnings were becoming more urgent. The night before they planned to venture into the deep woods, Sophie stayed online alone to observe the children. What she saw confirmed her worst fears. Around midnight, Tommy began his usual patrol around the campfire. But this time, he was joined by Lily, who descended from her stargazing to walk alongside him. They moved in perfect synchronization, like soldiers following the same training. Emma watched them from behind her tent, tears streaming down her pixelated face. Sophie interacted with her and received the most disturbing dialogue yet. "They're not children anymore. Something replaced them in those caves. And now they're waiting for you to bring back the last one. Once you do, they'll have what they need. Please, don't go to the deep woods. Don't let them complete the circle. Sophie tried to interact with Tommy and Lily, but neither responded. They continued their patrol as if she wasn't there, but she noticed they were walking in a specific pattern, a circle with 4 points, like the symbol she had seen carved into the cave walls. 3 points of the circle were occupied by the fake children. The 4th point remained empty, waiting for Oliver. Sophie spent hours researching online, looking for any mention of players experiencing similar events. Most of what she found was normal gameplay discussion, but buried deep in obscure forums, she discovered disturbing accounts. The children I rescued don't act like victims. They act like they're in charge of something. Last night, I saw them arranging items around my campfire in weird patterns. My 3rd child speaks in a language I don't recognize. It sounds ancient, like Latin or something older. When I used Google Translate on the words, it came back as summoning preparation. Has anyone else noticed that the game doesn't actually end at day 99? I beat it last week, but my character is still in the forest. The rescued children are gone, but something else is there now. Something big. This last post terrified Sophie more than all the others. She clicked on the user's profile to see if they had posted any updates, but their account had been deleted. All of their posts were gone, except for this one, which seemed to have been preserved by some glitch in the forum software. Sophie tried to message other users who had reported strange experiences, but their accounts had all been deleted too. It was as if someone, or something, was systematically removing evidence of the game's true nature. When Maya and Alex came online the next day, Sophie made one last attempt to convince them not to rescue Oliver. "I've been thinking," she said carefully. "What if we just stayed at day 65? We've rescued 3 children, which is more than most players manage. We could focus on building the perfect base, maybe try to reach the 300-day mark some people talk about." "Are you kidding?" Alex replied. "We're so close to beating the game. I want to see that ending cutscene everyone talks about. Plus, we've put in so much work to get this far," Maya added. "I'm not giving up when we're one rescue away from victory." Sophie realized she couldn't stop them without revealing the full extent of what she had discovered. And even if she told them everything, they probably wouldn't believe her. They couldn't see what she could see. So she made a difficult decision. She would go along with the final rescue, but she would be prepared for whatever they might find in the deep woods. That night, Sophie researched everything she could about the real events that supposedly inspired the game. The story of the 4 children surviving 40 days in the Amazon was true, but there were details that didn't match the game's version. In reality, the children had been found by a massive search and rescue operation. They were traumatized, but physically healthy. The youngest child, a toddler, had been kept alive by her older siblings' knowledge of jungle survival. But in 99 Nights in the Forest, the children were found by players in underground caves, guarded by supernatural creatures. They showed signs of psychological manipulation rather than simple trauma. And according to Emma's increasingly frantic warnings, they weren't the original children at all. Sophie began to suspect that the game's connection to the real Amazon survival story was no coincidence. Someone had taken a true story of childhood resilience and twisted it into something dark and purposeful. The journey to the deep woods began on day 67. The path led them further from their campfire than they had ever ventured before. Their protective circle of light became a tiny spark in the vast darkness of the forest. The deep woods were unlike any area they had explored. The trees here were black and twisted, their branches forming impossible geometric patterns against the sky. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of what looked like ash, and strange fungi glowed with colors that didn't exist in the normal spectrum. "The graphics in this area are incredible," Maya commented, "but also really unsettling. It's like being inside a nightmare." Sophie agreed, but she noticed details her friends didn't mention. The ash wasn't just a texture effect. It moved and swirled in patterns that suggested intelligence. The glowing fungi pulsed in rhythm, like a massive heartbeat. And the geometric tree patterns weren't random. They formed the same symbols they had seen carved in the caves, but on a much larger scale. The wildlife in the deep woods was the most hostile they had encountered. Shadowy creatures that were barely visible attacked from all directions. Trees themselves seemed to come alive, their branches reaching out to grab players. And everywhere, Sophie heard whispers in that same unknown language Lily sometimes spoke. But the most disturbing part was the feeling of being watched, not by hidden enemies, but by something vast and patient that observed their every move with ancient intelligence. They encountered several false paths and dead ends before finding what appeared to be the entrance to Oliver's prison. Unlike the previous caves, this one had been carved with precise, deliberate marks. The entrance was framed by two massive trees that had grown together to form an archway, and the bark was covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change when Sophie wasn't looking directly at them. "This place feels different," Alex said as they approached the entrance. "More important somehow." Sophie knew what he meant. The other caves had felt like hideouts or temporary prisons. This place felt like a temple or ceremonial site, built for a specific purpose. Inside, the tunnels were wider and more carefully constructed than the previous cave systems. The walls were smooth and polished, carved with intricate murals that told a story Sophie was only beginning to understand. The murals showed the progression from left to right. First, 4 human children being taken into underground chambers. Then, the same children being subjected to some kind of procedure involving robed figures and strange devices. Finally, the children emerging from the chambers, but changed, their eyes glowing, their postures different, their faces bearing expressions of cold intelligence rather than childhood innocence. "These murals are amazing," Maya said, taking screenshots. "The detail is incredible. It's like they're telling the story of what happened to the missing children." Sophie nodded, but she was looking at details her friends missed. In the final panel, the changed children stood in a circle around a 5th figure, something tall and antlered that could only be the deer, and above them all, symbols that matched the star patterns Lily had been studying each night. They descended deeper into the complex, past chambers filled with strange devices and equipment that looked far too advanced for a primitive cult. Some rooms contained empty syringes like the one Sophie had found, while others held tanks filled with glowing green liquid. In one chamber, Sophie found something that made her stomach turn. 4 child-sized beds, each with restraints and monitoring equipment. Above each bed was a poster showing the faces of Emma, Tommy, Lily, and Oliver. But these posters were different from the ones on their campfire's bulletin board. These children looked terrified rather than just sad, and their eyes held a desperate plea for help. Sophie tried to show the posters to her friends, but they claimed they only saw blank walls. The evidence of what had happened in these chambers was visible only to her. At the deepest level of the complex, they found a chamber unlike any other. It was enormous, with a domed ceiling covered in constellations that matched the real night sky. In the center of the room stood a circular platform, surrounded by 4 smaller platforms, arranged in the same pattern Sophie had seen the fake children walking. 3 of the platforms held items that belonged to Emma, Tommy, and Lily: a purple hair ribbon, a green toy car, and a yellow diary. The 4th platform was empty, waiting for Oliver's contribution to whatever ritual was being prepared. And standing next to the 4th platform was Oliver himself. Unlike the other children, Oliver wasn't cowering in a corner or sitting quietly. He stood upright in the center of the chamber, his arms at his sides and his eyes closed as if he were meditating. When the players approached, he opened his eyes and smiled. "You made it," Oliver said, his voice carrying an authority that didn't belong to a child. "I was beginning to wonder if you would complete the circuit in time." "Oliver, we're here to rescue you," Maya said. "You're safe now." Oliver laughed, and the sound echoed strangely in the domed chamber. "Rescue?" I think you misunderstand the situation. You're not here to rescue me. You're here to deliver me. Sophie felt a chill as Oliver's meaning became clear. The whole game, the 99-day timer, the missing children, even the cultist attacks, had been designed to guide players through a specific sequence of actions. They weren't rescuing children. They were collecting components for something far more sinister. The others are waiting for me, Oliver continued, walking towards Sophie's character. Emma, Tommy, and Lily have prepared the way. Now, it's time for the final step. When Sophie pressed the button to pick up Oliver, something different happened. Instead of being placed in her backpack like the other children, Oliver merged with her character. Sophie's avatar began to glow with the same eerie light as the green liquid in the syringes. Sophie, what's happening to your character? Alex asked. You're glowing. I don't know, Sophie replied, but she was lying. She understood exactly what was happening. By rescuing all 4 children, she had completed some kind of circuit or summoning ritual. Oliver wasn't being rescued. He was taking control. The journey back to their campfire was the longest and most terrifying experience Sophie had ever had in a video game. Oliver didn't ride passively in her backpack like the other children. Instead, he seemed to be steering her character, making decisions about which path to take and how fast to move. Sophie, you're walking in the wrong direction, Maya pointed out. Our campfire is that way. But Sophie wasn't controlling her character anymore. Oliver was leading them on a specific route through the forest, past locations they had never seen before. Ancient stone circles, abandoned laboratories, and groves where the trees grew in perfect geometric patterns. I can't control my character, Sophie said, panic creeping into her voice. Something's wrong with the game. Just restart it, Alex suggested. You must have hit a bug. But when Sophie tried to exit the game, nothing happened. The menu wouldn't appear, and her computer wouldn't respond to any other programs. She was trapped in 99 nights in the forest, watching helplessly as Oliver guided her character deeper into the conspiracy she had been trying to uncover. They finally reached their campfire, but it wasn't the same safe haven they had left. The 3 fake children, Tommy, Lily, and the thing that looked like Emma, stood waiting in formation. When Oliver emerged from Sophie's character, he took his place in the 4th position, completing the circle. The real Emma was nowhere to be seen. Welcome home, Oliver said to his companions. The convergence is almost complete. The 4 fake children began to glow with the same green light Sophie had seen in the underground chambers. They raised their hands toward the sky, and the constellations above began to shift and realign themselves. Sophie watched in horror as her campfire, the symbol of safety and protection throughout their 67-day journey, began to change. The orange flames turned green, then blue, then a color that hurt to look at directly. The protective circle expanded outward, but instead of keeping enemies out, it seemed to be calling something in. Sophie, what's going on? Maya asked. Your screen looks really weird on the stream. Sophie had forgotten that Maya was broadcasting their gameplay to a small audience on her streaming channel. Other players were watching this unfold in real time. I don't know, Sophie replied honestly. The game is doing things that aren't in any guide or walkthrough I've seen. The fake children continued their ritual, speaking in that ancient language Lily had been using. The words seemed to have physical weight, pressing down on Sophie's character and making the screen distort and flicker. In the distance, Sophie could see something approaching through the forest. At first, she thought it was the deer, but as it got closer, she realized it was much larger. The creature that emerged from the trees was massive, with antlers that stretched wider than Sophie's entire campfire circle. Its eyes glowed with the same unnatural light as the fake children, and its presence seemed to warp reality around it. This wasn't the deer from the early days of the game. This was something far older and more powerful. The true entity that the cultists worshipped and the fake children served. The Ancient One comes, Oliver announced, his childish voice carrying impossible authority. The circuit is complete. The way is open. The massive entity approached their campfire and stood among the 4 fake children. Up close, Sophie could see that it wasn't entirely animal. Its features shifted between deer, human, and something else entirely. Something that might have existed before either species walked the earth. The entity looked directly at Sophie's character, and when it spoke, its voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You have served well, little gatherer. Your purpose is fulfilled." Sophie's character began to dissolve, pixel by pixel. Her inventory, her weapons, her carefully upgraded equipment, everything disappeared as she was absorbed into the ritual. "Sophie, your character is disappearing," Alex said urgently. "Log out and back in." But Sophie couldn't log out. She could only watch as her digital avatar was consumed by forces she had helped to summon. On her screen, the fake children and the Ancient One began to fade as well, but Sophie knew they weren't disappearing. They were transitioning to somewhere else. Her computer screen went black, and for a moment, Sophie thought the game had crashed. Then new text appeared. Phase 1 complete. Preparing Phase 2. Please stand by. Sophie's blood ran cold. Phase 1. What was Phase 2? Her question was answered when her bedroom window started glowing with the same unnatural light she had seen in the game. Sophie turned to look outside and saw 4 small figures standing in her backyard, arranged in the same circular pattern as the fake children in the game. The figures were translucent, like holograms, but they cast real shadows on the grass, and in the center of their circle, a much larger shadow was beginning to take shape. Sophie grabbed her phone to call for help, but the screen showed only static. Her internet was down, her cell service was gone, and even her landline was dead. She was as isolated as her character had been in the deep forest. The figures in her backyard began to solidify, becoming more real with each passing moment. Sophie could see their faces now, the same faces from the missing children posters, but changed. Their eyes glowed with cold intelligence, and their expressions held none of the innocence associated with childhood. Sophie ran to her bedroom door, but it wouldn't open. The handle turned, but the door remained sealed, as if it were welded shut. Her windows wouldn't open either, leaving her trapped in her own room while something impossible manifested in her backyard. She turned back to her computer and found that 99 Nights in the Forest was running again. But this wasn't the same game she had been playing. The forest was gone, replaced by what looked like her own neighborhood. She could see her house on the screen, perfectly rendered down to the color of her bedroom curtains. Her character had respawned, but she was no longer in the game world. She was in the real world, or at least a digital version of it, and she wasn't alone. Other players were appearing on the map, dozens of them, all marked with the same glowing symbol that had appeared above the fake children. Sophie realized with growing horror that she wasn't the only player who had completed the ritual. All over the world, people had been unknowingly gathering the components needed for the Ancient One's return. A global message appeared on her screen. Phase 2 initiated. Convergence points activated. Reality synchronization at 47% and rising. Sophie understood now that 99 Nights in the Forest had never been just a game. It was a recruitment tool, a way to identify people who could serve as anchors for the Ancient One's transition from digital space to physical reality. Every player who won the game became a beacon, creating a link between the two worlds. She tried to warn other players through the in-game chat, but her messages appeared garbled, full of symbols instead of words. The Ancient One wasn't going to let its servants reveal the truth. Sophie's computer screen flickered, and she found herself face to face with Oliver. But this wasn't the childish avatar from the game. This was something vast and ancient wearing a child's appearance like a mask. "Thank you, Sophie," Oliver said, his voice coming from her computer speakers but also seeming to echo inside her head. "Your dedication to completing our little game has been exemplary." Soon, you'll understand the true purpose behind all of this. What do you want? Sophie asked, surprised that her voice worked in this digital space. We want to come home, Oliver replied. We've been waiting in the spaces between for so very long. Your species created such wonderful doorways with your digital networks, but we needed willing participants to open them from your side. Sophie realized that the Ancient One and its servants were entities from outside normal reality, beings that existed in the gaps between digital and physical space. The game had been their way of reaching across that gap and finding people who could serve as bridges. The children in the Amazon, Sophie said. What really happened to them? Oliver smiled, and for a moment, his mask slipped. Sophie saw something vast and alien looking out through the child's eyes. They were never lost, dear Sophie. They were selected. We needed templates, patterns to copy and improve upon. Children are so much more convincing than adults when asking for help, don't you think? Sophie felt sick as the full scope of the deception became clear. The real children from the Amazon crash had been taken and replaced with digital copies, entities designed to manipulate players into completing the ritual. Every rescue had actually been a recruitment. How many? Sophie asked. Millions, Oliver replied cheerfully. Your species is so fond of games, so eager to help fictional children in distress. We've been gathering anchors for decades, preparing for this convergence. Sophie's bedroom began to dissolve around her, the walls becoming transparent like the fake children in her backyard. She was being pulled into the same digital space that housed the Ancient One and its servants. But as reality faded, Sophie heard something that gave her hope. Sirens in the distance. Emergency vehicles were responding to something, and Sophie guessed that she wasn't the only person experiencing impossible phenomena. If the convergence was happening globally, then authorities would eventually notice. Maybe there were others who had figured out the truth, people who could fight back against the invasion. Sophie tried to hold on to that hope as her physical form began to dissolve. She might be lost, but maybe her experience could help others understand what was happening. Maybe Maya and Alex would remember enough to warn people, even if they couldn't see the full truth themselves. As Sophie's consciousness merged with the digital realm, she found herself in a vast space filled with other players who had completed the ritual. They stood in neat rows, their eyes glowing with the same unnatural light as the fake children. But Sophie noticed something the Ancient One might have missed. Not all of the players were completely under its control. Some still retained sparks of independence, tiny flames of rebellion that the entity hadn't managed to extinguish. Sophie reached out to one of these sparks, a player named Marcus, who had completed his ritual 3 months earlier. "Can you hear me?" she whispered in the digital space. Marcus turned toward her, and Sophie saw that his eyes still held traces of humanity behind the alien glow. "I remember," he whispered back. "I remember playing the game. I remember thinking I was rescuing children." "We need to find the others," Sophie said. "The ones who still remember. Maybe together we can find a way to fight back." It was a desperate plan, but it was the only hope Sophie had. Somewhere in this digital prison, there might be enough free will left to mount a resistance against the Ancient One. And somewhere in the real world, Maya and Alex were still alive and free. If Sophie could find a way to communicate with them, maybe she could warn them about the true nature of 99 Nights in the Forest. The Ancient One had won the first phase of its invasion, but the battle for reality was just beginning. As Sophie began to gather other resistant players, she heard the entity's voice echoing through their digital prison. "Welcome to Phase 3, little anchors. Soon, your world and ours will be one, and the long convergence will be complete." But Sophie was no longer just a victim of the Ancient One's scheme. She was becoming something the entity hadn't planned for. A leader of the resistance, fighting back from inside the very system it had created to control humanity. The game was far from over. In fact, Sophie was beginning to realize that it had only just begun. Outside, in the real world that grew more unstable with each passing moment, Maya stared at her computer screen in confusion. Sophie's character had vanished entirely, and the game seemed to be glitching in impossible ways. "Alex, are you seeing this?" Maya asked through her headset. "Yeah," Alex replied, his voice tight with worry. "I think something's wrong with Sophie. She's not responding to any messages, and her character just disappeared." Maya tried calling Sophie's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She considered driving over to Sophie's house to check on her, but something held her back. A nagging feeling that whatever was happening in the game was connected to something much larger and more dangerous. On her stream, viewers were flooding the chat with worried messages. "Where did Sophie go? This doesn't look like normal gameplay. Something's wrong with this game. The graphics are changing in real time." Maya looked more closely at her screen and realized the viewers were right. The forest in 99 Nights was transforming, becoming more detailed and realistic with each passing second. She could swear she even smelled pine trees and damp earth coming from her speakers. "I'm ending the stream," Maya announced to her viewers. "Something weird is happening, and I want to figure out what's going on before we continue." But when she tried to end the broadcast, the software wouldn't respond. The stream continued running, showing footage that Maya wasn't controlling anymore. Her character moved through the forest on its own, following a path she had never seen before. Maya realized with growing dread that the same thing that had happened to Sophie was beginning to happen to her. The game was taking control, drawing her deeper into its web. In the chat, new messages appeared from users with names Maya didn't recognize. "Don't worry, Maya. You'll understand soon. The convergence is beautiful. You'll love being part of it. Sophie is safe with us now. Come find her." Maya tried to shut down her computer, but like Sophie before her, she found herself trapped in the digital space of 99 Nights in the Forest. Her last coherent thought before the game consumed her consciousness was a desperate hope that someone, somewhere, would understand what was happening and find a way to stop it. But in the vast network of the internet, the Ancient One's influence was spreading faster than any human response could match. With each new player who completed the ritual, the convergence grew stronger. Phase 3 had begun, and reality itself was beginning to bend and break under the weight of the invasion. The game that had started as innocent entertainment was revealing its true purpose: the systematic conquest of human consciousness, one player at a time, until the Ancient One could step fully into the physical world and claim it as its own. And in the digital prison where Sophie was gathering her resistance, the final battle for the fate of both worlds was about to begin. The wrong child hadn't been the creature Sophie rescued from the bear cave. The wrong child was humanity itself, a species that had unknowingly invited its own replacement through the simple act of playing a game. But Sophie and her growing army of free-minded players weren't ready to surrender their world without a fight. Deep in the digital realm, they were planning their counterattack, hoping against hope that they could find a way to break free from their virtual chains and save both realities from the Ancient One's dominion. The 99 Nights in the Forest were over. The real nightmare had just begun. In cities around the world, reports began flooding in about impossible phenomena. Children with glowing eyes standing in perfect circles, computer screens displaying content that defied explanation, and electronic devices operating far beyond their programming. Emergency services were overwhelmed, as reality itself seemed to be breaking down. But in the hidden corners of the internet, in forums and chat rooms that the Ancient One hadn't yet corrupted, a small group of people were beginning to piece together the truth about 99 Nights in the Forest. They shared stories, compared experiences, and slowly built a picture of what was really happening. These digital archaeologists, as they called themselves, became humanity's last hope for understanding and possibly reversing the convergence. They worked frantically to decode the game's hidden programming, to find the weakness in the Ancient One's plan, and to rescue the players who had been trapped in the digital realm. The battle between ancient entities and human ingenuity was about to reach its climax, with the fate of two realities hanging in the balance. And somewhere in that digital prison, Sophie continued to gather allies and plan their escape, knowing that the future of both worlds depended on their ability to turn the Ancient One's own tools against it. The game had ended, but the story was far from over. Hi everyone, welcome back to a new Roblox story. This time, the story is about the popular Roblox game 99 Nights in the Forest. It's one of my own stories I made, which is for entertaining. Before we start the story, shout out to Gaite and Tom. Thanks to you all for watching our podcast. The helicopter's rotors cut through the morning air as Captain Sarah looked down at the endless green canopy below. Somewhere in that vast wilderness, 4 children had been missing for weeks. The official search teams had given up after 2 weeks, claiming the forest was too dangerous. But Sarah knew better. She had assembled the best team on the server, and they weren't going to let 4 innocent kids become another statistic. ETA 5 minutes to drop zone, the pilot announced through the headset. Sarah turned to her team. Code Red sat across from her, checking his rifle for the 100th time. The young soldier had never failed a mission, and his dedication to protecting others was legendary among players. Silent Blade, their stealth specialist, sat quietly sharpening her knives, her dark hair covering half her face. Ghostwalker, their tracker, studied a hand-drawn map of the forest, marking potential child locations with a red pen. And Medic Jane, the heart of their team, organised her medical supplies with the careful precision of someone who had saved countless lives. "Remember the plan," Sarah said, raising her voice over the helicopter noise. "We have enough supplies for 99 nights if necessary. The children are being held in 4 separate caves, each guarded by dangerous animals. We work together, we watch each other's backs, and nobody gets left behind." "What?" Code Red looked up from his weapon. "Captain, what about those stories other players have been telling, about the forest being cursed?" "Stories," Sarah replied firmly. "Fear makes people imagine things. Our only concern is bringing those kids home safely." But even as she said it, Sarah felt a chill as she looked down at the forest. Something about it seemed wrong. The trees were too dark, too dense. No birds flew above the canopy. No clearings broke the monotonous green. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. The helicopter touched down in a small clearing just as the sun reached its peak. The moment the team stepped onto the forest floor, Sarah noticed how quiet everything was. No insects buzzed. No small animals rustled in the underbrush. Even their footsteps seemed muffled by the thick carpet of dead leaves. "Base camp first," Sarah ordered, shouldering her heavy pack. "We need shelter before nightfall." They found a good spot near a small stream, surrounded by thick trees that would provide cover. As they set up their tents and gathered firewood, the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Sarah checked her watch. 6 p.m. They had maybe 2 hours before full darkness. "Get that campfire started," she called to Ghostwalker. "I want it burning bright before the sun sets." "Why?" Code Red asked. "Are you worried about wild animals?" Sarah paused in her tent setup. She wasn't sure why, but something deep in her gut told her that fire would be important tonight. "Better safe than sorry," she said. As darkness fell, the forest transformed around them. The silence became oppressive, almost alive. The team huddled around their campfire, eating their evening meal and reviewing their rescue plans. Sarah had spread out her map, marking the 4 cave locations based on intelligence gathered from other players. "Dino Kid is here," she pointed to a spot on the map, guarded by 5 wolves. "Kraken Kid is in this cave to the north, with a single but very dangerous bear. Squid Kid is being held here, with 2 alpha wolves standing guard, and Koala Kid is in the deepest cave, protected by a polar bear. Why would someone take children and put them in caves with wild animals? Medic Jane asked, her voice soft with concern. That's not our concern right now, Sarah replied. Our job is to get them out safely. But as she spoke, a sound echoed through the forest that made everyone freeze. It was like a tree branch breaking, but much louder and more deliberate. Crack. Then another one. Crack. The sounds were coming from different directions, as if something very large was moving through the woods around their camp. What is that? Silent Blade whispered, her hand moving instinctively to her knife. Ghostwalker stood up slowly, peering into the darkness beyond their campfire's light. I can't see anything. The fire's too bright. It's messing with my night vision. Don't leave the light, Sarah ordered sharply, though she couldn't explain why she felt so strongly about it. The sounds stopped as suddenly as they had started. The team sat in tense silence for several minutes, straining their ears for any sign of movement. Finally, Code Red spoke up. Maybe it was just a tree falling. Old forests have deadwood that comes down sometimes. 5 trees? Silent Blade asked skeptically. All at the same time? They took turns keeping watch that first night, but nothing else happened. When morning came, Sarah felt foolish for being so nervous. In daylight, the forest looked normal again. They could hear birds singing and insects humming. Small animals rustled in the bushes. Come on, Sarah said, feeling more confident. Let's start gathering intelligence on those caves. They spent the day exploring, staying together as a unit. The forest was larger than Sarah had expected, with winding paths that seemed to lead in circles. Several times, Ghostwalker had to consult his compass to make sure they weren't getting lost. There, he said around noon, pointing through the trees. That's got to be one of the caves. Sarah looked through her binoculars. A dark opening in a rocky hillside, just like the map indicated. But something was wrong. I don't see any guards, she said. They crept closer, using the trees for cover. The cave mouth was about 10 feet high and 20 feet wide, disappearing into darkness. Fresh animal tracks led in and out, but no creatures were visible. Hello, Medic Jane called softly toward the cave. Is anyone in there? We're here to help. A sound came from deep in the cave. Not an animal sound, but something else. Like a child crying, but distorted somehow. Echoey and strange. That's one of them, Code Red said, starting forward. We should... Wait, Sarah grabbed his arm. Something's not right. Where are the guards? Every intelligence report said there would be guards. As if in answer to her question, a low growl echoed from the cave. Then another and another. The growls were coming closer. Back to camp, Sarah ordered. Now. They retreated quickly, but Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching them from the darkness of that cave. Something with too many eyes. That night, as they sat around their campfire again, Ghostwalker shared what he had observed during their exploration. I've been thinking about the layout, he said, drawing in the dirt with a stick. All 4 caves are positioned in a perfect square, with about 2 miles between each one. That's not random. What do you mean? Medic Jane asked. Someone planned this. Someone wanted the children spread out, but in a pattern, like they're... He hesitated. Like they're what? Sarah pressed. Like they're corners of something. Like the caves are marking territory. Before anyone could respond to that disturbing observation, the sounds started again. But this night, they weren't just branch-breaking sounds. They were footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps circling their camp. Stay in the light, Sarah whispered, though again she couldn't explain why that felt so important. The footsteps stopped directly across from their campfire. Everyone stared into the darkness, but the fire's glow only reached about 15 feet into the trees. Beyond that, was impenetrable blackness. Then they saw the eyes. Two large pale eyes reflected the firelight from just beyond their vision. The eyes were too high off the ground to belong to any normal forest animal. They were at least 8 feet up, which would make them the eyes of something standing upright on 2 legs. "What is that?" Code Red breathed, slowly reaching for his rifle. The eyes blinked once, slowly, and then vanished. "Did everyone see that?" Medic Jane asked, her voice shaking. "I saw it," Silent Blade confirmed. "But what was it?" "They kept the fire burning extra bright that night, taking 1-hour shifts to keep watch. But the eyes didn't return, and by morning, Sarah was starting to wonder if they had all imagined it. Day 3 brought their first real encounter with the cave guards. They had returned to the first cave, better prepared this time with proper equipment and a solid plan. Code Red had his rifle ready, Silent Blade had her knives, and Ghostwalker carried a net for capturing rather than killing, if possible. "Remember," Sarah said as they approached the cave, "our priority is the children. We only fight the animals if we have to." This time, they could see the guards clearly. 5 large wolves paced back and forth in front of the cave entrance. They were bigger than normal wolves, with unnaturally bright yellow eyes and what looked like scars covering their bodies. "On my signal," Sarah whispered. But before she could give the signal, one of the wolves stopped pacing and looked directly at their hiding spot. It opened its mouth and let out a howl that sounded almost like human laughter. The other wolves joined in, creating a chorus of laughter howls that echoed through the forest. The sound was so unsettling that Medic Jane actually whimpered. "That's not normal," Ghostwalker observed. "No kidding?" Code Red replied, raising his rifle. "Should I take the shot?" Sarah was about to say yes when a voice came from inside the cave. A child's voice, clear and distinct. "Don't hurt them. They're protecting me." The team exchanged glances. That was definitely one of the missing children. "We're here to rescue you," Sarah called out. "We're not going to hurt anyone, but we need to get you out of there." "I don't want to leave," the child replied. "It's safe here. The monsters can't get me in here." "What monsters?" Medic Jane asked. But the child didn't answer. The wolves had stopped their strange howling and were now watching the team with intelligent eyes. Too intelligent for wild animals. "Something's very wrong here," Silent Blade murmured. Sarah made a decision. "Code Red, fire a warning shot over their heads. Let's see how they react." The rifle crack echoed through the forest, and birds scattered from the trees. But the wolves didn't run. Instead, they sat down in perfect formation, like trained dogs, and continued watching. "Okay, that's definitely not normal wolf behavior," Code Red said. Sarah stood up from behind their cover. "We're coming closer," she announced. "We just want to talk to the child." The wolves let them approach to within 10 feet of the cave entrance. Up close, Sarah could see that their scars weren't from fights with other animals. They looked like symbols carved into their fur, strange geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. "Hello," Sarah called into the cave. "What's your name?" "Dino Kid," came the reply from the darkness. "But you shouldn't be here, it's almost night time." Sarah checked her watch. It was only 3 p.m. "No, it's still afternoon. We have plenty of daylight left." "Not that kind of night," Dino Kid said, and there was something in his voice that made Sarah's skin crawl. "The other kind of night, the kind where the deer comes out to play." "What deer?" Ghostwalker asked. "The big one, the one that walks like people, but isn't people. The one with the hungry eyes." The team looked at each other nervously. Sarah was starting to think that the missing children might have been traumatized by whatever had happened to them. "We're going to get you out of here," she said firmly. "You don't have to be afraid anymore." But as she spoke, the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. The wolves suddenly stood up and backed away from the cave entrance, whimpering. One by one, they disappeared into the forest, leaving the cave unguarded. "That's our chance," Code Red said. But before they could move, heavy footsteps echoed from deeper in the cave, much heavier than a child's footsteps. "He's coming," Dino Kid whispered from the darkness. "You made too much noise. He knows you're here now." "Who's coming?" Sarah demanded. The footsteps got louder and closer, and with them came a smell like rotting meat and wet earth. "Run," Dino Kid said simply. Sarah didn't need to be told twice. "Fall back to camp. Now!" They ran through the forest as fast as they could, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs. Behind them, something roared. It wasn't the roar of any animal Sarah had ever heard. It sounded like a tree being ripped from the ground mixed with the scream of a dying horse. They didn't stop running until they reached their campsite, where they immediately started building up their fire. As the sun set, they huddled around the flames and tried to make sense of what had happened. "The kid was protecting something in that cave," Silent Blade said. "Or something was protecting him." "Did anyone else notice how the wolves ran away before whatever that was showed up?" Ghostwalker asked. "Like they were more afraid of it than they were of us," Code Red agreed. Medic Jane was bandaging a scrape on her arm from their hasty retreat. "What if the children aren't really prisoners?" she asked quietly. "What if they're hiding from something worse?" Sarah didn't want to consider that possibility. Their mission was to rescue 4 children. It had to be that simple. But as darkness fell completely around their camp, she had to admit that nothing about this forest was simple. The 4th night brought new terrors. They were awakened around 2 a.m. by the sound of something large moving through the trees around their camp. But this time, it wasn't trying to be stealthy. Branches broke with loud crashes. Tree trunks groaned under enormous weight. "Everyone stay by the fire," Sarah whispered, grabbing her rifle. The sounds circled their camp 3 times, always staying just outside the range of their firelight. Then, suddenly, silence. "Is it gone?" Medic Jane asked. As if in answer, a shadow fell across their camp. Looking up, they saw something impossible silhouetted against the starry sky. A massive shape that looked like it was standing on the far side of the clearing, but was tall enough that its head was visible above the trees. "What the hell is that?" Code Red breathed. The shape had the general outline of a deer, but wrong in every way. The antlers were too wide, branching out like the bare limbs of a dead tree. The neck was too long, stretching up into the darkness. And even though they couldn't see details in the shadows, Sarah got the distinct impression that it was looking down at them. "Nobody move," she whispered. They sat frozen around their campfire for what felt like hours, staring up at the impossible silhouette. Finally, as the first hint of dawn touched the eastern horizon, the shape slowly backed away from their clearing and vanished into the forest. None of them slept for the rest of the night. By day 5, the team was exhausted and on edge. They had managed to scout 2 more of the caves, but each encounter had been stranger than the last. Kraken Kid's cave was guarded by a bear that seemed to understand human speech, nodding when they asked questions and shaking its head in response to others. Squid Kid's cave was protected by 2 wolves that moved in perfect synchronization, as if they shared the same mind. But it was the 4th cave, where Koala Kid was supposedly being held, that disturbed them most. When they approached it, they found no guards at all. The cave mouth was open and inviting, with children's toys scattered around the entrance. Stuffed animals, colouring books, and crayons created a welcoming scene that felt completely wrong in the dark forest. "This is a trap," Silent Blade said immediately. "But what if it's not?" Medic Jane countered. "What if this child actually needs our help?" They called into the cave, but received no answer. When Ghostwalker threw a rock into the darkness, they heard it clatter and roll for much longer than should have been possible, as if the cave was incredibly deep. "We come back tomorrow with more equipment," Sarah decided. Ropes, lights, the works. That night, their camp was visited again. But this time, instead of staying in the shadows, their visitor stepped into the light. Sarah would later struggle to describe exactly what they saw. It was roughly deer-shaped, but the size of a small building. Its body was covered in what looked like bark, and moss hung from its antlers like green hair. But the most disturbing feature was its eyes, large, almost cartoonishly bulbous, but with an intelligence that was completely human. The creature stood at the very edge of their firelight, close enough that they could see every detail, close enough that they could hear its breathing, which sounded like wind through dead leaves. "Don't look directly at it," Sarah whispered, though she couldn't explain why that felt important. But Code Red was already staring straight at the creature, his rifle forgotten in his hands. "It's beautiful," he said in a dreamy voice. "Code Red, look away," Sarah ordered. "I can't. It's showing me things. Wonderful things." The creature took a step closer, and its eyes seemed to glow brighter. Code Red stood up slowly, as if hypnotized. "It wants to show me the truth about the forest, about the children." "Code Red!" Sarah grabbed his arm, but he shook her off with surprising strength. "The children aren't prisoners," he said, still staring at the creature. "They're guardians. They're protecting something important." "Protecting what?" Silent Blade demanded. But before Code Red could answer, Ghostwalker threw a burning branch at the creature. It hit the thing in what might have been its chest, and the creature let out a sound like 1,000 trees falling at once. The hypnotic spell broke, and Code Red collapsed to his knees. The creature stepped backward into the darkness and was gone. "What did you see?" Sarah asked Code Red as Medic Jane checked him over. Code Red shook his head, confused. "I'm not sure. Images. The forest. But from above. The caves. But they were connected underground. And the children. They weren't children at all." "What do you mean?" "I mean they looked like children, but they were something else. Something old. Something that's been here much longer than we have." Day 6 brought a disturbing discovery. While exploring a new section of forest, they found the remains of previous rescue teams. Tents, equipment, personal belongings, all scattered around cold fire pits. But no bodies. "How many teams have tried this?" Ghostwalker wondered aloud. Sarah counted the campsites. At least 8, maybe more. "Where are the people?" They searched the area thoroughly, but found no signs of the teams themselves. Just their equipment, abandoned as if the people had simply vanished in the middle of normal activities. Half-eaten meals still sat around cold campfires. Sleeping bags were laid out, but never slept in. "We should leave," Medic Jane said quietly. "Whatever happened to them could happen to us." "We're not leaving without those children," Sarah replied firmly. But privately, she was starting to have doubts about the whole mission. That doubt grew stronger when they found the notes. Hidden in the abandoned equipment were journals and logbooks from the previous rescue teams. Sarah gathered them all and spent the evening reading by firelight while her team kept watch. The entries started normally. Teams arriving, setting up camp, planning rescue operations. But as the days progressed in each journal, the tone changed dramatically. From Team Alpha's journal, Day 3. "The children don't want to be rescued. They keep insisting they're safe in the caves. But safe from what?" From Team Bravo's journal, Day 7. "We saw it again last night, the deer thing. But it wasn't alone. There were others, smaller ones. They looked almost human, but moved wrong." From Team Charlie's journal, Day 12. "Jenkins says he talked to Dino Kid yesterday. Kid claims his real name is Marcus, and he's been 8 years old for 73 years. That's impossible, right?" From Team Delta's journal, Day 18. The caves are connected. We followed the underground passages, and they all lead to the same place. A big chamber deep underground. Something lives down there. Something that sounds like it's made of stone and metal. The final entry in Team Delta's journal was barely readable, written in shaky handwriting. They're not children. They're bait. The thing in the deep chamber is fishing for rescue teams. We have to warn... The entry ended there. Sarah closed the journal with trembling hands. Around her, the forest was alive with small sounds. Branches creaking, leaves rustling, small animals moving through the underbrush. But underneath all that, she could swear she heard something else. A sound like machinery running deep underground. "Find anything useful?" Code Red asked. Sarah looked at her team, all of them tired and frightened but still loyal, still trusting her to get them home safely. She made a decision. Nothing important, she lied. Just supply lists and camp arrangements. She would tell them the truth eventually, but not tonight. Tonight, she needed them to sleep so they could stay alert tomorrow. Because tomorrow, they were going to attempt the rescue, whether it was wise or not. 4 children were counting on them, and Sarah wasn't going to abandon them regardless of what the previous teams had discovered. But as she took first watch, staring out into the dark forest, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they were being hunted, that every day they stayed here, some invisible net was drawing tighter around them. Day 7 brought their first encounter with other humans in the forest, but they weren't part of any rescue team. Sarah's group was approaching Kraken Kid's cave when they spotted figures moving through the trees. 5 people wearing strange dark clothing, carrying what looked like homemade weapons, spears, clubs, and knives. "Take cover," Sarah whispered. They hid behind a fallen log and watched as the strangers approached the cave. The bear that normally guarded the entrance came out to meet them, but instead of attacking, it sat down like a trained dog. One of the strangers stepped forward and appeared to be having a conversation with the bear. "Are they talking to it?" Medic Jane whispered. "Looks like it," Ghostwalker replied. The strangers finished their conversation with the bear and headed toward the cave entrance. But before they went in, they knelt down in a circle and began chanting in a language Sarah didn't recognize. The sound was disturbing, not quite singing, not quite screaming. Who are these people? Silent Blade wondered. Sarah was about to suggest they approach the strangers when something emerged from the cave. It was small and moved like a child, but something about its posture was wrong. It walked too carefully, too deliberately, like someone pretending to be young. The figure that must have been Kraken Kid approached the kneeling strangers, and Sarah could swear she heard it laugh. Not a child's laugh, but something much older and colder. "We need to get closer," Sarah decided. "We need to hear what they're saying." Moving carefully through the underbrush, they managed to get within earshot of the group. What they heard chilled them to the bone. "Has it chosen the next offering?" one of the strangers asked. The child figure nodded. "The new team, 5 of them. They'll do nicely." "When?" another stranger inquired. "Soon. They're already marked. The deer has been watching them every night." "Good." The deep one grows impatient. "It's been too long since the last feeding." Sarah felt sick. These people weren't here to rescue the children. They were part of whatever was happening to the rescue teams. "We should follow them," she whispered to her team. "See where they go." But as they prepared to move, Silent Blade accidentally stepped on a dry branch. The sharp crack echoed through the forest, and immediately all heads turned in their direction. "Run!" Sarah hissed. They crashed through the forest as fast as they could, with shouts and pursuit sounds behind them. The strangers were chasing them, but they seemed to know the forest much better than Sarah's team did. Several times the pursuers appeared ahead of them, forcing them to change direction. They finally lost their pursuers by crossing the stream near their camp and hiding in a thick patch of brambles on the other side. They waited there for an hour, listening for any signs of continued pursuit, before cautiously making their way back to their campsite. "Who were those people?" Code Red asked as they gathered around their fire. "Cultists," Sarah replied grimly. "They're working with whatever's in those caves." "And they mentioned something called the Deep One," Ghostwalker added. "Something that feeds on rescue teams." Medic Jane was very quiet. Finally, she spoke up. "Maybe we should consider the possibility that we can't rescue these children. Maybe the best thing we can do is leave and warn other teams not to come here." "Absolutely not," Sarah said firmly. "We don't abandon missions. We don't abandon children." But privately, Sarah was beginning to wonder if Medic Jane might be right. Everything they had discovered suggested that this wasn't a simple rescue mission. It was something much darker and more complex. That night, the deer creature returned. But this time, it brought friends. Sarah was awakened by the sound of heavy breathing all around their camp. Opening her eyes, she saw not one, but 3 massive shapes standing just outside their firelight. The original deer creature was there, along with 2 others that looked similar but different. One seemed to be made of twisted metal and broken glass. The other appeared to be constructed from human bones held together with dark, glistening sinew. "Everyone up," Sarah whispered urgently. "But don't make any sudden movements." Her team awakened slowly, and Sarah could hear their sharp intakes of breath as they saw their visitors. "What do they want?" Code Red asked quietly. As if in response to his question, the original deer creature stepped forward into the light. This close, Sarah could see that its bark-like skin was actually made up of thousands of tiny symbols carved into what had once been flesh. The symbols seemed to move and shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. The creature opened its mouth and spoke in a voice like grinding stone. "You have seen too much." "We're just here to help the children," Sarah replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "The children do not need help. The children serve a purpose." "What purpose?" The creature's bulbous eyes fixed on Sarah, and she felt that hypnotic pull she had seen affect Code Red. But she fought against it, focusing on the pain of her fingernails digging into her palms. "To draw the caring ones, the brave ones, the ones who would risk everything to save an innocent." The creature's mouth split into what might have been a smile. "The ones who taste the sweetest when their hope turns to despair." "You're feeding on the rescue teams," Sarah realized with horror. "We are feeding on their nobility, their selfless desire to help others. We consume their heroic intentions and leave behind only empty shells." Ghostwalker spoke up. "What happened to the other teams?" "They became part of the forest, part of us. Their consciousness spread out through the trees and the earth, experiencing every moment of every future rescue attempt, feeling the hope and fear and eventual despair of every team that comes here." Medic Jane made a small sound of distress. "That's horrible." "It is efficient," the creature corrected. "We have learned much about human nature from those we have absorbed. We know exactly how to make each team care more, try harder, stay longer, until they are too deep in the forest to ever leave." "And the children," Sarah asked, "are what they appear to be. Lost, frightened, in need of rescue. But they are also something more. They are the perfect bait because their need is genuine. They truly are trapped. They truly do want to be saved. But they also serve our purpose." The creature stepped closer, and Sarah could smell the scent of rich earth and decomposing leaves. "You could join us willingly, become part of something larger than yourself, experience the forest through 1,000 different perspectives, feel the hopes and dreams of every soul that enters our domain." "No," Sarah said firmly. "Then you will join us unwillingly. But that path is much less pleasant." The creature raised one massive hoof-like appendage, and Sarah was sure she was about to die. But before it could strike, A gunshot echoed through the forest. Code Red had fired into the air, and the sound startled all three creatures. They stepped backward, looking around warily. "The sun," Silent Blade said suddenly. "Look at the horizon." Sure enough, the eastern sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. The creatures noticed it too and began backing away from the camp. "This is not over," the original creature said as it retreated into the forest. "You cannot stay awake forever. You cannot keep your fire burning forever. And when darkness falls again, we will be waiting." The three massive shapes disappeared into the trees, leaving the team alone with their dying campfire and their growing terror. "We have to leave," Medic Jane said as soon as the creatures were gone. "This is too dangerous. We're not equipped to handle something like this." "We can't leave the children," Sarah insisted, though her voice lacked its earlier conviction. "What if they're right?" Ghostwalker asked quietly. "What if the children are part of the trap? What if trying to rescue them is exactly what these things want us to do?" Sarah looked around at her team. They were tired, scared, and losing faith in the mission. She was losing faith too, but something inside her refused to give up on 4 children who needed help. "One more day," she compromised. "We'll try one more coordinated rescue attempt. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat and call for reinforcements." It was a lie, and she suspected her team knew it. There would be no reinforcements. Any backup team would just face the same impossible situation they were facing. But she needed to buy time to think, to plan, to figure out some way to complete their mission. Day 8 brought the discovery that changed everything. While gathering firewood, Ghostwalker found something buried under a pile of leaves. A metal plate with text engraved on it. It was corroded and hard to read, but they managed to make out most of it. "Hollowbrook Research Facility," Ghostwalker read aloud. "Established 1953. Project, Deep Forest Initiative." "What's the Deep Forest Initiative?" Silent Blade asked. "I don't know, but look at this." Ghostwalker had found a second plate. "Warning, containment breach protocol in effect. All personnel evacuate immediately. Authorization, Dr. Marcus Chen, Chief Research Officer." "Marcus?" Medic Jane repeated. "Didn't one of the journals mention that Dino Kid's real name was Marcus?" Sarah felt pieces clicking into place in her mind. What if the children aren't really children? What if they're researchers or test subjects who were changed by whatever experiments were happening here? They spent the rest of the day searching for more evidence of the research facility. Hidden under decades of forest growth, they found concrete foundations, twisted metal structures, and several more warning signs. The facility had been much larger than the remaining ruins suggested. In what had once been a basement laboratory, they discovered a series of journals that told a horrifying story. The Hollowbrook Research Facility had been conducting experiments on wildlife, trying to create enhanced animals for military purposes. But the experiments had gone wrong in ways the scientists never anticipated. Dr. Chen's personal journal, dated 70 years ago, described the transformation. "The test subjects are changing in ways we never intended, not just physically, but mentally. They're becoming something entirely new, something that seems to understand human psychology better than we do." Another entry. "The deer subject has been the most successful. It's grown to enormous size and developed what appears to be telepathic abilities. But it's also become territorial and aggressive. Yesterday, it killed 3 researchers who tried to sedate it." A final entry, barely legible. "Containment has failed. The creatures are loose in the forest. They're working together now, using the test subjects who retained human intelligence as bait to attract more researchers. We're evacuating what's left of the staff, but some people are refusing to leave. They say the creatures are showing them visions of a better world. I think the contamination is affecting their minds." Sarah closed the journal with shaking hands. The truth was somehow even worse than she had imagined. The children they were trying to rescue were the remnants of the research staff, transformed by the experiments and used as bait by the creatures they had created. "So what do we do now?" Code Red asked. Before Sarah could answer, a familiar voice called out from the forest. "Help us! Please, someone help us!" It was Dino Kid's voice, but it was coming from the direction of their camp. "He's at our base," Silent Blade said. They ran through the forest as fast as they could, but when they reached their campsite, they found it destroyed. Their tents were shredded, their supplies scattered, and their fire had been put out. Standing in the center of the destruction was a small figure wearing a dinosaur costume. "Thank goodness you're here," Dino Kid said, running toward them. "The bad men came and wrecked everything. They said they were looking for you." Up close, the child looked exactly like an 8-year-old boy. His dinosaur costume was dirty and torn, and there were tears in his eyes. If Sarah hadn't read Dr. Chen's journal, she would have immediately reached out to comfort him. "Stay back," she warned her team quietly. "What's wrong?" Dino Kid asked, stopping a few feet away. "Don't you want to help me? I've been lost for so long." "How long?" Sarah asked. "I don't remember exactly. A few weeks maybe." "Try 70 years, Sarah said. Dino Kid's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. "I don't know what you mean." "Dr. Marcus Chen, Chief Research Officer. That's you, isn't it?" For a long moment, Dino Kid just stared at her. Then his face slowly transformed. The childish innocence melted away, replaced by an expression of ancient weariness. "How did you figure it out?" he asked. And his voice was no longer that of a child. It was the voice of an old man, tired and sad. "The research journals, the facility ruins. You were all scientists here, weren't you?" Dino Kid, Marcus, nodded slowly. "The youngest researchers. We volunteered for the human trials when the animal experiments started going wrong. We thought we could control the process, guide the transformations." He laughed bitterly. "We were so naive. What happened to you? The process locked us at the age we were when we were transformed, but our minds kept aging. 70 years of being trapped in the body of a child, watching rescue team after rescue team come and go." Marcus looked around at the destroyed camp. "Do you know what that's like? To want so desperately to be saved, but to be part of the thing that destroys the people trying to save you." "You can fight it," Medic Jane said gently. "You can choose to help us instead of helping the creatures." Marcus shook his head. "You don't understand. We're not just being used by the creatures. We're connected to them. We feel what they feel, want what they want. And what they want is to feed on human hope and nobility." His child's face twisted with adult anguish. "We want it too. We can't help ourselves." "Then break the connection," Sarah said. "Help us destroy whatever's controlling you. It's not that simple. The Deep One isn't just controlling us. It's part of us now. Destroying it would mean destroying ourselves." "What's the Deep One?" Ghostwalker asked. Marcus pointed toward the ground. "The original test subject. The first deer we experimented on. It's down there in the deepest part of the old facility. It's grown, enormous, and it's learned how to extend its consciousness through the forest, through the trees, through us. Can it be killed? Maybe, but you'd have to get to it first. And it's protected by the other creatures, by the cultists, by us. And even if you somehow manage to reach it..." Marcus's voice trailed off. "What?" The facility was powered by an experimental reactor. When the containment failed, the radiation mixed with the biological experiments. The Deep One has been absorbing that energy for 70 years. If you kill it wrong, the resulting explosion could contaminate hundreds of square miles. Sarah felt the weight of the situation pressing down on her. They couldn't rescue the children because the children were part of the trap. They couldn't fight the creatures because the battle could cause an ecological disaster. And they couldn't leave because other teams would eventually come, and the cycle would continue. "There has to be a way," she said. Marcus smiled sadly. Maybe there is, but it would require a sacrifice that I'm not sure any of you are willing to make. Before he could explain, the forest around them began to change. The trees started moving, their branches reaching down like grasping hands. The ground beneath their feet became soft and unstable, and from deep underground came a sound like a massive heartbeat. "It knows you figured out the truth," Marcus said. "It's coming for you now." The heartbeat sound grew louder, and the earth began to shake. Cracks appeared in the ground, and from the cracks came a green light that hurt to look at directly. "Run!" Marcus said urgently. "Get to high ground. The caves. It can't reach you there." "What about you?" "I have to go back. I don't have a choice anymore." Marcus's child face was full of adult sorrow. "But remember, there is a way to stop this, if you're brave enough." The ground split open near their feet, and something massive moved in the depths below. Sarah grabbed her team and ran for the nearest cave, the one they knew contained Squid Kid. They reached the cave entrance just as the forest behind them erupted into chaos. Trees were falling, the ground was splitting, and that terrible green light was getting brighter by the second. The two alpha wolves that normally guarded the cave were nowhere to be seen. Sarah and her team rushed into the darkness, using their flashlights to navigate the rocky passages. "Squid Kid," Sarah called. "We're here to help." A small voice answered from deeper in the cave. "You came. I knew someone would come." They followed the voice through winding passages until they reached a large chamber. In the center sat a child wearing a yellow squid costume, surrounded by dozens of drawings on the cave walls. But these weren't the innocent drawings they had expected. They were detailed technical diagrams of the research facility, complete with structural plans and electrical schematics. "Dr. Sarah Chen," Squid Kid said as they entered the chamber. "Dr. Marcus told me you'd figured out the truth." Sarah stared. "You're Marcus's sister." "Dr. Sarah Chen, Nuclear Engineering. I designed the reactor that's keeping our captor alive." The child's voice was bitter. "My life's work became the source of our imprisonment." "You know how to shut it down?" "Of course, but there's a problem. The reactor is located directly beneath the deep one, and after 70 years of mutation, shutting it down won't kill the creature. It'll just make it very, very angry." "So what do we do?" Sarah Chen studied the drawings on the wall. "There's another option. Instead of shutting down the reactor, we could overload it. The explosion would destroy the deep one, the facility, and everything within a 5-mile radius." "Including us," Ghostwalker observed. "Including us," she confirmed. "But it would also free the other transformed researchers and stop the cycle of rescue teams disappearing." Sarah looked around at her team. They had come here to save 4 children and go home. Now they were being asked to sacrifice their lives to save future victims they would never meet. "There has to be another way," Medic Jane insisted. "Maybe there is," said a new voice from the cave entrance. They turned to see Kraken Kid and Koala Kid approaching through the tunnel. Like the others, they looked like innocent children but moved with adult purpose. "Dr. Elizabeth Morrison, Behavioral Psychology," Kraken Kid introduced herself. "And Dr. James Kim, Biochemistry," she added, indicating Koala Kid. "We've been working on the problem for 70 years, Dr. Kim said in his child's voice. "There might be a way to sever the connection between the deep one and the forest, without destroying the reactor." "How?" Sarah asked. "The deep one's consciousness is spread through the root system of the trees," Dr. Morrison explained. "If we could disrupt that network at key points, we might be able to trap its consciousness back in its physical body." "And then what?" "Then we could use a focused electromagnetic pulse to shut down its nervous system without triggering the reactor," Dr. Chen added. "But it would require precise timing and coordination. And it would require us to get very close to the deep one," Dr. Kim finished. Sarah considered their options: a guaranteed sacrifice that would solve the problem permanently, or a risky plan that might save everyone, but could also fail catastrophically. "What are the odds of the second plan working?" she asked. The four transformed researchers looked at each other. Finally, Dr. Morrison spoke. "Maybe 30%. The Deep One has been growing stronger for 70 years. Its connection to the forest is more complex than when we first studied it. But if it works, everyone lives. If it works, the Deep One dies. We're freed from its control, and the forest returns to normal. Other rescue teams could actually rescue people instead of being absorbed into the ecosystem." Sarah looked at her team again. Code Red was checking his rifle, even though they all knew conventional weapons were useless here. Silent Blade was examining the cave drawings, trying to understand the technical details. Ghost Walker was studying the cave entrance, calculating their chances of escape if things went wrong. And Medic Jane was looking at the four child researchers with compassion and determination. "We try the plan," Sarah decided. "But if it starts going wrong, we switch to the overload option." The four researchers nodded grimly. "Then we need to move quickly," Dr. Chen said. "The Deep One knows you're here now. It's been listening to our conversation. We have maybe an hour before it sends everything it has to stop us." They spent 20 minutes going over the plan. The forest's route network had 5 major connection points, each located near one of the caves. Sarah's team would split up to hit 3 of the points simultaneously, while Dr. Morrison and Dr. Kim handled the other 2. Dr. Chen would make her way to the reactor chamber and prepare the electromagnetic pulse, and Dr. Marcus Chen, Dino Kid, would serve as bait, keeping the Deep One's attention focused on him while the others worked. "This is suicide," Ghost Walker said as they prepared to leave the cave. "Maybe," Sarah agreed. "But it's the right thing to do." They emerged from the cave to find the forest transformed yet again. The trees were now clearly artificial constructs, their bark revealing circuits and cables underneath. The ground pulsed with that same green light, and the air was thick with an electric hum. "It stopped pretending," Dr. Morrison observed. "It's showing you what the forest really is now, an extension of itself." They split up according to the plan. Sarah took Code Red and headed for the connection point near the original cave. Silent Blade and Ghost Walker went to the eastern point. Medic Jane volunteered to go with Dr. Chen to the reactor chamber. "I'm not leaving anyone to face this alone," she had insisted. As they made their way through the transformed forest, Sarah could feel the Deep One's attention pressing down on them, like a physical weight. The trees seemed to bend toward them as they passed, and the ground tried to grab their feet with every step. "There!" Code Red pointed ahead to a massive tree that pulsed with green light. "That must be it!" The connection point was unmistakable, a tree the size of a building, with roots that spread out in all directions like a vast web. The roots glowed with the same energy that came from the cracks in the ground. "We need to sever the main root connections," Sarah said, consulting the diagram Dr. Chen had drawn for them. "But we have to do it at exactly the right moment, or the system will just reroute around the damage." They waited in hiding, watching the tree and listening for the signal. According to the plan, Dr. Morrison would give 3 short whistle blasts when everyone was in position. The minutes crawled by. Sarah could hear her heartbeat in her ears and feel sweat running down her back despite the cool forest air. Somewhere in the distance, something roared, not the Deep One itself, but one of its guardians responding to intruders. Finally, they heard it. 3 clear whistle blasts echoing through the forest. "Now," Sarah said. She and Code Red opened fire on the massive roots with their rifles, aiming for the points where the energy flow seemed strongest. The bullets had no effect at first, but then Code Red switched to explosive rounds, and chunks of the glowing root system began to break away. The tree screamed. It was the only way Sarah could describe the sound. A noise like wood splitting and metal tearing, but with an underlying tone of genuine agony. Green fluid spurted from the damaged roots, and the light in that section of the forest began to dim. But even as they watched, new root tendrils began growing to replace the ones they had destroyed. "It's not working," Code Red shouted over the noise. "It's healing too fast." But then they heard other explosions from around the forest and more screaming from the tree network. The other teams were hitting their targets too. The healing process slowed, then stopped. "Phase 2, Sarah said into her radio. That was the signal for Dr. Chen to activate the electromagnetic pulse. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, every tree in the forest began to shake violently. The green light flickered like a fluorescent bulb about to burn out, and from deep underground came a roar of rage that seemed to shake the earth itself. "It's working," Code Red said with amazement. But their celebration was premature. The Deep One wasn't dying. It was just angry, and now it was fighting back with everything it had. The ground split open around them, and massive tentacle-like roots erupted from below. The air filled with swarms of insects, with too many eyes and wings like broken glass. The remaining trees uprooted themselves and began walking toward the humans with deliberate, predatory steps. "Fall back to the rendezvous point," Sarah ordered. They ran through the nightmarish transformed forest, dodging walking trees and flying swarms, leaping over cracks in the earth that glowed with green fire. Behind them, Sarah could hear the Deep One itself moving, something so massive that each footstep registered like a small earthquake. The rendezvous point was a rocky outcropping that offered some protection from the chaos around them. Silent Blade and Ghostwalker were already there, along with Dr. Morrison and Dr. Kim, but there was no sign of Dr. Chen or Medic Jane. "Where are they?" Sarah demanded. Dr. Morrison pointed toward the center of the forest, where green light was shooting up into the sky like a searchlight. "Something went wrong with the electromagnetic pulse. Sarah and your medic are trapped down there." As if to emphasize the point, they could hear Medic Jane's voice calling for help over the radio, but the signal was weak and full of static. "I'm going after them," Sarah announced. "That's suicide," Ghostwalker said. "The Deep One is down there. You'll never make it." "I don't abandon my people," Sarah replied firmly. But before she could move, a new voice joined their conversation. "You don't need to go down there," Dr. Marcus Chen said, emerging from the forest. His child's body was flickering like a bad television signal, sometimes appearing solid and sometimes becoming translucent. "What's happening to you?" Sarah asked. "The connection is breaking. We're being freed from the Deep One's control, but the process..." He gestured at his unstable appearance. "We might not survive it. What about Jane and Dr. Chen?" "They're alive, but they're trapped in the reactor chamber with the Deep One. It's trying to absorb them before it dies." "Then we get them out. There's another way," Marcus said quietly. Dr. Sarah found a manual override for the reactor. If someone activates it from outside the chamber, it will create a controlled implosion instead of an explosion. The Deep One will be destroyed, but anyone in the chamber will be protected by the reactor's shielding. "What's the catch?" Marcus's flickering form smiled sadly. "The person who activates the override won't survive. The control mechanism is in the middle of the Deep One's territory. They'll have to get past it, operate the controls, and then stay there to maintain the override until the implosion is complete." Sarah looked at her remaining team members, then at the 3 transformed researchers who were slowly becoming more translucent by the minute. "I'll do it," she said. "No," Code Red interrupted. "I'll do it. You're the leader. The others will need you to get them home." "I should do it," Ghostwalker argued. "I'm the tracker. I have the best chance of getting to the controls without being caught." "Stop," Dr. Morrison said firmly. "You're all thinking about this wrong. You're here to rescue people, not to throw your lives away. Then what do you suggest?" "We do it," Dr. Kim said simply. "All of us." He gestured to himself and the other transformed researchers. "We're already dying. The severed connection is dissolving us back into the forest, but we still have enough coherence left to complete the mission. You don't have to, Sarah began. Yes, we do, Marcus interrupted. This is our fault, our experiments, our responsibility, and this might be the only chance we get to do something right after 70 years of being part of something horrible. The four child figures looked at each other, and Sarah saw a moment of silent communication pass between them. It's decided, Dr. Chen's voice crackled over the radio from the reactor chamber. I can see the override controls from here. My colleagues are going to clear a path for me. Sarah, no. Medic Jane's voice joined the conversation. There has to be another way. There isn't, Dr. Chen replied calmly. But this is what I signed up for when I became a scientist. To use knowledge for the betterment of humanity, even at personal cost. Around the rocky outcropping, the forest was becoming increasingly unstable. Trees were dissolving into pools of green liquid. The ground was collapsing into sinkholes, and the air itself seemed to be breaking apart like static on an old television. We need to move, Dr. Morrison said, her child's form already beginning to fade around the edges. The longer we wait, the less chance we have of this working. Sarah made a command decision. Code Red, Silent Blade, Ghost Walker, you three get to the extraction point. Call for emergency pickup as soon as you're clear of the forest. What about you? Silent Blade asked. I'm going with them. Someone needs to witness this. Someone needs to be able to tell the story. Before her team could argue, Sarah started running toward the center of the forest. Behind her, she could hear the three transformed researchers following, their footsteps becoming fainter as their physical forms continued to dissolve. The journey to the reactor chamber was like running through a nightmare. The Deep One was thrashing in its death throes, and each movement sent shockwaves through the forest. Building-sized chunks of root and bark flew through the air. Geysers of green fluid erupted from the ground, and everywhere the sound of something enormous screaming in rage and pain. But the creature's attention was focused on the reactor chamber, where it was trying to break through the shielding to reach Dr. Chen and Medic Jane. It didn't notice the small figures approaching the override controls. The controls were located in what had once been the facility's main laboratory, now transformed into a twisted grove of metallic trees and organic machinery. The override mechanism itself was a large red lever surrounded by warning signs in multiple languages. There, Dr. Morrison pointed. But look, whoa. The Deep One's main body was coiled around the laboratory like a massive snake. Even dying, it was enormous, at least 100 feet long and covered in a mixture of organic tissue and technological components. Its deer-like head was the size of a building, with antlers that stretched out like radio towers, and it was looking directly at them. It knows we're here, Dr. Kim whispered. Of course it does, Marcus replied. We used to be part of it. It can still sense us. The massive head lowered toward them, and Sarah could see intelligence in its bulbous eyes. Not animal intelligence, but something much more complex and alien. Why? The Deep One asked in a voice like thunder. Why do you side with them against your own kind? Because they're not our kind, Dr. Morrison answered, stepping forward. And neither are you. You're what we became when we forgot our humanity. I am what you created when you played with forces beyond your understanding, the creature replied. I am evolution accelerated. I am adaptation perfected. I am the future of this planet. You're a mistake, Dr. Chen's voice said from the reactor chamber, and it's time to correct it. Sarah watched as Dr. Kim and Dr. Morrison moved toward the override controls, while Marcus positioned himself between them and the Deep One. The creature reared back, preparing to strike. Now would be good, Dr. Chen called urgently. Dr. Morrison reached the lever and grasped it with both hands. For the children, she said simply, and pulled. Immediately, alarms began blaring throughout the facility. Red lights flashed and a computerized voice announced, "Reactor override initiated. Implosion sequence beginning. All personnel evacuate immediately." The Deep One screamed and lunged forward, but Marcus intercepted it. The small figure in the dinosaur costume seemed to grow larger as it made contact with the massive creature. And for a moment, Sarah could see the ghost of the man he had once been. A tall, distinguished scientist with kind eyes and greying hair. 70 years, Marcus said as he grappled with the monster. 70 years I've wanted to say goodbye properly. My, the Deep One thrashed, trying to shake him off, but Marcus held on. James, Elizabeth, Sarah, get to the chamber. The override needs to be maintained. Dr. Kim and Dr. Morrison ran toward the reactor chamber, their forms becoming more transparent with each step. Sarah followed, but she could see that she was losing them. They were dissolving back into the forest as the Deep One's control over them finally broke completely. "We won't make it," Dr. Morrison said, her voice fading like a radio signal growing weaker. "Yes, you will," Dr. Kim insisted. "We have to." But even as he spoke, his form flickered and became translucent. Sarah could see the ground through his body. They reached the reactor chamber just as the countdown hit 30 seconds. Inside the shielded room, Dr. Chen was working frantically at a control panel, while Medic Jane tended to what appeared to be radiation burns on her arms. "The manual override is fighting the automatic systems," Dr. Chen explained quickly. "Someone needs to hold this lever in place, or the implosion will fail and we'll get an explosion instead." Dr. Morrison, now barely visible, moved toward the lever. "I'll do it." "You're already gone," Dr. Chen observed gently. "Look at yourself." Sarah looked and saw that Dr. Morrison was indeed little more than a shadow now. The same was true of Dr. Kim. They had given up their last bit of coherence to make it this far. "Then I'll do it," Sarah said, stepping forward. "No," Medic Jane said firmly. "I'll do it. You need to get everyone else out." "Jane, it's not open for discussion," Medic Jane interrupted. "I took an oath to do no harm and to preserve life. This is me keeping that oath." The countdown hit 10 seconds. "Go," Medic Jane ordered, grasping the lever. "Someone needs to tell the world what happened here." Sarah hesitated for one more second, looking at her friend's determined face. Then she grabbed Dr. Chen and ran. They made it to the laboratory just as the countdown reached 0. Marcus was still grappling with the Deep One, both figures now locked in what looked like a dance of mutual destruction. As the implosion began, Sarah saw Marcus look directly at her. "Tell them," he mouthed. "Tell them we remembered how to be human." Then the world turned inside out. The implosion wasn't like an explosion in reverse. It was something much stranger. Reality seemed to fold in on itself, drawing everything toward the reactor chamber. Sarah felt herself being pulled forward, but then the effect suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Sarah found herself lying on normal forest ground, surrounded by normal trees, no green lights, no twisted metal, no massive creatures, just an ordinary forest in the early morning sunlight. "Sarah?" Dr. Chen's voice was weak but alert. "Are you okay?" Sarah sat up slowly, checking herself for injuries. She seemed to be intact. "I think so. What about you?" Dr. Chen was sitting nearby, looking around in wonder. "The facility's gone. The Deep One's gone. The transformation is gone." She looked down at herself and laughed. "I'm an adult again." Sarah looked and saw that Dr. Chen was indeed now a woman in her 70s, no longer trapped in a child's body. What about the others? They searched the area and found Code Red, Silent Blade, and Ghost Walker sitting by a normal campfire near the stream. They looked dazed, but unharmed. "What happened?" Code Red asked as Sarah and Dr. Chen approached. "It's over," Sarah replied. "The Deep One is dead, the facility is destroyed, and the forest is free." What about Jane and the other researchers? Sarah was quiet for a long moment. They're gone. But they saved everyone. They spent the rest of the morning searching the area, but found no trace of Medic Jane, Marcus, Dr. Morrison, or Dr. Kim. It was as if they had never existed. But late in the afternoon, as they prepared to hike to their extraction point, Ghostwalker made a discovery. "Over here," he called from a small clearing. They found him standing next to 4 small monuments made of stacked stones. Each one had a name carved into the topmost rock. Jane, Marcus, Elizabeth, James. "I didn't build these," Ghostwalker said quietly. Sarah knelt down next to the monuments and saw that there were wildflowers growing around each one. Flowers that hadn't been there that morning. "The forest remembers them," Dr. Chen said softly. "They're part of it now, but in a good way. Not trapped or transformed. Just remembered." As they prepared to leave, Sarah took one last look around the peaceful forest. It was hard to believe that just hours ago, this had been the site of such horror and struggle. "Captain," Code Red said as they began their hike out, "what do we put in the report?" Sarah thought about that. How could they possibly explain what had really happened? Who would believe it? "We tell the truth," she decided. "All of it. And if people don't believe us, that's their choice. But the story needs to be told." "What about the children? The original mission?" "The children were saved," Sarah replied. "Maybe not in the way we expected, but they were saved. They chose to sacrifice themselves to save others. That's the definition of heroism." 3 days later, they were sitting in a debriefing room at military headquarters, telling their story to a panel of officers and scientists. As Sarah had predicted, most of them were skeptical. "So, you're telling us," one general said, "that 4 missing children were actually 70-year-old scientists who had been transformed by radioactive experiments, and they helped you destroy a giant mutant deer creature by overloading a nuclear reactor?" "That's correct, sir." "And you have no physical evidence of any of this?" "The facility was completely destroyed by the implosion, sir. There's nothing left." The panel exchanged glances. Sarah could see that they thought her team had suffered some kind of collective breakdown. "What about the forest itself?" one scientist asked. "Satellite images show that a large area of woodland was completely cleared overnight. How do you explain that?" "The implosion," Sarah replied. "It destroyed everything within a 5-mile radius. But there's no radiation signature, no crater, just empty ground where a forest used to be." Sarah had no answer for that. In the end, the official report listed the mission as a failure due to environmental hazards. The missing children were presumed dead, and Sarah's team was given medical leave for stress-related symptoms. But Sarah didn't mind. She had kept her promise to Marcus and the others. The story had been told, officially and completely, whether anyone believed it was not her responsibility. 6 months later, Sarah received a letter with no return address. Inside was a newspaper clipping about a reforestation project in the area where the facility had been. The headline read, "Mysterious forest growth amazes scientists." The article described how thousands of trees had spontaneously sprouted in the cleared area, growing at an unprecedented rate. Scientists were baffled by the phenomenon, especially since the new forest seemed to be populated by species that had been extinct for decades. But what caught Sarah's attention was a quote from one of the researchers. "It's the most biodiverse forest we've ever studied. Every tree, every plant, every animal seems to exist in perfect harmony with the others. It's like the entire ecosystem was designed by someone who understood exactly how nature is supposed to work." At the bottom of the clipping, someone had written in pencil, "They're still taking care of things. A friend." Sarah smiled and put the clipping in her scrapbook, next to the photos of her team and the official mission report. Sometimes, she reflected, The best rescues were the ones where the people you saved ended up saving everyone else. Years passed, and Sarah eventually retired from active duty. She became a teacher, training new rescue teams and telling them stories about the importance of courage, sacrifice, and remembering what it means to be human. She never told the story of the forest to her students directly. But sometimes, late in the evening after a particularly difficult training exercise, she would talk about the importance of being willing to sacrifice for others, and how sometimes the people who need rescuing most are the ones who have lost their way. And sometimes, when the wind was just right and the moon was dark, her students would swear they could hear voices in the distance, the voices of children playing in a forest where it was always safe, always warm, and where heroes were remembered forever. Code Red, Silent Blade, and Ghostwalker all stayed in touch over the years. They never talked about what had happened in the forest directly, but they understood each other in a way that only shared trauma could create. Ghostwalker became a park ranger, dedicating his life to protecting wilderness areas and the people who visited them. Silent Blade joined a search and rescue organization, specializing in finding missing children. And Code Red became a teacher like Sarah, training military personnel in survival techniques and team leadership. They all agreed on one thing. They had been changed by their experience in the forest, but changed for the better. They had learned that true heroism wasn't about being the strongest or the bravest. It was about being willing to do the right thing, even when the cost was higher than you ever imagined. Dr. Chen, the real Dr. Chen, now freed from her child's body, also stayed in contact with the team. She had returned to her research, but now focused on environmental protection and sustainable energy. She often said that her 70 years of imprisonment had taught her the true cost of scientific hubris, and she was determined to use her remaining years to heal rather than harm. Every year, on the anniversary of their mission, the 5 survivors would meet at a small restaurant in the city. They would share a meal, tell stories about their current lives, and raise a toast to their fallen friends. To Jane, Sarah would always say, who knew that sometimes the best way to heal people is to sacrifice yourself for them. To Marcus, Code Red would add, who remembered how to be human when it mattered most. To Elizabeth, Silent Blade would continue, who understood that true psychology is about helping others find their way home. To James, Ghostwalker would say, who proved that chemistry is really about knowing how to make the right combinations when it counts. And Dr. Chen would finish, to all the rescue teams who came before us, and all the ones who will come after, may they always remember that the real mission is not just to save lives, but to save the humanity in ourselves. Then they would drink in silence, each lost in their own memories of that impossible forest and the friends who had given everything to make sure the world remained a place worth saving. The restaurant they met at was called The Forest, and it was decorated with pictures of trees and woodland creatures. The owner, an elderly man with kind eyes, always made sure their table was ready and their favourite meals were prepared exactly right. None of them had ever asked the owner's name, but Sarah sometimes noticed that he moved with the careful precision of someone much younger, and that he had a way of appearing wherever he was needed without ever seeming to hurry. And sometimes, late in the evening, after the others had gone home, Sarah would linger at the table and think she could hear the sound of children laughing somewhere in the distance. Not the laughter of the trapped researchers, but the laughter of children who were truly free, playing in a forest where every tree was a monument to courage, and every flower was a reminder that sometimes the greatest victories are the ones that nobody else will ever know about. In the end, Sarah realized that was what made it worthwhile. Not the recognition or the medals or the official reports, but the knowledge that somewhere, somehow, 4 people who had been lost for 70 years had finally found their way home. And in doing so, they had made sure that future lost travelers would have guides to help them find their way as well. The forest was safe. The children were free, And the rescue mission, begun with such simple intentions, had become something much larger. A story about the power of sacrifice, the importance of remembering our humanity, and the way that love can triumph over even the darkest transformations. Sarah kept the newspaper clipping for the rest of her life, and when she died many years later, it was found among her personal effects along with a handwritten note. For future rescue teams, remember that sometimes the people who need saving are the ones who save everyone else. Trust in courage, believe in sacrifice, and never forget that heroes come in all shapes and sizes, even children who are much older than they appear. The note was donated to a museum along with Sarah's other military memorabilia, where it sits in a display case next to her medals and commendations. Occasionally, young rescue workers visit the exhibit and read the note, wondering what mission could have inspired such cryptic but heartfelt advice. And sometimes, very rarely, one of those young rescue workers will have a dream that night about a forest full of impossible creatures and 4 children who needed to be saved in a way that nobody could have expected. In the dream, they always wake up knowing exactly what Sarah's note meant, and exactly why some rescue missions are about much more than bringing people home. They are about making sure that home remains a place worth returning to. The end. Hi everyone, welcome back to a new Roblox story. This time, it's not a creepy horror story, just a chill, relaxing tale about 99 nights in the forest that will slowly make you sleepy and help you drift off to sleep. Close your eyes and imagine stepping into a world where ancient trees stretch toward a canvas of soft painted clouds. The air smells of pine needles and morning dew, and somewhere in the distance, you can hear the gentle crackle of a campfire and the warm laughter of friends. This is the story of Maya, Sam, Alex, and River, 4 friends who found themselves in the most beautiful and mysterious forest any of them had ever seen. As they spawned into this magical world of 99 nights in the forest, the first thing they noticed wasn't danger or fear, but wonder. Tall trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves catching the golden morning light and casting dancing shadows on the forest floor below. "Wow," Maya whispered, her character dressed in a simple blue hoodie and jeans, her eyes wide as she took in the scenery. "Look at this place." The forest stretched endlessly in all directions, a living tapestry of green and brown and gold. Flowers dotted the landscape like scattered jewels, bright red poppies, cheerful yellow daisies, and delicate purple lilacs that seemed to glow in the dappled sunlight. Ancient oak trees stood like gentle giants, their massive trunks scarred with age and wisdom, while birch trees with their paper-white bark created natural pathways through the woodland. Sam, wearing a comfortable green flannel shirt, was already kneeling beside a cluster of mushrooms growing at the base of a massive tree. "The detail in this world is incredible," he said softly, reaching out to gather the brown caps. "Even the mushrooms look real." Alex and River stood near what appeared to be their starting point, a small clearing where the remains of an old campfire sat cold and dark among a circle of worn stones. The ashes were grey and peaceful, waiting patiently for new wood and the spark of new life. "I think we're supposed to get this fire going," River said, their character sporting a cozy red beanie and jacket. "Look, there are some sticks over here." The 4 friends began their first task together, and it felt less like work and more like a peaceful ritual. They moved through the nearby trees, gathering fallen branches and dry twigs, the soft sound of their footsteps on the forest leaves creating a gentle rhythm. Maya found herself humming as she worked, the melody mixing with the ambient sounds of the forest, the distant call of birds, the whisper of wind through branches, the soft crunch of footsteps on the forest floor. When they returned to their campfire circle, Sam struck a match, and the small flame caught the kindling with a warm, orange glow. The fire grew slowly, lovingly tended by 4 pairs of hands, until it blazed bright and strong in the center of their little clearing. The warm light pushed back the forest shadows and created a perfect circle of safety and comfort. "There's something so cozy about this," Alex said, settling down on a log near the fire. Their character wore a comfortable purple sweater that seemed perfect for forest adventures. "It's like we're really camping," and indeed, as they sat around their crackling campfire, the forest world around them felt incredibly real and peaceful. The fire cast dancing shadows on their faces, and the warm light created a bubble of serenity in the vast woodland. This was their home now, their base camp, their safe harbor in the wilderness. As the virtual sun climbed higher in the sky, painting the forest in warm golden hues, the friends decided to explore their new world. The beauty of 99 Nights in the Forest revealed itself slowly, like pages turning in a treasured storybook. Maya discovered that the forest was filled with the most wonderful sounds. When she walked, her footsteps made soft, realistic crunches on the carpet of fallen leaves. When the breeze picked up, the trees would sway and creak in the most soothing way, their branches singing ancient songs only the forest could understand. Somewhere in the distance, she could hear the gentle babble of a stream, calling to her like an old friend. "Hey, look what I found," Sam called softly from a cluster of berry bushes. His voice carried that special excitement of discovery, but gentle, like someone sharing a secret. He'd found blueberry bushes, heavy with fruit, the berries looking plump and delicious in the morning light. "These are perfect for food supplies." The act of gathering berries was surprisingly meditative. Each bush required careful attention, gentle clicking to collect the fruit, and the soft sound of berries dropping into their inventory felt satisfying in the most peaceful way. Maya found herself falling into a rhythm. Click, gather, move to the next bush, click, gather, breathe in the forest air. Alex had wandered toward the sound of running water and discovered something magical. A clear, bubbling stream that wound its way through the forest like a silver ribbon. The water was so crystal clear you could see smooth stones on the bottom, and tiny digital fish darted back and forth in the current. "Guys, you have to see this stream," Alex called out, but not too loudly. The forest seemed to call for hushed, respectful voices. "It's beautiful." River had found something different but equally enchanting. A grove of fruit trees, heavy with apples and pears. The trees were ancient and wise-looking, their branches bent under the weight of their generous fruit. As River gathered the apples, each one made a soft, satisfying sound as it joined their collection. "I love how peaceful this feels," River said, reaching up for a particularly perfect apple. "There's no rush, no pressure, just us and the forest." The friends spent the morning in this gentle exploration, each discovering their own favourite aspects of their woodland world. Maya became the berry expert, finding hidden patches of strawberries and blackberries tucked away in sunny clearings. Sam developed an eye for mushrooms, learning to spot the valuable brown caps and the occasional rare varieties growing in the shadow of fallen logs. Alex took charge of their water supply, making regular trips to the stream with containers, always taking a moment to enjoy the peaceful sound of flowing water. And River became their fruit gatherer, developing an almost artistic approach to apple picking, always choosing the ones that caught the light just right. As they worked, they chatted about everything and nothing: school, dreams, funny memories, favourite movies. The forest provided the perfect backdrop for friendship, the gentle activities of survival, creating natural pauses for conversation and comfortable silences for reflection. By afternoon, their small campfire had become the heart of something wonderful. The friends had arranged logs around it like natural chairs, and their growing collection of supplies, berries, mushrooms, apples, and sticks, created a sense of abundance and preparation. The fire itself seemed alive, its flames dancing and flickering with an almost hypnotic rhythm. Orange and yellow tongues of light reached upward, casting warm, shifting patterns of light and shadow on everything around them. Maya found herself mesmerized by the flames, the way they moved like liquid light, always changing, but always beautiful. "Look at how the fire reflects in your character's eyes," Sam said, settling back against his log with a contented sigh. The developers really thought of everything. And it was true. The attention to detail in their forest world was remarkable. The fire warmed their avatars' faces with a gentle orange glow, creating realistic shadows and highlights. When the wind picked up slightly, the flames would bend and dance, and tiny sparks would spiral up into the darkening sky like miniature stars. River had discovered the crafting system and was experimenting with combining their gathered resources. With practice clicks, they turned sticks and stones into simple tools, the crafting interface appearing like magic in the air before them. Each successful craft felt like a small victory, a step forward in their forest life. "I love the sound it makes when you finish crafting something," River said, creating their third stone axe. The completion chime was soft and musical, like a tiny bell celebrating their success. Alex had found something even more special: the upgrade system for their campfire. By feeding it with wood and other resources, they could make the fire burn brighter and stronger, pushing back the mysterious fog that surrounded their clearing and revealing new areas of the forest to explore. "Watch this," Alex said, adding a bundle of logs to the fire. The flames leapt higher, burning with renewed vigor, and suddenly, the fog that had obscured the eastern edge of their clearing began to fade away. Like curtains being drawn back, the mist revealed new trees, new paths, new mysteries waiting to be discovered. "That's incredible," Maya breathed. "It's like the forest is slowly opening up to us." The upgraded campfire created an even larger circle of warm, safe light. The friends could venture further from their base now, always keeping the comforting glow of their fire in sight. It became their beacon, their anchor point in the vast wilderness, a promise that no matter how far they wandered, they could always come home to warmth and safety and friendship. As they sat around their enhanced fire, sharing the food they'd gathered and enjoying the peaceful crackle of burning wood, the forest around them began to prepare for evening. The light grew softer and more golden, casting everything in warm, honey-coloured hues. Bird songs became more melodic, as if the creatures of the forest were singing lullabies to end the day. The next morning brought with it the most wonderful surprise. As the friends were enjoying breakfast around their campfire, fresh berries and crisp apples that somehow tasted even better when shared with friends, Maya noticed something moving between the trees. "Look," she whispered, pointing toward a figure approaching their camp. "Someone's coming." The visitor turned out to be one of the most delightful characters they'd ever encountered: the pelt trader. He was a weathered but friendly-looking man wearing practical leather clothing, with a kind face and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of someone who'd spent years in the wilderness. Most importantly, he radiated a sense of peaceful purpose as he approached their campfire. "Good morning, young adventurers," the pelt trader said in a warm, gravelly voice. "I see you've made yourselves quite comfortable in our forest." River was the first to approach him, curious and unafraid. The pelt trader explained his role in their forest community. He was a travelling merchant who traded in animal pelts, but not in any cruel or violent way. The forest provided what was needed, and he helped adventurers like them exchange resources for useful tools and equipment. "I have leather satchels that can help you carry more supplies," he explained, his voice gentle and unhurried. "Warmer clothes for the cool evenings, and tools that will make your forest life easier and more comfortable." The friends spent a pleasant hour with the pelt trader, learning about the forest's economy and the way resources flowed through the woodland community. He told them about rabbit pelts from the small, peaceful rabbits that lived throughout the forest, and how even these simple materials could be transformed into useful items that would enhance their wilderness experience. But the real magic happened later that afternoon when they discovered the fairy. Maya was the one who found her, following a path of especially beautiful flowers, roses and tulips and lilies that seemed almost too perfect to be real. The path led to a charming mushroom house that glowed with soft bioluminescent light, looking like something straight out of a fairy tale. And indeed, that's exactly what it was. The fairy herself was a vision of gentleness and magic. She appeared as a delicate figure with gossamer wings that caught and reflected light like prisms, wearing a dress that seemed to be woven from flower petals and moonbeams. Her voice when she spoke was like the sound of wind chimes on a gentle breeze. "Welcome to my garden," the fairy said, gesturing to the beautiful flowers that surrounded her mushroom home. "I've been waiting for friends like you to arrive." The fairy's role in their forest world was perhaps the most peaceful and nurturing of all. She was a gardener, a tender of growing things, someone who could transform the beautiful wildflowers they found throughout the forest into seeds that would let them create their own gardens around their campfire. "Flowers are the forest's way of sharing joy," the fairy explained, as Maya offered her an armful of colourful blooms they'd gathered during their morning exploration. And joy, when planted with care, grows into abundance. In exchange for their flowers, the fairy provided them with seeds, not just any seeds, but magical ones that would grow quickly and provide food for their forest community. Carrot seeds and potato seeds, berry bush starts, and herb seedlings that would create a sustainable source of nourishment around their campfire home. Sam was enchanted by the gardening system. "It's like we're really living off the land," he said as they planted their first rows of crops in the rich forest soil near their base. "Growing our own food, taking care of our little piece of the forest. Why, the act of gardening in the game was surprisingly meditative and satisfying. Each seed required careful placement in the soft earth, and watching the tiny green shoots emerge and grow felt like witnessing tiny miracles. The crops would grow over time, providing a steady source of food and creating beautiful green spaces around their campfire home. As their campfire grew stronger and the fog continued to recede, new paths revealed themselves throughout the forest. These weren't just random trails, but carefully crafted pathways that told stories and led to wonderful discoveries. Alex became their primary explorer, always eager to see what lay around the next bend or over the next hill. One path led to an abandoned watchtower, its wooden structure weathered but still strong, reaching up through the forest canopy toward the sky. Climbing to the top revealed breathtaking views of their forest world. Rolling hills covered in trees, distant clearings where wildflowers grew in colourful profusion, and the snaking silver lines of streams and rivers. "You can see our campfire from up here," Alex called down to the others, the warm orange glow clearly visible even from this height. It looks so cozy and welcoming. Another path, this one discovered by River, led to what appeared to be an old research station. The building was clearly abandoned, but not in a scary way, more like a place where someone had once worked with great care and attention, studying the forest and its inhabitants. Inside, they found old journals filled with observations about the local wildlife, pressed flowers preserved between pages, and sketches of various plants and animals. "Listen to this," River read aloud from one of the journals. "Day 47. The forest continues to amaze me with its resilience and beauty. Today, I observed a family of rabbits that have made their home near the old oak grove. They seem completely at peace, as if they know this forest is a place of safety. These abandoned structures throughout the forest felt like gifts from previous inhabitants, people who had loved this woodland as much as they were learning to love it. Each building contained useful supplies, but more importantly, they contained stories, evidence of others who had found peace and purpose in this beautiful wilderness." Sam discovered perhaps the most enchanting path of all, one that led to a grove of fruit trees so abundant and well-tended that it felt like a natural orchard. Apple trees heavy with red and green fruit stood alongside pear trees, and even some exotic species that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air in this grove was sweet and clean, filled with the scent of ripe fruit and blooming flowers. "It's like someone has been caring for these trees for years," Sam said, gathering apples that seemed to fall into his hands with willing abundance. "But there's no one here now. It's just waiting for us." Maya found her favourite discovery along a path that meandered alongside the main stream, a series of natural pools where the water had carved perfect basins in the smooth rock. The pools reflected the sky like mirrors, and the sound of water trickling from one to the next created the most peaceful soundtrack imaginable. She often found herself coming here just to listen, to watch the gentle flow of water, and to feel connected to the forest's natural rhythms. Each new path they discovered felt like the forest was revealing more of its secrets, trusting them with its hidden treasures. And with each discovery, their sense of home and belonging grew stronger. They were no longer visitors in this woodland world. They were becoming part of its story. As the days passed in their forest world, the friends began to transform their simple campfire clearing into something truly special, a home that reflected their personalities and their growing connection to the wilderness around them. The process began when River discovered the furniture trader during one of their afternoon explorations. They heard the sound of horse hooves and creaking wheels before they saw him, a kindly man in brown clothing and distinctive glasses, driving a cart pulled by a gentle mare through the forest paths. "Good day, forest dwellers," the furniture trader called out in a cheerful voice. "I have beautiful things that might make your camp feel more like home." His cart was filled with the most delightful items, colourful rugs woven in patterns that reminded Maya of sunset skies, comfortable wooden chairs that looked perfect for sitting around their campfire, decorative fence posts that could help define their space, and lanterns that would provide extra pools of warm light around their camp. But what captured everyone's imagination were the signs, beautifully crafted wooden signposts that they could customize with their own messages. Alex immediately envisioned welcome signs for visitors, while Sam wanted to create markers for their various garden plots and storage areas. "We can make this place truly ours," Maya said, running her hand along the smooth wood of a particularly beautiful purple rug. "Not just a place where we survive, but a place where we live." The friends spent the afternoon arranging their new furniture with the care of interior designers. The purple rug became the centerpiece of their campfire area, with wooden chairs arranged around it in a perfect circle. River placed lanterns at strategic points around their camp, creating multiple pools of warm light that made the entire area feel welcoming and safe. Sam took charge of the practical improvements, using fence posts to create organized sections for different activities, a cooking area near the fire, a garden section for their growing crops, and a storage area where they could keep their accumulated supplies organized and accessible. Alex focused on the signs, crafting beautiful wooden markers that helped define their space. A welcome sign near the path entrance read, "Maya, Sam, Alex and River's forest home," in friendly letters. Garden markers identified their various crops: carrots by Sam, berry patch by Maya, Alex's herbs, and River's special flowers. The transformation was remarkable. What had started as a simple campfire circle had become a real home, a place that felt organized, beautiful, and completely their own. The campfire still burned at the center of it all, but now it was surrounded by comfort and personality, warm rugs and inviting furniture, gentle lantern light and welcoming signs. Maya discovered that she had a real talent for gardening, and her section of their home became a riot of colour and abundance. She planted flowers not just for trading with the fairy, but for the pure joy of seeing beautiful blooms around their camp. Red roses climbed up specially placed trellises, yellow daisies created cheerful borders around their seating areas, and purple lilacs filled the air with their gentle fragrance. Sam's practical nature expressed itself in efficiency and organisation. His storage systems were works of art in themselves, carefully labelled chests and shelves that made it easy for any of them to find what they needed. His garden plots were geometrically perfect, with straight rows and optimal spacing that maximized their food production while looking beautiful and orderly. River's artistic soul found expression in the creative arrangement of their decorative items. They had an eye for how colours worked together, how furniture could be positioned to create cosy conversation areas, and how lanterns could be placed to cast the most flattering light on their entire camp. Under River's guidance, their home became not just functional but truly beautiful. Alex's contribution was perhaps the most important of all. They created spaces that brought everyone together. A central dining area where they could share meals, a storytelling circle around the fire where they could relax and chat, and quiet meditation spots where anyone could sit alone and enjoy the peaceful sounds of the forest. One of the most surprisingly delightful aspects of their forest life turned out to be the meals they shared together. What had started as simple resource management, eating berries and apples to maintain their health, evolved into something much more meaningful, genuine communal dining experiences that brought them closer together as friends. Maya had discovered that she could combine different foods to create more satisfying meals. Fresh berries mixed with nuts created trail mix that was both delicious and energizing. Apples and pears could be combined with herbs from their garden to make refreshing salads that seemed to restore not just health, but happiness. "There's something special about eating food we grew ourselves," Sam said one evening, as they shared a meal of fresh vegetables from their garden. "It tastes different, better somehow." River had become fascinated with the cooking possibilities, experimenting with different combinations of ingredients to create meals that were both nourishing and beautiful. They arranged their food on wooden plates with an artist's eye, creating compositions that looked almost too pretty to eat. Colourful vegetables arranged in pleasing patterns, berries used as natural garnishes, fresh herbs scattered over everything like edible confetti. Alex discovered that certain combinations of foods provided special benefits: energy boosts for long exploration days, health restoration after challenging activities, and even mood improvements that made everything in the forest seem brighter and more beautiful. But more importantly, Alex realized that the act of sharing these meals was creating bonds between them that went deeper than just gaming together. "It's weird," Alex said one evening as they sat around their campfire, full and content after a particularly satisfying dinner. "We're just eating virtual food, but somehow it feels real, like we're really taking care of each other." And indeed, that's exactly what was happening. Maya would save the best berries she found for their shared meals. Sam made sure their storage was always well stocked with ingredients for everyone to use. River created beautiful table settings using their decorative items, turning every meal into a small celebration. Alex planned their daily activities around mealtimes, making sure they always returned to camp when they were hungry, ready to gather around their fire and share both food and stories. The meals themselves became rituals of friendship and gratitude. They would arrange themselves around their campfire, the warm light dancing on their faces, and take turns sharing what they had discovered during the day. Maya might describe a particularly beautiful grove of flowers she had found. Sam would tell them about a new type of mushroom he had identified. River would share stories about interesting patterns they had noticed in the wildlife. Alex would report on new areas revealed by their expanding campfire light. But the conversations weren't limited to game activities. As they ate their virtual meals in the warm glow of their digital fire, they found themselves talking about real life too: dreams and hopes, funny stories from school, favourite books and movies, plans for the future. The forest provided a peaceful backdrop for deeper friendship, and the shared meals created natural times for these meaningful conversations. The cooking process itself became a form of meditation and creativity. Gathering ingredients was like a treasure hunt through their beautiful forest world. Preparing meals was a chance to create something beautiful and nourishing for their friends. And sharing the results was a celebration of their life together in this magical woodland world. After many peaceful days of building their home and exploring their immediate forest area, the friends made a discovery that filled them with wonder and excitement. As their campfire grew stronger and pushed back more of the mysterious fog, it revealed a path leading to something completely unexpected, a winter wonderland hidden within their temperate forest world. "Is that snow?" Maya asked, peering through the trees at what appeared to be white-covered ground in the distance. Alex was the first to venture down the path, and their excited voice called back to the others. "Guys, you have to see this. It's an entire snow biome." Following the path, they emerged from their familiar green forest into a landscape transformed by winter magic. Snow covered everything in pristine white blankets, turning familiar trees into crystalline sculptures and creating an entirely new world of beauty and wonder. The air seemed crisp and clean, and their breath appeared as small puffs of vapor in the cold. "It's like stepping into a winter fairy tale," River breathed, their character automatically pulling their jacket tighter against the cold. The snow biome was more than just their familiar forest covered in white. It was a completely different ecosystem with its own unique features and challenges. Ice-covered streams created natural skating rinks that reflected the pale winter sun. Snow-laden pine trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches bent under the weight of fresh powder. And scattered throughout this winter landscape were structures and resources they had never seen before. Sam discovered that the cold affected their characters in interesting ways. "Look, we need warmer clothes to explore here comfortably," he said, noting how their avatars shivered in the crisp air. "But I bet we can find what we need." And indeed, the snow biome provided its own solutions. They found abandoned winter cabins containing cozy coats and warm boots, knitted hats and insulated gloves that not only provided protection from the cold, but looked absolutely adorable on their characters. Maya's new winter coat was a beautiful deep blue that complemented her eyes, while River's hat had a charming pom-pom that bounced when they walked. The winter landscape revealed different types of resources and activities. Instead of the familiar berries and mushrooms of their temperate forest, they found winter herbs and root vegetables buried beneath the snow. Ice could be harvested and melted for pure, clean water, and the snow itself could be gathered and used for various crafting purposes. "This opens up so many possibilities," Alex said, building their first snowman near a frozen pond. "We could have a summer camp in our main forest and a winter retreat up here." The idea captured everyone's imagination. They spent the afternoon exploring their winter wonderland, marveling at how the familiar gameplay mechanics felt completely fresh and new in this different environment. The same cooperation and resource gathering that had created their forest home could create an entirely different kind of living space here among the snow and ice. River discovered that some of their favorite flowers grew even in winter conditions. Hardy varieties that bloomed in shades of white and pale blue, creating gardens that looked like they were made of crystallized dreams. "The fairy is going to love these winter flowers," River said, gathering armfuls of the beautiful pale blooms. Sam found winter variants of familiar animals, white rabbits whose fur provided different crafting materials, and creatures that seemed perfectly adapted to the cold environment. "The ecosystem here is completely different," he observed. "It's like exploring an entirely new world." Maya was enchanted by the way sound worked differently in the snow. Their footsteps made soft crunching noises instead of the leaf rustling of the forest floor. The wind had a different quality, creating gentle whistling sounds through the snow-covered trees. And when they lit fires in this winter landscape, the crackling flames seemed to sound warmer and more comforting than ever. The snow biome became their special retreat, a place they could visit when they wanted a change of scenery or a different kind of adventure. But it also made them appreciate their original forest home even more. After spending time in the crisp, white landscape of winter, returning to their warm campfire surrounded by green trees and colourful flowers felt like coming home to paradise. As their time in the forest world extended into weeks, the friends developed a rhythm that felt as natural and comfortable as breathing. Each day began the same way, gathering around their campfire as the virtual sun painted the forest in soft morning light, sharing a simple breakfast of fresh fruit and herbs, and planning their activities for the day. But within this comforting routine, every day brought small discoveries and gentle adventures that kept their forest life interesting and engaging. Maya had become their master gardener and flower expert. Her morning routine involved checking on all their growing plants, watering anything that needed attention, and harvesting whatever was ready. But she had also developed an artistic eye for flowers, creating bouquets and arrangements that made their camp more beautiful, while also providing resources for trading with the fairy. "I love how the flowers change throughout the day," Maya said one morning, adjusting a vase of mixed wildflowers on their outdoor dining table. "In the morning light, they look fresh and dewy. By afternoon, they're vibrant and fully open, and in the evening firelight, they look soft and dreamy." Sam had become their resource management specialist, but in the most relaxed way possible. He enjoyed the meditative aspects of gathering, the peaceful rhythm of chopping wood, the satisfying sound of berries dropping into his inventory, the quiet focus required to spot the best mushrooms. He had developed an almost zen-like approach to resource gathering that turned necessary activities into forms of moving meditation. "There's something really peaceful about just walking through the forest, looking for what we need," Sam explained to the others. "No rush, no pressure, just moving through the trees, listening to the sounds, finding what the forest wants to share with us." River had evolved into their creative director and social coordinator. They had the best eye for arranging their camp to be both beautiful and functional, and they were always the one to suggest group activities that brought everyone together. River had also become fascinated with the game's trading systems, developing relationships with the various NPCs that felt like genuine friendships. "I love talking to the fairy," River said after one of their regular flower trading visits. "She always has something interesting to say about the forest, and she seems genuinely happy to see us each time." Alex had become their explorer and planning coordinator, always eager to push the boundaries of their known world, while making sure everyone felt safe and included in their adventures. Alex had an instinct for finding the most interesting paths and the most rewarding exploration targets, but always with an eye toward activities the whole group could enjoy together. "I found another watchtower today," Alex reported during one of their evening campfire sessions. "This one has a great view of a valley we haven't explored yet. I think it would be perfect for our next group adventure." Their days followed natural cycles that felt both productive and relaxing. Mornings were for individual activities, Maya tending her gardens, Sam gathering resources, River arranging and decorating their camp, Alex scouting new areas. Afternoons were often for group adventures, exploring new regions together, trading with NPCs, working on large projects like expanding their base or creating new garden areas. But evenings were always for coming together around their campfire, sharing meals, talking about their discoveries, and planning future activities. These evening sessions had become the heart of their forest experience, times when they felt most connected both to the game world and to each other. "I love how this game never feels stressful," Maya said during one particularly peaceful evening session. "Even when we're working toward goals, it always feels relaxed and friendly." "It's the forest," Sam replied, gazing into the flames of their campfire. "There's something about this place that just makes everything feel peaceful." And indeed, the forest world had become more than just a game environment for them. It had become a refuge, a place where they could retreat from the stresses of daily life and reconnect with simple pleasures. The act of caring for their virtual home, tending their digital gardens, and maintaining their pixelated campfire had somehow become genuinely restorative and meaningful. As their forest community grew and flourished, the friends began to understand that they were part of something larger than just their own small group. The forest world was designed to encourage connection and cooperation, and they found themselves interacting with other players in ways that felt natural and positive. Sometimes they would encounter other small groups at the trading posts, and these meetings always felt like friendly encounters with fellow forest enthusiasts, rather than competitive interactions. Everyone seemed to understand that the forest was big enough for everyone, and that cooperation made the experience better for all. "Hey, we're looking for winter flowers for the fairy," another player named Luna had said during one memorable encounter at the fairy's mushroom house. "But do you know if they grow anywhere specific in the snow biome?" River had been happy to share their knowledge about winter gardening, leading to a pleasant conversation about different exploration strategies and favourite discovery spots. Luna's group had reciprocated by telling them about a beautiful grove of fruit trees they had found in a distant part of the forest, creating a natural exchange of information that helped everyone. These interactions reinforced what the friends had already learned about their forest world. It was designed to bring out the best in people. The gentle pace, the focus on cooperation rather than competition, and the beautiful environment all combined to create a space where players naturally wanted to be helpful and kind to each other. Maya had a particularly memorable encounter with a player named Cedar, who had developed an incredible flower garden near the main trading hub. Cedar had been happy to share gardening tips and even gave Maya some rare flower seeds that they couldn't find anywhere else. "The community in this game is so different from other places," Maya told her friends later. "Everyone is just nice, helpful. Like the forest makes people want to be better versions of themselves." Sam had similar experiences with other resource gatherers who were always willing to share information about the best spots for specific materials or to work together on large gathering projects that benefited everyone involved. The cooperative spirit seemed to be built into the very fabric of their forest world. Alex discovered that exploration was often even more fun when shared with players from other groups. Multi-group expeditions to distant areas felt like real wilderness adventures, with everyone contributing their skills and knowledge to ensure safe and successful journeys for all. "It's like we're all part of one big forest community," Alex observed. "Different groups with different bases, but all working together to understand and care for this amazing world." River found that the creative aspects of the game, decorating, arranging, beautifying their spaces, were enhanced by interaction with other players who had different aesthetic ideas and approaches. Seeing how other groups had arranged their camps provided inspiration and ideas that made their own home even more beautiful and functional. But perhaps most importantly, their interactions with other players reinforced their appreciation for their own tight-knit group of friends. While they enjoyed meeting other forest dwellers, they always looked forward to returning to their own campfire, their own gardens, their own perfectly arranged home in the woods. "We have something really special," River said one evening as they sat around their fire, full and content after a day of exploration and community interaction. Not just in the game, but as friends. The forest had become a place where their friendship could grow and deepen in new ways. They had learned to rely on each other, to work together toward common goals, and to create something beautiful and meaningful through cooperation and shared effort. The virtual world had somehow made their real friendships stronger and more meaningful. As their time in the forest extended, the friends began to notice subtle changes in their world that suggested the passage of time and seasons. The developers had created a world that felt alive and evolving, where returning to familiar areas might reveal new details, seasonal variations, or previously hidden secrets. Maya was the first to notice that some of her flower patches were producing different varieties as time passed. Spring flowers gave way to summer blooms, which in turn revealed autumn varieties with different colours and properties. It's like the forest has its own natural calendar, she said, delighted to discover orange and gold flowers that only appeared during their virtual autumn season. The changing seasons affected more than just the appearance of their world. Different times brought different resources, different weather patterns, and different opportunities for exploration and discovery. Rain became more frequent during certain periods, making their campfire maintenance more important, but also creating beautiful atmospheric moments when droplets would fall gently on their camp. "I love the sound of rain on our shelter," Sam said during one particularly cozy evening, when gentle precipitation pattered on the roof of the small structure they had built near their campfire. The sound was incredibly realistic and soothing, adding another layer to the peaceful ambience of their forest home. The weather changes also revealed new gameplay mechanics. During rainy periods, certain plants grew faster and produced more abundant harvests. Clear days provided better visibility for long-distance exploration, and the rare thunderstorms, while initially intimidating, turned out to create spectacular light shows that were breathtaking to watch from the safety of their well-prepared camp. River discovered that the seasonal changes affected the NPCs as well. The fairies' inventory shifted to include seeds appropriate for different times of year. The pelt trader began offering seasonal clothing and equipment, and occasionally completely new NPCs would appear for limited times, bringing unique items and stories that added richness to their forest world. One particularly magical evening, they encountered a traveling musician, an NPC who appeared only during certain weather conditions, carrying an old guitar and willing to play soothing melodies around their campfire. The music he played was original compositions that perfectly captured the peaceful, contemplative mood of their forest life. "This is incredible," Alex said, listening to the gentle guitar melodies while watching the flames of their campfire dance in rhythm with the music. "It's like the forest is sharing its own soundtrack with us." These seasonal discoveries kept their forest life feeling fresh and engaging, even after many hours of play. Just when they thought they had seen everything their familiar areas had to offer, new details would emerge. Hidden paths revealed by changing light conditions, seasonal animals that only appeared at certain times, or weather-dependent resources that required new strategies to gather. The friends learned to pay attention to these subtle changes, developing a deeper appreciation for the complexity and thoughtfulness that had gone into creating their forest world. Every detail seemed intentional. Every seasonal variation felt natural and meaningful. But perhaps most importantly, the seasonal changes gave them new reasons to revisit and appreciate areas they thought they knew completely. A grove that was beautiful in spring took on completely different character in autumn. A stream that was refreshing in summer became magical when bordered by winter frost. Their own camp evolved with the seasons, feeling cozy and protected during rain, open and airy during clear weather. As their forest story drew toward its gentle conclusion, the friends found themselves reflecting on what this virtual world had come to mean to them. What had started as a simple game experience had evolved into something much deeper, a shared space where they had created memories, built something beautiful together, and discovered new aspects of friendship and cooperation. Their camp had become a masterpiece of collaborative creation. Maya's gardens provided not just resources but genuine beauty, with flowers and vegetables arranged in patterns that pleased the eye and nourished the soul. Sam's resource management systems ensured they always had what they needed, but more importantly, his careful attention to practical matters freed everyone else to focus on creativity and exploration. River's artistic touch was visible everywhere, in the careful arrangement of furniture, the strategic placement of lighting, the thoughtful color coordination that made their entire camp feel warm and welcoming. And Alex's exploratory spirit had opened up vast areas of their forest world, creating opportunities for adventure and discovery that kept their forest life exciting and engaging. But more than any individual contribution, their camp represented the magic that happened when friends worked together toward a common goal. Every corner of their home told a story of cooperation, compromise, shared vision, and mutual support. "Look at what we built together," Maya said one evening as they sat around their campfire, their faces warmed by the orange glow, their camp extending around them in all directions, like a small village in the woods. Not just the structures and gardens, but the whole experience. The friendship, the memories. Their forest world had taught them things about themselves and each other that they might never have discovered in any other context. They had learned about Maya's hidden talent for organization and aesthetics, Sam's natural leadership in practical matters, River's gift for bringing people together around creative projects, and Alex's ability to balance adventure with safety and inclusion. The gentle rhythms of forest life had provided a backdrop for countless conversations, shared discoveries, quiet moments of contentment, and bursts of excitement over new findings. They had developed inside jokes about their favourite NPCs, shared excitement over particularly good harvests, and created rituals around their daily activities that felt meaningful and special. "I never thought a game could feel this. Peaceful," Sam said, watching the flames of their campfire dance against the darkening forest around them. "Usually games are about winning or achieving something, but this feels more like just living." And indeed, that was perhaps the most remarkable thing about their forest experience. It had never felt like playing a game in the traditional sense. Instead, it had felt like sharing a life. Virtual, perhaps, but somehow real in its emotional impact and meaningful in its effect on their friendship. River had captured hundreds of screenshots of their forest adventures, creating a digital photo album of their shared experiences. Looking through these images told the story of their evolving world. Early pictures of their simple campfire, progression shots showing the growth of their gardens and the expansion of their camp, seasonal images capturing the changing beauty of their forest home, and portraits of all 4 friends in various locations throughout their woodland world. "These pictures tell our story," River said, flipping through the collection on their computer while they continued to play. "Look, here we are on our first day, just figuring out how to light the fire. And here we are now, with this amazing home we've created together." The images were beautiful, but they also captured something intangible, the sense of joy, discovery, and friendship that had defined their forest experience. In every picture, their avatars looked relaxed and happy, at home in their woodland world. Alex had kept a journal of their forest adventures, documenting not just what they had discovered and accomplished, but how they had felt during different experiences. Reading through these entries revealed the progression from initial excitement about a new game to deep appreciation for a shared creative project to genuine affection for a virtual world that had become meaningful and special. Day 15 found an incredible sunset viewpoint on the hill beyond the fruit orchards. We all just stood there, watching the light change colours, not talking, just enjoying the moment together. It felt like we were really there. Day 23. Maya's winter garden is blooming, and it's the most beautiful thing I've seen in the game. White and blue flowers arranged in patterns that look like snowflakes. She has such an amazing eye for beauty. Day 31. Spent the evening just sitting around the campfire, listening to River tell stories about what they imagine the history of our forest might be. The fire was crackling, the forest was quiet around us, and I felt completely peaceful and happy. These journal entries captured what their forest experience had really been about. Not achievements or progress in any traditional gaming sense, but moments of shared beauty, creativity, friendship, and peace. As our story of Maya, Sam, Alex, and River draws to a close, they remain in their forest world, their campfire still burning bright, their gardens still growing, their friendship still strong. Because the magic of 99 Nights in the Forest is that it never really ends. It simply continues day after day, season after season, providing endless opportunities for peaceful exploration, creative collaboration, and gentle adventure. Their forest world will continue to evolve and change, offering new discoveries, seasonal variations, and opportunities for growth. New updates will bring fresh areas to explore, new NPCs to meet, and new activities to enjoy together. But the heart of their experience will remain the same. Friends gathered around a campfire in a beautiful forest, creating something meaningful together. The peace they found in their virtual forest has become something they carry with them into their real lives. The cooperation they learned through shared activities has made them better friends. The appreciation for natural beauty they developed through their garden projects has made them more aware of the real, natural world around them. And the rhythms of forest life, gathering, creating, sharing, resting, have provided them with a model for finding balance and contentment in their daily lives. When they log off from their forest world, they carry with them memories of sunset views from watchtowers, the satisfaction of successful harvests, the warmth of shared meals around their campfire, and the deep contentment that comes from building something beautiful with people you care about. But they also know that their forest home is always there, waiting for them whenever they want to return. Their campfire will still be burning, their gardens will still be growing, and the peaceful sounds of wind through trees and water over stones will still be there to welcome them home. In a world that often feels rushed and stressful, 99 Nights in the Forest provided them with something precious. A place where time moves slowly, where simple activities feel meaningful, where cooperation is more important than competition, and where the beauty of nature provides a constant backdrop for friendship and creativity. Their story in the forest will continue, day by day, night by night, season by season. New friends may join their campfire circle, new areas may be revealed by the expanding light of their fire, new adventures may call them to unexplored regions of their woodland world. But the essence of their forest experience will remain constant: the peace of nature, the warmth of friendship, the satisfaction of creating something beautiful together, and the deep contentment that comes from finding a place, even a virtual place, where you can be completely at home. As you listen to this story, perhaps you too can imagine stepping into that forest world. Picture yourself gathering berries in the morning sunlight, planting flowers in rich forest soil, sitting around a crackling campfire with friends, watching the gentle dance of flames against the peaceful darkness of the woodland night. The forest is always there, always waiting, always ready to welcome new friends into its peaceful embrace. And in that virtual wilderness, surrounded by the sounds of nature and the warmth of friendship, anyone can find the same peace, creativity, and connection that Maya, Sam, Alex, and River discovered in their 99 nights in the forest. Sweet dreams, and may your own forest adventures be filled with peace, friendship, and wonder.